Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a Quincy's fairy tale in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 56, Broken Paradise. Akane Resort. Known far and wide as one of Fiori's finest tourist attractions, people from all across Ishgar come here for family getaways and vacations of all sorts. From its large beach overlooking the vast ocean, massive amusement park, and five-star hotel featuring one of Fiori's best casinos, it's no wonder why anyone who comes to this luxurious Fiori hotspot desire to return again and again. After arriving early in the morning and settling in, the travel party of 14 was quick to take to the beach. At the moment, Bambietta was wearing a two-piece red bikini, showing off all of her body's curves and assets, as she would like to call them, the red fabric clinging to her breasts and ass in a way that truly allowed her to show off without being too revealing. Many men had stared at the beautiful brunette with lust when she walked on the beach earlier, and she smirked as she swam through the water. Yup, I still got it, she thought. Back in the Vandenreach, she had been the most desired Quincy for her beauty by far. Candace and Meninas, while having a very strong following of their own, didn't compare to hers. After all, many had taken the risk of dying to try and land her in bed, though this was a fact she was no longer proud of. However, now as a member of Fairy Tale, she had felt that perhaps she wasn't as special in that department. While she still had more than plenty of lustful male gazes upon her since she had joined the guild, Urza and Myra Jane had dominated in that regard. It probably didn't help that Bambietta herself had often stared at the two with lust as much as the others had. Now, however, she had more than enough proof that she still had those top-tier looks in her mind. Still, there was one woman besides Urza who Bambietta considered even more beautiful than herself. Her beloved Lucy Hartfilia. Clad in a white bikini with pink flowers on it, Bambietta's eyes couldn't help but look at her girlfriend in uncontrolled lust when they strolled the beach. But while Bambietta wanted personal time with her girlfriend, she always knew that there would be plenty of time for that later. Right now her girlfriend was currently swimming in the vast ocean alongside herself, Rukia, wearing a red and pink striped bikini, and Wendy, who wore a green two-piece swimsuit, as the group simply swam amongst the waves. I can't believe this is your first time going to a beach, Bambi, Lucy said as she looked over to the Quincy. You're seriously telling me that you've never done this before? Let's just say my father was very strict on when I could leave home, and leave it at that, Bambietta answered before she sighed in glee. Man, I should have done this ages ago, Bambietta said as she looked up to the sky. The bright sun shining down on her, the sounds of the waves and seagulls cawing as they flew above, it was the sort of thing that she had never been able to appreciate as a child living in a town surrounded by a dead forest, or even in her time in the shadowy and cold realm of the Silburn. Now, experiencing it for the first time in her life, Bambietta could now understand why Candace had often desired to go off to the world of the living and enjoy the beach. It's a shame that your organization was so strict, Rukia spoke. The Female Soul Reaper Society often made trips to the world of the living to enjoy such luxuries. Maybe you should have asked for permission for such a trip. If I had tried to tell my commanding officer any of that, I would have gotten a mind-numbingly long lecture. Bambietta restored. I'm just lucky Hatchwalth decided to install TV and internet to the Silburn for morale, otherwise I'd have died of boredom. So what did you do for fun before that? Wendy asked. Bambietta blushed a deep crimson then as she looked away from the Dragon Slayer as lewd memories came to her mind. I'd, rather not say. It's personal, yeah. Wendy simply nodded her head then as Bambietta swiped her brow in relief. Her momentary worry now gone, Bambietta looked over to Lucy. Anyways, I'm gonna go to the casino later tonight. See if I could try to win a few jewels. Bambi, gambling is a terrible habit, Lucy said as she frowned. The last thing I want is for us to be broke by the time we get back home. Oh please, I'm not gonna do anything that stupid. Bambietta retorted as she rolled her eyes. I just want to see if I can get enough cash for us to eat out at that 5-star restaurant you took me to when we patched things up. I swear if I spend over 1,000 jewel I'll stop, Quincy's honor. Lucy gave her girlfriend a brief look before she sighed. Okay, I'm gonna trust you on this. But if you make it impossible to pay rent, you'll be the one doing all the work to get back all of the money you lost. Great. Bambietta said with a smile. You may not know it, but I'm a great card player. You play poker? Rukia asked. Bambietta shook her head. Never played it, I'm more of a Yu-Gi-Oh player than anything else. Still, how different could it be? Rukia could only stare at Bambietta before she pinched the bridge of her nose in annoyance. Well, there goes 1,000 jewel down the drain. The small soul reaper thought. I wanna help, let me gamble with you. Wendy asked. Wendy, that's sweet, but you really shouldn't, Lucy told her. More often than not, people lose money when they gamble, and sometimes they lose so much they can't find a place to live or even eat. Bambietta nodded in agreement. It's true. One time Candy snuck off into the world of the living to gamble and she lost 6,000 jewels worth of cash. She wasn't happy when she came back. Why would someone go that far though? That doesn't make any sense. Wendy asked innocently. I mean, what's the point if you're just gonna lose all of your money anyways? Lucy paused for a moment before she answered. Well, sometimes people think they can win it all back, and then some. For others, it's kinda like an addiction that they can't control. I'd rather you not fall into that sort of thing. Not to mention the fact that you can't, Bambietta told Wendy. I looked it up on the train ride over here. You can't gamble in Fiore unless you're 18. Oh. Well, okay then. Wendy said as she looked down at the water. Here she was hoping she would get a chance to finally help out Bambi in a way that wasn't just healing, but it seemed she would still have to wait a little longer for a proper chance to pop up. I just wanted to help is all. Oh, you don't need to worry about any of that, Bambietta said as she swam over to Wendy and gave her a hug. You just keep doing what you can. That's all I'll ever need from you. Wendy smiled as she returned the hug as Bambietta's stomach grumbled. Well, guess it's time for some lunch, Bambietta said as she looked over to Rukia and Lucy. I'm gonna go and get us something to eat. I'll see you where we set our towels down in about 10 minutes, okay? Works for me, Rukia said. Lucy nodded in approval as well as Bambietta began to swim to shore. To her surprise, however, Wendy was swimming with her. Something wrong, Wendy? She asked. I just want to be with you a while longer, Wendy said. Besides, I don't want to keep Carla waiting too long anyways. Nodding in understanding, Bambietta and Wendy soon reached the beach, Bambietta quickly noticing Lil Tato, wearing a yellow two-piece swimsuit watching a volleyball game that Natsu was playing with some other beachgoers, happy cheering him on from the sidelines. Enjoying the show? Bambietta asked as she approached. As a matter of fact, I am, Lil Tato said, Bambietta noticing a slight blush on Lil Tato's face despite the petite Quincy speaking in her near-deadpan tone as she watched Natsu. The three of them had come upon a volleyball match that was short a player, and Natsu was eager to volunteer. As the game stood, his team was winning, and easily at that. Lil Tato found herself immensely enjoying the game, though not for the sport itself. This was the first time she was seeing Natsu so revealed. All he had on was red swim trunks and some sandals and she just couldn't help but stare, and also fail to notice that she was drooling slightly. Wanting to make sure her friend still looked at least a little dignified, Bambietta decided to bring it to her attention. Lil, you're drooling. Lil Tato quickly whipped her mouth with her left hand before she looked back at Bambi. Thanks. Though, quite frankly, I'm surprised your eyes aren't wandering like crazy. Bambietta chuckled at her friend's accusation. Lil, when you have a girlfriend like Lucy, practically everyone else on this beach pales in comparison. Long as I have her, I have all the eye candy I need. What's eye candy? I've never heard about that before. It sounds gross. Wendy said, the dragon slayer feeling a bit queasy just thinking about it. Bambietta blushed before she spoke, the Quincy momentarily forgetting about Wendy's presence. Well, you see, the thing is dash. Lil Tato was quick to put an end to Bambietta's embarrassment. It means people you find attractive. Oh, I get it. Is that why she's always looking at Urza a lot too? Wendy asked. Why yes. Bambietta stammered before she quickly shook her head. You need to give me some credit, Lil. I'm not Candy. Speaking of Candy, could you guys help me find her? The two Quincy quickly turned their heads to see Jade, dressed in a white and black bikini slowly walking over to them. We got separated after I tried to get us some snow cones to eat and I haven't found her since. Have you guys seen her? Bambietta rolled her eyes. I would not be surprised if she was behind some rocks with some dudes. She chose her words carefully with Wendy standing by. Playing hide the sausage. Give her a little credit, Jade stated with a slight blush. Would you? Bambietta asked her. Before Jade could answer, a large flat object smacked her in the back of the head. Out of the way, losers. That ocean's mine. Candace shouted, making a beeline for the water. She was carrying a surfboard and her only article of clothing was a white bikini so skimpy that modest undergarments covered more skin. Well, that leaves little to the imagination, Jade said, trying not to stare and failing. Oi, I told you not to go wearing something like that in front of Wendy. Bambietta exclaimed. Candace spun around and flipped her best friend off with one hand, stuck her tongue out, and pulled her eyelid down with the other, surfboard secure underarm. Bambietta promptly did the same. I swear, the two of you act like children, Carla reprimanded as she flew by, the flying white cat landing on Wendy and covering her eyes. Carla, I can't see anything. Wendy cried out as she tried to remove the cat's paws. And that's exactly how we're going to keep it. Carla said, the winged cat not wanting Wendy to see any more of Candace's revealing swimsuit. Huh. I didn't know Candy could surf, Lil Toto mused. The event of Bambietta and Candace antagonizing each other was filtered out by her for being a normal occurrence in the short Quincy's eyes. She's just full of surprises, isn't she? Bambietta said as she slowly rolled her eyes. Out of the corner of her eyes, she noticed Gray and Juvia, the blue-haired mage, now wearing a blue bikini, was lying down on a towel at the beach as she closed her eyes. My darling Gray, could you please put some suntan lotion on my back? I don't think I'll be able to do it myself. Gray blushed as soon as he heard his girlfriend's request. You want me to, what? The two had gone on a few dates since they decided to become a couple, they had never done anything physical, at least not like what she was asking. To say it left him feeling a bit nervous was an understatement to say the least. Come on, please Gray. I'd really rather not ask someone else to do it. Juvia asked with a slight quiver of her lower lip, her eyes staring at his with desperation. The young man sighed then as he decided to cover his hands with the sunscreen. She really wasn't asking for anything all that crazy, and the thought of someone else getting their hands on her, well, he didn't want anyone else to get the privilege. Thus, he slowly rubbed it onto her back, only for his eyes to widen at the moan Juvia let out. Oh Gray, your hands feel so nice. Juvia cooed. Can you please not cry out like that? People are gonna get the wrong idea. Gray shouted. Totemaru, who was simply lying on his back underneath an umbrella and trying to read Sorcerer Weekly regarding an interview from the newly appointed wizard saint, Princess Hiswai, took off his sunglasses and stared at Gray. Oi, can you keep it down? He yelled over to him. I'm trying to read here. Groaning in annoyance, he laid back down as he tried to find where he left off on his magazine. Maybe coming here had been a bad idea. He was all for getting a little relaxation, but considering his present company, there was little doubt in his mind that things could go awry quite easily. Don't get him wrong, he had come to value his fairy tale comrades just as much as his old Phantom Lord ones, but they could be a bit much at times. I wanted to go on vacation to get away from the chaos, not deal with more of it. He was just about to turn his book to the next page when he heard the sound of his run umbrella ripping and felt something hit him hard on the top of his head. Gah! He cried out before he turned around to see just what had hit him. It was a volleyball, the large ball having torn a large hole in his umbrella. Hey, who's the wise guy throwing this thing as hard as a cannonball? He demanded. Sorry. He heard Natsu called off in the distance as he looked over to see where his ball had landed. Hey, any chance you can throw it back? I'm just about to become the volleyball champion. The Dragon Slayer asked. Totemaru's right eye began to twitch in rage, the fire mage covering the ball with fire as he stood up and glared at Natsu. You want your stupid ball? Here, take it. He chucked the volleyball as hard as he could, hoping to knock his foolish guildmate down a peg or two. The ball hurtled over to Natsu, only for the Dragon Slayer to casually stop it, the pink-haired young man grinning as he saw the flames. "Oh sweet, a free meal. Thanks, buddy. I hate you." Totemaru muttered under his breath before he went back to reading. Oh yeah, coming here was a mistake. Totemaru thought. Looks like someone needs to cheer up a bit, Bambietta said to herself as she watched the commotion. That does make me wonder what Urza, Ulquiorra, and Levi are up to though. Luckily for her, they were within eyesight, Levi wearing a red and white striped bikini, and the Aaron Carr wearing a white t-shirt and some black shorts, and making a sand castle? Bambietta's jaw dropped then as she felt her shoulders slump from the shock as well. While she was much more willing to believe the Aaron Carr was trying to recover his lost humanity than Candace was, even she was having a hard time believing what her eyes were telling her. I am not seeing this. Espada number 4, the number that literally stands for death, with the emotional output of a piece of wood, is making a fucking sand castle? Seriously? Ulquiorra could scarcely believe that he was doing this himself. When Levi had told him that she had something new that he had never tried before, the Aaron Carr was intrigued enough to follow along. However, as they had continued to build their castle, he found himself stopping, the pale-skinned man just finishing up one of the castle's large towers as he did so. I don't understand. What is the purpose of this castle made of sand? It's far too small for anyone to make use out of, and even if it weren't, sand lacks the stability needed to provide for a solid foundation. Not to mention the fact that the nearby seawater would eventually cause it to collapse when the tide time comes in. So why bother to make something if it won't be around for a significant length of time? The point is that it's spontaneous fun. Levi offered up. It doesn't need to offer up any more purpose than giving you something fun to do for a little while. And sometimes there's beauty in something that doesn't last. Beauty, in something that doesn't last, you say? He said as he looked back at the sand castle before he looked back to her. And spontaneous fun. I suppose it's something I best experience with my own hands. The two quickly went back to work, the Aaron Carr more than likely taking this simple task far too seriously if someone else had asked Bambietta. Boy Levi, you sure got your work cut out for you, huh? Bambietta said before she smiled slightly. Then again, I'd know that better than anyone else. That at least covered Levi and Ulquiorra, but that still left Bambietta with the mystery of what Urza was up to. Still, she could go look for her. Quickly took Wendy's hand before she smiled. Come on, let's go find us a snow cone stand. Fortunately for Bambietta, finding the snow cone stand and Urza went hand in hand, the red-headed swordswomen currently engaged in a watermelon slicing contest right next to where the snow cones were being served. The S-class wizard had her eyes closed, her hands gripping her wooden sword tightly before she let out a mighty shout and swung her weapon downwards, the watermelon cleaving in two with a clean cut. Unbelievable! The judge of the contest yelled out. The final contestant, Urza Scarlet, has just performed the best watermelon cut I've ever seen. I think it's safe to say we have our winner here, folks. The crowd that had assembled seemed to agree, Urza's fellow beachgoers shouting out her name as the judge handed over a small blue ribbon to Urza. I must say, I don't know if anyone will ever be able to achieve what you just did. I'm sure that one day someone will be capable of surpassing my skill. Urza humbly spoke. There are plenty of powerful swordsmen out there. I'm confident that if I were to slack on my training, I'd be left behind. But it is for that very reason that I must keep in shape. To make sure that I can protect everyone. The scarlet-haired mage thought before she smiled as she took the ribbon. Regardless, I'll be sure to treasure this ribbon alongside my other valuables. Bambietta couldn't help but smile either as she watched. That's Urza for you. Scary impressive in 1 minute, humble the next. Bambietta had to admit it, if there was any woman that she had ever felt envious of, it was Urza. With the exception of Laxus, everyone else in the guild she had met seemed both fear and respect Urza. It was easy to see why. Both her skill as a warrior and natural beauty was practically unmatched within the guild. Sure, Bambietta had been widely respected back in the Vandenreach for the very same reasons, but the level of respect Urza had felt more genuine. With the exception of Candace, Liltato, Meninas, and even that traitor Giselle, almost everyone else at the Vandenreach had viewed her as either competition for Waiwaka's approval, a superior officer to lust after and fear, or a subordinate to use for their own ambition. Perhaps Besby was another person she could have considered a friend, aside from the small clique of powerful female Quincy she had amassed, but that was it. It was a dog-eat-dog world in the Vandenreach, and her own failure had made it clear that all that respect she had was superficial when it came to everyone else. She was respected solely for her strength and beauty, nothing more. The moment she had lost, everyone else had cast her aside. However, Bambietta had the feeling that even if Urza wasn't one of the top dogs in the guild, she would still have a good deal of her respect intact. It wouldn't have been just for her good looks though. Bambietta was quite sure it would be for Urza's kind heart and ability to never give up. To inspire hope in others when things looked grim. To be that person you could go to with your troubles and lend an ear, to give words of encouragement. The love and admiration Urza had received from the guild were more than well earned, and if she were ever in trouble, Bambietta knew the entire guild would be there for her, no matter what. As would Bambietta herself. After all that Urza had done for her, it was the least the Quincy could do to return the favor. After returning with snow cones, Bambietta and her group of friends had hung out at the beach for another 2 hours before Lucy had decided she had enough fun in the sun and wanted to return to her room to relax. Bambietta was more than willing to join her. The last thing the Quincy wanted was to end up with some kind of sunburn. With Wendy and Rukia wanting to try out the amusement park before it was too late, the two had set off to enjoy themselves. Bambietta had admittedly wanted to try out the park for herself, but that could always wait for later. They did have several days to enjoy themselves at the resort after all. However, Bambietta was dealing with a problem of her own. As the Quincy followed her bikini-clad girlfriend back to their hotel room, Bambietta couldn't help but find her eyes glued to Lucy's ass, her swimsuit clinging to it and make it stand out much more than usual. While Bambietta had gotten much better at controlling her urges, seeing something in front of her like this got her heart racing. Damn that bikini clinging to her so tightly. Bambietta thought. Thankfully, their room was within sight. Lucy turned to look over her shoulder as they approached the door. As she fumbled for the key to the room, she looked back and noticed Bambietta almost immediately turning her head to look to the side. Something the matter? Well it's just Bambietta stammered, struggling to figure out what to say. She quickly came to realize though that her girlfriend knew her well enough, and decided to be truthful. After all, trust was a necessity for a couple to last. Still, it would be best to not be crass about the subject. Lucy deserved more respect than that. Bambietta finally looked Lucy in the eye and blushed before she spoke. You look great. She gave the blonde a smile before continuing. No, better than great, you're beautiful. Oh. Lucy blushed a little. She unlocked the door, opening it as she turned to look inside. She was not used to Bambietta being so forward, less in the overly lewd way but rather more of a charming sort of way, and quickly stepped in. It was all she could do to keep from making a squeak of emotional excitement. Bambi's getting better at this. Well, I was just able to get a better view and Bambietta stopped speaking then, the Quincy wanting to slap herself as they both walked inside. I think you get the idea. She quickly said. It was best she stopped herself before she ended up embarrassing herself. I'm just wondering what we should try doing next. I'm not sure. Lucy said. I mean, we could cuddle up here in the hotel room, but we could do that at home too, right? I guess we should be taking advantage of everything this place has to offer, but we need our quiet time together too. Well, you could tell me how that book of yours is coming along, Bambietta said as she began to get changed. I know you've asked Levy to constantly give you feedback, but maybe I could add a fresh take on things. You'd do that for me? Lucy perked up then, smiling a bit. A third set of eyes would be appreciated. Well, I mean, I got to admit, I've kinda been curious, Bambietta said as she finally put on her hat. I mean we've seen so many movies and plays together, that it's made me wonder what kind of story you've bothered to put together. Hell, whenever you're writing, it's almost like you're in a whole different world. Almost literally, Lucy said, pausing for a second. Heh. Maybe I should say literaturally. Lucy could see Bambietta staring at her, one eyebrow rising up. In response, Lucy's shoulders slumped. Hey, not all your puns land either. What? No, my puns are the bomb. Bambietta said, her fist raised in the air, only for her hand to slowly fall as she realized what she just said. Touché. Well, you're the bomb as far as I'm concerned at any rate, Lucy said, moving in with a hug as she giggled. It really means a lot to me that you want to know how my story's going. As for what it's about. Lucy sat down then on the edge of the bed, leaning back as she stretched, her arms up over her head. It didn't start that way, but I kinda ended up making it a bit of a comedy or a satire, Lucy began to say. It's about a wizard called Rena the Pink. She takes on missions for her guild, but only on the condition that there's a treasure to be claimed or a cool monster to vanquish. She's snarky and short-tempered and tends to blow up everything by the time her job request is complete. Lucy paused then and gave Bambietta a knowing look. Now that I say it out loud, I may owe you some royalties in the future. Well, I mean, considering our relationship, I don't think that's gonna be all that much of an issue, Bambietta said before she smiled. Honestly though, it means a lot to me that I kinda helped inspire something that you're so passionate about. You do tend to inspire my inner muse now and then, Lucy said as she leaned up against Bambietta's side then, her head resting on her shoulder. Still, despite the moment, she did giggle slightly. Once you iron off the rough edges, you're everything I'd look for in a story's main attraction. Courageous, daring, larger than life, and just the right kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty awesome, aren't I? Bambietta said. You got any other characters figured out? I sure do. A loyal knight, who's a bit on the dim side, a heroic white mage, who tends to go a bit too far when she tries to deal out justice, and a magic-wielding rock chimera, who's basically the only sane man of the group. They tend to bicker a lot, but they're actually all good friends. They're like one big happy family, just like fairy tale is. I see, Bambietta said as she nodded her head. Sounds like you got something good going there, but I think your group is missing something. Lucy stopped lying down on the bed then to look at Bambietta. Oh, what's that? Well, the best way to bring out more for your main character is to give her someone she's willing to do anything for, Bambietta said as she took Lucy's hand. Someone who can take care of all her weaknesses and bring out her best qualities. Someone smart. Someone who will be the voice of reason whenever she gets too full of herself or goes into things she really shouldn't. Someone who will be there to comfort her when she's hurting. Someone to love. Bambietta then leaned forward and kissed Lucy on the lips. Someone like you. Oh Bambi, that's really sweet, Lucy said as she blushed a bit. But, I don't think that's a good idea. At least, basing the romantic interest off myself anyways. I'm a little worried that someone might get the idea I'm just trying to glorify myself, and that's the last thing I want. Ah, that's a fair point, Bambietta told Lucy as she frowned. Some help I turned out to be. Lucy was quick to put a comforting hand on Bambietta's shoulder, giving her a kind smile. Don't look at it like that. Everything else you said makes some really good points. I think having a romance might help things out a bit. She then looked over at the nearby ocean through one of the windows, the sun slowly starting to set. To be honest, I always kinda wanted to have some romance in the book. I just wasn't sure I could pull it off is all. Bambietta smirked as she leaned closer to Lucy. Take it from me when I say the best way to learn is by making mistakes. As long as you're giving me and Levy an idea of how you're writing it, we can always keep improving your story anyways till it finally comes out. Lucy gave Bambietta a quick kiss on the cheek then. Yeah, that sounds right. Even the greatest writers all had to start somewhere. At least as long as I have you with me, I know you'll always catch me when I fall. Damn straight, Bambietta spoke as she laid back down on the bed. However, as she began to get comfy on the soft mattress, Bambietta noticed something on top of the small table next to her. A doll to be exact. You brought your doll on the trip? She asked. Lucy walked over to Gonzalez as she picked up her childhood toy. Look, this is gonna sound silly but I like to keep her around with me whenever I can. Something about her just makes me feel more at home is all. Bambietta wasn't sure what to say. If it was just a normal doll, she wouldn't have a care in the world. After all, that doll was one of the few keepsakes Lucy had of her mother, just like Bambietta's winged heart badge was from her own mom. But the fact that it could turn into a full bring is what complicated things. Lucy was more than capable of taking care of herself, Bambietta knew that much, but an out-of-control full-bring wasn't something that sat well with her. Full-bring powers could be particularly tricky. The incident with Tsukishima had given her more than enough proof in that regard. As long as it grows naturally and the progress isn't rushed, everything should turn out just fine. Rukia's words to her back then came to the forefront of her mind then, the Quincy's fears rapidly diminishing. I'm getting too worked up about this. I'm sure everything will be fine. Not like worrying about it is gonna do me any favors anyway. Bambietta thought. I guess you make a good point, Bambietta said as Lucy put down her childhood toy and lied down next to her. Anyways, I think I know what we can do after we snuggle for a bit. What's that? Lucy said, the blonde blushing slightly as she felt Bambietta press against her as her hands wrapped around Lucy's waist. Well, I know you were a little worried when I said I wanted to go gambling later tonight. I was thinking maybe it would be better if you came with me so I don't go too crazy with losing money. Besides, it could be fun. Lucy pondered for a moment, the young woman closing her eyes before she came to her decision. Well, it would be something new to try. Not to mention the fact that I heard everyone else was gonna check it out for themselves anyway. So I guess it wouldn't hurt to try out. Perfect, Bambietta exclaimed. I say when we're done here, we go get Urza. I'm sure she'd love to give it a try. Lucy wasn't so sure. Are you sure about that? She might get angry for indulging in such bad behavior or something. Bambietta grinned. I wouldn't worry too much about that. Urza might seem like the kind of woman that's all business, but I heard her talk to Candace about the casino on the ride over here and she sounded thrilled. I'm sure she'll love to come. Well, if you're sure, Lucy said before she closed her eyes, her head leaning on Bambietta's shoulders. But for now, I just want to rest. Bambietta smiled in understanding and soon joined her blonde lover in a comforting embrace. Bambietta preferred the more crazy and bombastic for her fun activities, but that didn't mean she couldn't enjoy something like this either. Out on a balcony of one of many Arcane Resort's hotel rooms was the famous Urza Scarlet. The wizard relaxing beneath the setting sun in a reclined chair. How long had it been since she had taken a moment to just sit back and relax like this? Aside from the hot springs, Met had volunteered to pay for after she and her fellow guildmates saved her life. Urza couldn't recall such a time. The guild had always come first, whenever it was out of her sense of obligation to protect her new family, or ensuring its own reckless members like Natsu, Elfman, and Grey didn't further tarnish Fairy Tail's reputation. She had to admit, however, that she had needed a moment to rest like this, without a single care in the world. Carrying all of that weight and responsibility had been more tiring to her than she realized when she had taken the role of Titania from her mentor Miphone. She didn't regret it in the slightest. The S-class wizard was proud of all she had been able to accomplish, but right now, this moment of rest was one she truly cherished. She let out a small yawn then as she felt the sun's warmth cover her bare skin. It was a comforting feeling, much like a warm blanket of sorts slowly covering her. She felt her eyes begin to close, and before she knew it, she was soon lulled into slumber. That had soon proven to be a mistake, however. Her dream had quickly turned into a nightmare, bringing back bitter memories of old. The times she had been brutally forced to work far beyond anything a child could have been expected to handle, the cruel punishments she and her friends were subjected to if they couldn't meet their new master's obscenely high standards, the many nights she had to go to bed hungry, to the friends she had lost, and the old man who had died to keep her safe. No. Though her voice was calm and controlled, Urza still bolted upright, the bitter memories of years gone by forcing her awake. She took a few deep breaths then, the scarlet-haired woman trying to come to terms with what just happened. Slowly, she looked down at her shaking hands as she tried to calm down. It was just a dream. She said to herself. I must have fallen asleep without realizing it. She hadn't had a nightmare about her past for quite some time. They had plagued her for about a year after leaving that accursed tower, but over time they had begun to fade. So why were they returning now of all times? If you tell me what's bothering you, I'll tell you a secret about me no one else in Fairy Tail knows, a dark secret I've tried my hardest to hide. Now it was starting to make sense. The conversation she and Lil Tato had about their respective pasts must have been what was bringing out these bitter memories. She couldn't figure what else could have triggered them. Yes, she had talked about her past briefly before, but the moment she had shared with the blonde Quincy had been quite personal. She slowly shook her head then as she got up from her chair. There was no point in trying to go back to sleep. Besides, the night was still young and plenty of fun left to be had. She slowly walked into her hotel room then before she paused before a full-body mirror, turning around to get a good look at herself, clad in only her bikini. In the past, she would have worn her armor any time where she had begun to feel even the slightest bit of fear. It was like her security blanket in a manner of speaking. But ever since she had her faithful battle with Miphone and she had discarded her armor to win, Urza had come to rely on it less and less. If this had been before then, she had no doubt she would have put it on just to feel safe. But now, she didn't have that desire. Yes, those memories were uncomfortable, but she was not the scared child she had used to be. She was Urza Scarlet, the most powerful female mage in all of Fairy Tail, capable of defeating any foe with her blade. Much to her dismay, however, she could still feel that small bit of fear within herself. She sighed then. No matter how much stronger one becomes, I suppose some fears never go away, do they? The powerful mage shook her head then as she assessed the situation. No, it wasn't just fear that she was experiencing. Here was something else than fear, something far worse in her mind. Even now, after all these years, I still can't forgive myself for leaving you all, can I? Urza began to shudder then as she remembered those who she had left behind. Sho, Wally, Milana, Simon, I'm so sorry. Here I am enjoying myself while I left you all to die in that accursed tower. Her fists clenched then as she thought about it, the suffering they no doubt had to endure for all those years coming to the forefront of her mind. I don't deserve any of this. In the end, I'm just. Urza's thoughts were interrupted as 3 loud knocks could be heard against her hotel room. Yo, Urza, you in there? Urza could tell it was Bambietta, the S-class wizard, having spent more than enough time with her to be quite familiar with her voice. I got something to ask you, Bambietta announced from the hallway. The Quincy knocking on the door once more. Hello. Bambi, be patient, Lucy told her, the wizard now wearing a sleeveless red dress exposing her back and long slender legs. She could be busy with something else for all we know. Urza quickly made her way to the door. She knew Bambietta had her moments of being needy, perhaps to a fault, but whatever she herself was going through, Urza was always willing to give a listen to those in her fairy tale family. It came with the territory of being Titania after all. Urza stopped then, her hand hovering over the door. She corrected herself then, feeling a moment of self-deprecation. I was too quick to judge. She may just want to hang out, though I don't know if I would make the best company right now. Bambietta was about to knock on the door once more before she stopped. Perhaps she was being a bit too forceful with how she was going about this. If you're busy, I can talk later. I just wanted to know if you wanted to hang out with me and Lucy for a bit is all. Urza lowered her head. Just as I thought, I was quick to judge. Urza shook her head and opened the door. No, I'm not busy at all, Lucy, Bambi. Bambietta. Urza's voice practically caught in her throat, the mage having been so distracted that she had faltered enough that she had cast aside her own self-inflicted formality and had used a nickname. Most people would have probably just brushed off the accidental slip of the choice of name Urza had just used, but not Bambietta. You didn't live for over 50 years and become the self-proclaimed leader of a group of female Quincy's and not learn how to pick up on some subtleties. Everything all right? Bambietta asked. Lucy's brow raised a bit in surprise as well. It did seem out of the ordinary for Urza to react like this. Perfectly fine, Urza tried to say calmly enough, though she was still a bit shaken. Absolutely wonderful. I take it you two are enjoying the vacation so far. Bambietta was not one to be so easily tricked, however. She could still hear a slight shake in Urza's voice, even if it was very subtle. Still, she probably doesn't want to talk about what's bothering her. Asking what's going on again might end up making her mad, and that's the last thing I want. Bambietta thought. Even so, she wanted to do all she could to help. If she got banged up in the process, so be it. It's been really fun, Bambietta said with a grin. It's the first time I've been to a beach. Got to say, I see the appeal. She then quickly looked back at Lucy then. How's about you go down first? I'm gonna talk with Urza about my training for a sec, okay? Lucy could tell that something was going on, but decided to play along. Sure thing. I'll try to get us a nice spot. She slowly made her way over to the elevator before she gave Bambietta one last look. I really hope you know what you're doing, Bambi. As the elevator doors closed with the beautiful blonde now gone, Bambietta turned to face Urza. Urza folded her arms across her chest. Is something bothering you, Bambietta? I'm more than willing to help in any way I dash. I don't think it's what's bothering me that matters right now, Bambietta said as she leaned against the open door frame. I'm more worried about what's bothering you. The only thing that could bother me is the trouble my friends may experience, Urza said simply enough. And even if something were to bother me and me alone, it would be my burden to bear. Urza took a deep breath. The one who takes the title of Titania bears the burden of those who carry the mark of fairy tale. It shouldn't ever go the other way, Bambietta. She's still hiding something. Bambietta thought as she looked at Urza, the Quincy staring at the S-class mage before she sighed. Okay, fine, you don't have to tell me what's really going on. We all have our little secrets, and I can respect that. She walked over to Urza then however and placed a hand on her shoulder. But you don't have to shoulder all that responsibility by yourself, you know. Me, Lil, and Candy, as well as everyone else who came with us, we're all willing to do what we can to ease that burden of yours. So if you ever need help, if something's too much for you to handle alone, you can always depend on us. It was weird to Bambietta, comforting Urza like this. Normally the situation was completely reversed, Urza having helped Bambietta out emotionally plenty of times in the past. But that only gave Bambietta all the more incentive to try to return the favor. Urza was unsure of how to react. For so long she had projected to all others nothing more than strength. Pure unbridled strength. Both in power and in character. It had been to give others someone to lean on, to find inspiration in, but that had only been half of it. There was a selfish part, a part that tried to keep others at arm's length. Despite not having the desire to wear armor all of the time physically anymore, emotionally was another matter. And yet, they kept moving in closer nonetheless. Natsu, Bambietta, Lil Tato, each of them kept inching forward as if trying to slip past the armor that guarded Urza's heart. She wished to remain guarded, but the dream had cracked that armor a little. And that was enough. Thank you, Bambietta Basterbine. Bambietta couldn't help but chuckle. No need to thank me, it's what I do. Now then, let's get going to the casino, shall we? She then paused as she noticed Urza was still only wearing her bikini. After you get changed, I mean. Oh, this. Urza said as she looked down at her current clothing or lack thereof. This is a simple enough matter. Urza's entire body glowed for but a moment, and as the light faded, Bambietta could now see Urza's hair was now done up in a bun and was wearing opera gloves and a purple sleeveless dress with roses covering its entirety, and revealed her legs like Lucis had. Well, how do I look? Urza asked the Quincy. With an intense blush, Bambietta looked away, not wanting Urza to see her face turning red like a tomato. Perfect, totally fine. She stammered before quickly adding. Anyways, let's not keep Lucy waiting. The sooner she was with Lucy, the sooner her eyes could wander on something she wouldn't feel guilty about. As Rukia and Wendy finished yet another ride at Arcane Resort's theme park, the Regai had to admit that she was having much more fun than she had originally anticipated. While she knew that the world of the living back in her old dimension had plenty of places like this, it was the first time she had ever gone to one and she could already see the appeal. It was such a shame that most of the wealth of the Godi was kept confined to only the Siridii and noble families while the rest of the Soul Society practically lived in poverty. She was briefly reminded of why she had chosen to fight for Cage Rosa in the first place as these thoughts came to her head, but she quickly pushed them away. That was in the past, and she had a new life now. A new family. It was getting late, however, and the sun was already slowly starting to set. Rukia had wanted to take the small dragon slayer back to their room before it was too dark, but Wendy had insisted on one more ride. Unable to find it in herself to deny the mage, she had accepted. However, just as the two of them were about to make their way over to their last ride, Rukia caught something out of the corner of her eye. Out in the beach, she could see Totomaru, far from anyone else, swinging his sword in a style that seemed familiar to her. Her curiosity piqued, Rukia looked over to Wendy. "Wendy, I need to check something out real quick. It'll only take me about 5 minutes. Could you please wait here while I check it out?" "Sure, I can wait for a little," Wendy replied in her usual chipper tone. With her approval, Rukia used Shunpo to appear near Totomaru as he took another swing of his blade. She could tell from how much he was sweating that the fire mage must have been at it for well over 20 minutes. "You know, I was under the impression that people went on vacations to relax," Rukia said as she approached him. "Yet here you are training on the beach." "I can't afford to get too comfortable," Totomaru said as he took another swing with his blade. "I don't want to risk getting rusty for even a minute. I have no doubt in my mind that my sensei would feel the same." "Was he the one who taught you how to use that sword?" Rukia asked. "He was," Totomaru replied as he swept his brow. "Out of all the people I've ever met, I've yet to encounter anyone stronger than him. I don't believe even Master Makarov or Jose could hold a candle to him." "Really?" Rukia responded with shock. "How on earth did you meet someone like that?" Totomaru glanced at Rukia then, before he finally stopped swinging his sword. "It was over 10 years ago. I used to live on the outskirts of Fiori with my family back then. It was a small town, but it was peaceful. But, one day a silver lenal came to our town and destroyed everything in its sight. The local guild tried to kill it, but they were completely wiped out. But before the creature was about to claim my life next, my sensei had arrived. With one mere swing of his sword, he slew the monster and saved us all. Soon after, I became his pupil and the rest is history." "Your parents must have been very proud of you," Rukia told him. "You've become a very powerful mage." Totomaru shook his head. "I wouldn't know, they were among the ones killed when the beast ravaged my village." Rukia couldn't help but feel guilty for dragging up such painful memories of the past. "I'm sorry for your loss. It must have been hard." "It was," Totomaru admitted. "But I've moved on from that pain. My sensei helped me realize that there was much more to life than the pains of the past. That with the power I had a responsibility to use it wisely. When I joined Phantom Lord, I was so sure I had done just that, but I almost aided Jose with the destruction of Fairy Tail. For a while I thought I was in the right, that my master would never steer us wrong, but I was mistaken. I was so ashamed of what I almost contributed to I almost wanted to stop being a mage altogether. But, someone in the guild told me that was a mistake, and thanks to her, I've decided to stay. Now that I'm in Fairy Tail, I'll never make that mistake again." "I'm sure you won't," Rukia told him. "I had a friend once who felt the same as you did. I was apprehended by him and my elder brother for a crime I had committed in order to save a family. They were both so sure that they were doing the right thing. In fact, even I agreed with the decision. But it soon turned out that we were all being used in the schemes of a madman who wanted to rise to the top. But we've all reconciled since, and have made strides to move forward." "Well, I'm glad that you were able to work things out," Totomaru said as he then prepared to take another stance. "Now if you'll excuse me, I want to finish my practice for the day." With a bow, Rukia had left her comrade on the beach to continue his sword training. However, she had seen more than enough to realize just what about it felt so familiar. "There's no doubt about it," the Rigai thought as she made her way over to Wendy. "That sword style of his was the same as the one taught at Shino Academy. And that sword of his, I'm pretty sure that was an Asachi. Just who trained you, Totomaru?" As it was to be expected, the casino was extremely crowded. The loud noises of slot machines, cheerful glees, and frustrated yells filled the air. Like the beach she had experienced hours prior, this was the first time Bambietta Basterbine had ever experienced such a place. Colorful lights and people abound, Bambietta's eyes couldn't help but look around in wonder. "Man, this place sure is something," she commented. Lucy nodded her head in agreement. "You could say that again, I wasn't expecting it to be so big." "It should come as no surprise," Urza said as she walked forward. Akane Resort has always prided itself in being the best tourist attraction in all of Fiori. Naturally it must use all of its resources to emerge on top of the commerce battlefield. Someone's taking this a wee bit too seriously, Bambietta thought. Still, she could see from the glimmer in Urza's eyes that she was excited. Well, as long as she's having fun, who am I to stop her? Bambietta wasn't the only Quincy immersing herself in the casino's atmosphere though. Candace grinned as the roulette table she and Jade were playing at stopped, the ball landing on the number she had chosen. Fuck yeah, that's a good 1,500 jewel right there, Candace exclaimed as she took her winnings. Are you going to play again? Jade asked. Her green-haired companion had been lucky enough to keep on winning more money than she lost for the past hour or so. As it stood, the two of them had managed to win a grand total of 8,000 jewel with their combined efforts. While Jade had been inclined to try her illusion magic on some of the matches they lost, she decided against it. There was no telling whenever Urza could show up and see what they were doing. She had been on the receiving end of Urza's wrath only once when they first met, and that was enough for her. Still, she was getting a little worried Candace was letting all of these victories get to her head. No one's luck lasted forever. Nah, I think we're good for tonight, Candace said. Really? You're gonna stop just like that? Jade asked, surprised by Candace's decision. She thought she would have to strong-arm Candace into leaving before they lost all their money. Candace smirked before answering. Here's the thing about gambling, the house will always win if you try to rob it. If you're in a rut, don't push. Pull. That's how they get ya. And if you win big, walk away. Well, I'm just glad you already know that, Jade said before she let out a sigh of relief. I was not looking forward to losing all this cash. Oh come on, what kind of an idiot do you take me for? Candace responded. Not wanting to give an answer that could result in a slight shock, Jade pointed over to a nearby service bar. Hey, let's go get some drinks, I think I say Gray and Juiva over there anyways. Now you're talking my language, Candace said as the two waltzed on over. True to Jade's word, Gray and Juvia were indeed sitting together at the bar, the couple smiling as they shared a drink. For Gray, having a relationship with Juiva was an experience like none he had ever had before. For most of his life, the only women he had ever interacted with were those he saw as part of his family, be it his mentor or the other members of his guild. Juvia was the first woman that he had interacted with more than once who had an interest in him that went beyond that of the bonds of his guild. She loved him, and while her attempts of showing that love still could go over the top from time to time, he had to admit, by and large, he actually really enjoyed her company. She was a great cook for one and incredibly loyal and supportive to boot, and overall, was a fairly kind person. Not to mention a very dependable ally in battle. He gave her a smile then as he finished one of his drinks. Man, they weren't kidding when they said this place was amazing. Juvia, on the other hand, had been in heaven ever since she had arrived with Gray. While he had sometimes pushed her away whenever she got too clingy, spending time with her beloved was always something she could enjoy. She shot him a smile of her own then as she looked around. I agree, it's a perfect place for a nice getaway. I think we should come here again in the future. Now that's an idea I can drink to, Gray said as he took another slip, Juvia blushing slightly as her mind went wild with possibilities of the future. It's decided then, we'll come back here for our honeymoon. On the other end of the casino, Natsu, Happy, and Lil Tato were currently trying their luck on a giant lotto ball machine, Natsu frantically pressing his number of choice as it went to work. 17, come on. He yelled out. Don't be mean 17. Happy was quick to add. Lil Tato watched on, one of her eyebrows raising as Natsu eagerly awaited for his number. Who would have thought Natsu would be into gambling? The petite woman thought. Normally, she wouldn't have bothered with such an activity, the Quincy knowing that anything that relied too much on luck was something that ought to be avoided. It was just a waste of money in her eyes. However, she did still have her own reasoning for sticking around. Better make sure the knucklehead doesn't blow all of his money away. She may have loved him, but Lil Tato knew Natsu wasn't exactly the brightest mage, and knowing just how reckless the Dragon Slayer could be, him losing all of his money was a very real possibility. The numbers soon popped up, and at first, they all seemed to be what he was looking for. 2 of the 5 numbers needed showing 17, only for the other 3 balls to show 6, 217, and 219, much to Natsu's shame. He pounded his hands against the machine in frustration then. "Hey, what's the big idea?" Natsu yelled out. "Curse you 17. Happy yelled soon after. Lil Tato could only sigh as she watched on and slowly approached the 2 of them. "Hey, let's not go breaking the machine now. I don't think you want to lose any more cash than you already have." "Yes, sir, please don't hit the machine," one of the casino employees asked. "But it acted like it was gonna give me my number," Natsu yelled back. "It's not fair." "Natsu, please," Lil Tato spoke. "I'd really rather not see you be kicked out of here on the first night on everyone's vacation. Yeah, listen to your friend and cool your jets, boy." The 3 of them turned around, and nothing could have prepared them for what they saw. It was a man, sitting in a chair wearing a blue suit, red tie, and black oval-shaped sunglasses. All of that was normal enough, but his face, it looked like it was made out of blocks, as his chin, ears, and cheeks were entirely square. Lil Tato could only just stare at the man as her jaw dropped slightly. "Okay, I know this is gonna sound hypocritical given I have a mouth that can stretch out and eat anything, but that's just weird." She could tell Natsu and Happy were just as surprised as she was. Their jaws also dropped in surprise. "Now, either play nice like the rest of the grown UPS or hit the bricks, you get me?" the man stated. "You can relax, I won't let it happen again," Lil Tato said. "I promise." "With all due respect, little lady, I don't know if I can just take your word for it," the man said before he looked at Natsu. "Now, I'm gonna give you some friendly advice, pal. In life, you got one of 2 paths to take." "The heck are you talking about?" Before Natsu could finish, however, the man glowed and suddenly Natsu's hands were encased in 2 giant circular orbs composed of blocks, pinning him against the machine. All the while the strange man's body was now floating, his lower half now missing, no doubt behind what was used to hold Natsu still. "Hey, what's your deal?" Natsu demanded. "You can either live a dandy life the man spoke as he pointed his right hand Natsu, the arm glowing for a brief second before it took on the appearance of a gun barrel, a laser sight now appearing on Natsu's forehead. "Or you can die a jealous poser, you see." He fired a bullet from his arm, the projectile almost hitting Natsu, only for a white-gloved hand to snatch it midair. Lil Tato frowned then as she stared at the man responsible, her hand dropping the bullet to the floor. "You just ruined the wrong person's vacation." "Oh," the strange-looking man said. "You really think you can dash?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Lil Tato delivered a powerful right hook across the man's face after using Hirankyaku, causing him to fall to the floor as he gasped in pain. He slowly began to float back up in the air, only to be met by Lil Tato's intense stare as she slowly made her way over to him. "Just, who is the little lady?" "Okay, blockhead, I'm not exactly someone with the biggest temper. You want to do your tough guy act on some asshole, fine by me." She stopped then as her bow formed in her hand. "But if you try to hurt Natsu, you're gonna have a bad time." Her voice was mostly calm and controlled, but Natsu could hear a slight bit of anger in her voice and noticed her fists clenched with rage. The Dragon Slayer knew one thing for sure at this moment. This ain't gonna go well for poor blockhead. As Lil Tato's battle began to unfold, Ulquioricifer was currently sitting in front of a slot machine, the Aaron car staring blankly at the screen of the gambling machine as he focused on the task at hand. While building the sand castle had been a bit more interesting than he had expected, the notion of spontaneous fun being a new concept for him to try to understand, this was something that he could truly focus his attention on. Back in Hueco Mundo, currency of any kind didn't exist. There was no point. It was an eat or be eaten world, where the weak died and the strong survived. But this world was different. Money was a necessity to obtain the basic functions of life, and with the power of the strongest wizards of the land unknown to him, stealing to survive or worse, was an unwise decision. His brief sparring match with Urza had at least proven that it would likely be more trouble than it was worth. Besides, he was aligned with Fairy Tail, and if there was one human trait he knew that he possessed it was loyalty. Thus, He had decided to spend the rest of the night trying to earn more than enough jewels to afford the basics of life for the foreseeable future. The results were evident, the errand car having obtained a large heap of coins by his chair, about 250,000 jewels worth in fact. While the machine may have proven difficult for the normal human to track, with his eyes and reaction speed the continuing changing symbols on the slot machine seemed to move as if they were in slow motion, the errand car constantly managing to score triple sevens with each. He was just about to try once more when he sensed Levy slowly approaching. "Is something the matter?" he asked her without looking away from the slot machine. "No, nothing's wrong," Levy said as she came in close. "I'm glad to see you having fun, but you've been at that machine an awfully long time. I just hope you're not getting addicted is all." "Addicted? What nonsense!" Ulquiorra said as he tried the machine once more, pulling up a 7, and another 7, and a 6. His eyes widened as he looked closer at the screen. "I don't understand. I'm positive that I pushed at the exact precise moment." Levy put a hand down on Ulquiorra's own as it lay atop the lever. She was about to say something in regards to his losing, perhaps again, but then she noticed the amount of jewel he had in his possession, a clear sign of a winning streak. Did I distract you?" "Perhaps," he said. "But it matters not. I'll simply need to dash." He stopped mid-sentence then as the surrounding area began to suddenly turn pitch black, even the lights from the slot machines fading into complete and total darkness. A power outage? The errand car thought before he could sense something coming from the encroaching darkness. "No, this is, stay close to me," he ordered Levy. Levy did just that, slipping behind Ulquiorra even as he stood up. Though she wrote a simple word in the air beside him, light. The 5 letters cut through the darkness as best they could and at least provides some light. However, slowly, even Levy's words, bright as they were, soon faded, completely obscured into darkness. "What?" Levy gasped. "What kind of magic is this?" "It's magic of the dark lineage, dark moment." A masculine voice called out to the two of them. "I don't wish you cause you any harm, but I need you to tell me something very important. Listen, and you won't be harmed." "And just what is your demand?" the errand car asked. "I want one thing, and one thing only." The voice called out to them. "Tell me, where is Urza Scarlet?" "What?" Levy had been more than a little concerned over the situation, though hearing that question relieved her to an extent. "You've got to be out of your mind to come after Urza. Do you know where she is?" the voice demanded. "I see no reason as to why we need to heed your request," the errand car was quick to say. The man sighed within the inner darkness. So he would have to use force after all? So be it. Things were quickly getting out of control, but now wasn't the time to enact his plan against Jalal, not yet. For now, he still had a role to play. "I'm sorry I have to hurt your friends Urza, but they've left me no choice." While he was sure he stood no chance in a straight-on battle, with his power knocking them unconscious with a sneak attack would be easy enough. He moved quickly through the shadows with his magic, appearing behind the 2 unsuspecting fairy tale wizards as his right hand was covered in dark magic. He punched as hard as he could, his fist just about to make contact with the back of Levy's head. But it was not to be. The man's metal fist momentum was put to a full stop, a white hand grabbing it with ease as the errand car slowly turned his head to face the man responsible. "So, you think the darkness is your ally? You've merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, raised in it. I have spent hundreds of years of my life facing far more powerful beings than you in endless darkness. The shadows betray you because they belong to me." Ulquiorra casually threw the man then into a nearby slot machine, the darkness fading as he could now finally see what his assailant truly looked like. He was a taller, muscular man with black hair and a single black eye, the other covered by an eye patch and a metal jaw, wearing a white cloth atop his head and a one-sleeved green shirt and black pants. He slowly got up to his feet then, his single eye wide in shock. "That's impossible, no one has ever managed to block one of my attacks before. So what will you do now?" Ulquiorra said as he slowly walked over to the man. "Will you concede defeat and attempt to escape? Or will you foolishly continue to resist?" The metal-jawed, one-eyed man continued to stare at Ulquiorra in terror, the Aaron car continuing his slow approach. He slowly got up to his feet and took a gulp in fear. This guy, he's far more than anything we anticipated. Urza, just what kind of teammates did you make? One thing was for certain. Things were not going according to plan. Around the same time, Ulquiorra was beginning to deal with his own problem, as well as Lil Tato, Bambietta, Lucy, and Urza had found a poker table to enjoy themselves at. It was decided that Urza and Bambietta would take turns as each game ended, but as Bambietta watched on, it was becoming quite clear that not only was a game of poker not at all like Yu-Gi-Oh like she had hoped it would be, but also that Urza was clearly an expert when it came to playing poker, as she laid down her current hand of cards at the table. Lucy couldn't help but agree. Oh wow, check it out, you totally got it straight. Urza closed her eyes then, the woman unable to stop herself from smiling. Looks like today is my lucky day. Yeah, you could say that again, Bambietta added in. Whatever problem had been bothering Urza had seemed to have disappeared entirely now. That suited Bambietta just fine, however. I'm glad she's managed to finally work things out. Seeing her like that earlier, it just felt wrong. Urza was supposed to be the unmovable pillar of the guild, the one everyone could rely on, the one that Bambietta could always count on if things turned sour. But that was all the more reason why she had to do what she could for the mighty S-class mage. Despite all of her power and will of steel, Urza was still only human. Just then, a dark-skinned, blonde-haired man with a small S tattoo on the bottom of his jaw, replaced their old dealer and began to shuffle the cards as Urza took a sip of her drink. I have a feeling this hot streak is just getting started, Urza spoke with confidence as she waited for her next game to begin. In that case, I got a special game for you folks tonight. The card dealer said as he began to deal out the cards to all the players. Urza looked down at the cards she had been given and her eyes widened as soon as she saw the cards that she had been dealt with, each one containing a single letter that spelled out the words death in large letters. And while we're at it, what do you say we raise the stakes a bit higher, sister? The card dealer spoke to Urza, his mouth forming into a sinister grin. Bambietta wasn't having any of it, however, her hand slamming down at the table as her eyes narrowed in anger. You got a lot of nerve saying that kinda shit to members of Fairy Tail, let alone the Queen of the Fairs, asshole. She slowly turned her head then as she looked over to Urza. You want to kick this guy's ass, or can I have the pleasure of dash? Bambietta's smack talk was short-lived however as soon as she saw Urza's face. Gone was the proud and confident Urza that Bambietta had come to rely on time and time again. Before her now was a woman with her eyes wide with shock, and jaw agape. What's going on with Urza? This isn't her just being surprised, Bambietta thought. This is personal. It can't be. Sho, is that you? Urza stammered, speaking as if she were looking at a ghost. Her voice was shaky, and lacking in its usual sternness. Once more did Bambietta's stomach churn from seeing the woman she had grown to admire being put through such emotions. One thing was clear to Bambietta though. These two had a history and not a pleasant one at that. Ah, so you do remember me, Sho said as he creepily stared back at Urza. You know him? Lucy asked Urza. You're still alive? Urza asked him. Alive? Sho said as he leaned in closer. Why do you sound so surprised? Do you mean you expected me to just die in the tower? I mean dash. Urza's body was covered in sweat then, the powerful wizard left shaking in her dress as she continued to deal with the mysterious card dealer. You okay? Lucy asked with concern. This was the first time Lucy had ever seen Urza so worried. Not even the battle with Jose had left her this shaken. Bambietta however had seen enough. Leaning forward across the table, she gave Sho a powerful shove with her right hand, sending him back several feet as she dropped down on the other end of the table, her eyes glaring at him with anger. Okay fucker, I don't know what you and Urza went through in the past, and I don't give a damn what happened. What I do give a damn about is that you're clearly upsetting one of my closest friends, and there's no way in hell I'm gonna just sit here and let you get away with it. So how's about you get on out of here and fuck off, or else you'll be lucky to get out of this with just a broken nose and a pair of black eyes. The only reason she was even giving this asshole a warning and hadn't already commenced with a one-sided beating was to avoid paying an absurd fee to repair the casino. But if push came to shove, she wouldn't hesitate to knock Sho's lights out, regardless of the cost. No one messes with Urza like this and gets away with it. Bambietta thought as she clenched her teeth. She was rearing to go, and like a vicious animal, the only thing holding her back was a metaphorical collar and leash. "Oh, you really think you can manage it?" Sho asked with a grin. "Oh, I know I can," Bambietta said as she formed her sword into her right hand. "You're fighting way outside of your weight class, boy." "Bambietta, that's enough," Urza shouted at her before slowly looking down in sadness. "Please, he's an old friend." "Old friend?" Bambietta said as she looked over at Urza, surprised that she was willing to stand up for the man before her. "You call this an old friend? Jesus, I'd hate to see what you consider an ex-boyfriend." She shook her head. "Look, whatever past you two had, it's no excuse for him freaking you out the way he has." Before she could say anything, however, the lights went out, covering the casino in darkness. "Hey, what gives?" Bambietta shouted. The darkness quickly faded, but as Bambietta got a better look at her surroundings, she could see that the crowd that had gathered around their table, as well as their other players and Sho, had completely vanished. "What the hell?" Bambietta called out. "Where did everyone go?" "We're right over here." Turning around behind them, Bambietta, Lucy and Urza could see Sho, slowly dropping his cards from his hands as he once again stared at them with a creepy expression, his eyes wide with a manic smile. However, it wasn't the act of him dropping the cards that were intimidating, but rather what was now being heard from the cards. It almost sounded as if people were crying out for help from the cards, and as Bambietta got a closer look, it appeared that was just the case. Everyone else that had been at the table was now seemingly trapped inside of the playing cards, the resort guests frantically screaming and pounding against the cards that they were trapped within. "Cool huh?" Urza's old friend stated as he held a card close to his head, the customer inside demanding to be let free. "You've learned magic?" Urza gasped out before she shook her head. "Please, release them right now, they have nothing to do with this." "Oh, I don't think I will," Sho said as he shook his head. "You're not the only one with special powers anymore. Who even taught you to use magic?" Urza demanded. "Meow." Suddenly, a pink magical circle appeared underneath Lucy, and before Bambietta could do anything, her girlfriend was constricted by long orange rope, the blonde gasping out in pain as her body was tightly bound. "Bambi, help! Damn it!" Bambietta cried out as she looked at Lucy. "I was so focused on this poser that I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings." If the Quincy was mad before, she was downright furious now. She was quick to turn around then and point her sword at the newest arrival. It was a woman now sitting on top of the poker table behind Lucy with medium light brown hair that had a small portion of it down up in cat ears, 4 red whiskers like tattoos, wearing a yellow jacket, pink dress, and white leggings. Bambietta growled in anger. With Lucy now bound by some strange magic, acting rashly could cost her dearly. For all Bambietta knew, the woman before her could simply tighten Lucy's bonds so tight that she would snap like a twig. She had to be very careful with how she went about this, try as she might. However, her anger was too much to control in regard to her next choice of words. "I am going to give you 5 seconds before I decided to cut off more than just that stupid haircut of yours. I'm thinking of starting with your damn legs." "Oh, that's not very nice," the strange Catwoman said as she slightly pouted. "Of course not, that's my fucking girlfriend you have tied up," Bambietta screamed. "I'm the only one who should be allowed to do that," she thought angrily. "Let her go," Urza demanded. The woman simply shrugged her shoulders with her eyes closed, acting without a care in the world. "Well, aren't you all rosy?" she said before opening her eyes. "It's been a while Urzy-wurzy." Urza blinked for a moment before she was hit with the realization of who this woman was. "Miliana, you can use magic too." She then shook her head. That wasn't what mattered right now. "Please, you have to let them go." "It's okay, she's a friend of mine." Miliana stuck out her tongue then as she winked one of her eyes. "Meow, a friend huh? We used to be friends of yours too, remember?" "Good friends," Sho said. I do." Urza responded in a melancholy tone. "We were so close, Sho said as he got closer to Urza. That is until you decided to betray us. Urza looked down in shame then, her entire body now visibly shaking as she clutched one of her arms. Bambietta couldn't believe what she was hearing. Urza had betrayed her friends. Urza, the woman she had idolized? Urza, the woman she had trained with almost every single day with? Urza, the one who had saved her life almost a year ago? Urza, the one who had put her life on the line when Jose had threatened to destroy all of Magnolia for Lucy's sake? Urza, the woman who had always had faith in Bambietta whenever she had faltered? Bambietta's fists clenched in fury as she looked at Urza's former friends. No. I refuse to believe it. The Quincy thought. Her fists stopped shaking in rage then, the Quincy trying to keep herself in check before she finally spoke. You're wrong. What did you say? Sho asked as he turned around to look at Bambietta with anger. I'm saying you're full of bullshit. Bambietta yelled back. This right here is Titania Urza, the queen of fairy tale. Do you think she earned those titles by being someone who would betray her friends? If you do, then I doubt you were ever real friends to her in the first place. She'd stick up for anyone, fairy tale or not. I mean, she stuck up for me when no one else would. When a whole world wrote me off. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. So don't you dare go saying she's a traitor. I bet you people don't even know what it's like to be backstabbed by a friend. To truly have them screw you over. But I do, and let me tell you, Urza would never do something like that. Bambi. Urza was slightly surprised to hear Bambietta coming to her defense so quickly. The scarlet-haired mage had assumed that such a revelation would have shattered the Quincy's resolve due to the betrayal she had endured from her own friends. Urza knew better than almost anyone else in fairy tale much that experience had traumatized Bambietta. For the Quincy to still defend her despite all that, it brought slight tears of joy to Urza's eyes, bringing her comfort when she needed it most. What the hell do you know? Sho shouted at Bambietta. You weren't there when she left us all to die to save her own skin. How could you possibly know what you're talking about? You're right, I wasn't there for any of that, Bambietta told Sho. But I've seen enough of her to know the kind of woman Urza is. Even if by some chance that's the kind of person she was, that's not who she is now. Bambietta then smiled as she looked at Urza. Because Urza is my inspiration. I've heard enough. Sho shouted before he tossed one of his cards at the Quincy, the brunette now sealed within the playing card. Sho grinned then as he slowly walked over to Urza. Now that we have that eyesore out of the picture, I think it's time we take care of business. Bambietta, on her side of things, could only watch from within her card as Sho slowly walked over to Urza. Bambietta clenched her fists once more as her mind filled with rage. Damn these bastards, if it weren't for them taking Lucy as a hostage, I would have kicked their asses no problem. Now I'm stuck in this damn card for God knows how long. Attempting to break free was far from an impossibility, but what would she do then? Lucy was still in danger, and going in without a plan was far too risky. She was about to curse when she noticed two people off in the distance from her card prison. Two people who were more than capable of saving Lucy if given the right opportunity. All they needed was a distraction. Fortunately for Bambietta, she had the perfect idea in mind. Sho was only a few feet away from Urza as Lucy watched on in horror in her tight bondage. Her girlfriend and the best chance of getting out of this mess was now trapped inside of a playing card, and Lucy had no idea how long she would remain trapped. A few minutes, an hour? Forever? Each thought only brought her more despair as she looked at Urza, the woman she, much like Bambietta, had also looked up to, not making a single attempt to stop what was going on. She was clearly in shock and not in her right mind. But even so, Lucy had to try something. Urza, I know these guys are old friends of yours, but you have to dash. Lucy's words were caught in her mouth then, as the four wizards could hear a sinister chuckle coming from one of the playing cards. Hee 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 hee. Oh, you think something like this can hold me? That's cute. Lucy's eyes widened in surprise then. I know that voice from anywhere, that's definitely Bambi. But, what's she trying to do? Sho couldn't help but roll his eyes. As a matter of fact, I do. No one has ever managed to escape one of my cards before, and you're no exception. Bambietta couldn't help but grin within her card. There's a first time for everything, you know. But listen, because you're both old friends of Urza, I'm going to give you both just one last chance. Let my girlfriend go, and leave us alone, and I won't break every single bone in both of your bodies. Meow, she's clearly exaggerating, Sho. Miliana said as she stuck out her tongue. That's obvious, Sho said as he looked down at Bambietta's card. I can see now why you didn't play poker earlier, you're terrible at bluffing. Oh, am I really? Bambietta said as she flexed her arms down to where her elbows were now near her hips. In that case, I'll just have to go wild. Bambietta took a deep breath, and what followed was a scream that surprised everyone before her. Loud and intense, her yell began to reverberate throughout the entire casino, and it wasn't stopping. The ground shook then, the entire casino acting as if it were caught in the middle of a powerful earthquake. The floor tiles began to crack and shatter, and a powerful gust of wind began to come out from Bambietta's card. Lucy, Sho, and Milana were all blown back by the gale of wind, only Urza was able to stand her ground as Bambietta continued to scream. Urza's eyes widened in shock then as Bambietta's card slowly began to lift off from the ground. How powerful you have become, Bambietta Basterbine. The floor tiles began to levitate off the ground then, small sparks of lighting emitting around the card as nearby ceiling lights and slot machine monitors began to burst all around them from the immense power coming from Bambietta. The wind only continued to get more and more powerful then, and while Bambietta still did not cease at her attempts to break free, the card slowly beginning to rip as her wails continued. What on earth? Sho shouted as he tried to get to his feet. What the hell is she? That's Bambietta Basterbine. Lucy shouted at Sho as she smiled with pride. My beautiful, psychotic, and explosive girlfriend. And you've just pissed her off. This isn't real, this can't be real. Miliana screamed. Finally, the card erupted into a pillar of light, blinding everyone who was watching the special and forcing them to cover their eyes. As they began to slowly lower their hands from their eyes, the group of four saw none other than Bambietta Basterbine standing before them, a confident grin plastered all over her face. So, what was it you were saying about me bluffing? You're a monster. Sho shouted at Bambietta as she slowly made her way over to them. Only to those who piss me off, Bambietta said as her eyes wandered over to the bound Lucy. And you two have most certainly done that. But don't worry. Bambietta slowly looked over to Sho and Miliana as her smirk soon turned into one of her terrifying smiles. I fully intend on returning the favor. Tenfold. Don't even think about coming any closer. Miliana said as she stood over Lucy. Not unless you dash. Tsuji no mai, Hakuren. In less than a fraction of a second, the Catwoman was frozen solid, only her head remaining unfrozen. Hey! No fair! She cried out. Why you little dash! Sho began to get his cards ready, but before he could do anything it was too late, Bambietta having used Hiran Kyaku to close the distance before she punched Sho across the face, breaking his nose and causing blood to splatter all over the floor. He fell on his back and tried to get up, but Bambietta was already on top of his and slammed his head against the ground before she punched him again and again and again, and she had no intention of stopping anytime soon. Sho tried to push her off with his right hand, but Bambietta grabbed it with her own hand and was just about to break his arm, before her eyes caught sight of a saddened Urza. Bambietta slowly got off of him, the Quincy sighing as she did so. You have no idea how lucky you are that Urza doesn't want to see you guys get hurt, otherwise you would have a lot more than a broken nose to worry about. I'm glad you were able to show some self-restraint, Rukia said as she and Wendy walked over to them. For a second I thought I was gonna have to pull you off of him. Well, I guess I've chilled out since we fought over the giant rabbits, Bambietta said as she looked at Rukia. Thanks for the save, but how did you know I needed the help? I sensed several of our friends' spiritual pressure spike while we were enjoying the amusement park, so we figured we would investigate. It would appear we made the right choice, Rukia answered. You can say that again, Bambietta said before she looked over to Wendy. You can start healing this guy's nose. Something tells me Urza would like that fixed pronto. Wendy smiled as she knelt down next to Sho. You can count on me, Bambi. Her hands began to glow then, the Dragon Slayer doing what she could to repair the damage Bambietta had done. Urza let out a sigh of relief she hadn't known she had been holding in as Bambietta began to restrain her old friend as Wendy healed him. She may not have condoned their actions, but they were still people she cherished. Still, it was hard to believe that the people she was so close to many years ago could have ever turned out like this. No. It's not their fault. Urza thought as she watched on. Given their situation, it only makes sense that they would think that I betrayed them. She clenched her fists then as tears began to fall from her eyes. If I was just stronger, if I could have stopped Jelal from going mad, then none of this. Urza's thoughts were interrupted then as she felt a hand grasp her left hand. Turning her head down, she saw none other than Lil Tato, giving Urza a look of concern as she stared up at her. It's gonna be okay, Lil Tato said as she then moved in to hug Urza. I don't know what's going on right now, but I'm here for you. We all are. The only time Lil Tato had seen Urza remotely this upset was when she had told the Quincy about her as a slave on the ride over. But tears? This was the first time Lil Tato had seen Urza in such a state, and she was quite positive Natsu hadn't either, the Dragon Slayer staring in a mixture of confusion and anger as he watched Urza cry while he dragged the beaten blockhead behind him. Urza, not knowing what to do, could only respond by hugging the petite blonde woman. What had started as a fun getaway had quickly devolved into a bitter trip down memory lane. But even so, she was beyond grateful for the support she was given. Thank you, Lil Tato. Bambietta, meanwhile, was looking down at Lucy with a smile. As much as I do love seeing you tightly bound in that fancy dress of yours, I think you'd prefer not being slowly squeezed to death. With a quick slash of her sword, Lucy's ropes were soon cut, and the blonde was quick to give Bambietta a hug. I knew I could count on you, Lucy said before she gave Bambietta a quick kiss on the cheek. My knight in shining armor. Oh, I wouldn't thank me just yet, Bambietta said as she looked at the destroyed lights, tiles, and slot machines. Something tells me the damage I just did is gonna dig more into our budget than my little gambling spree ever was. Forget that, Lucy said as she closed her eyes and touched her forehead against Bambietta's. You did what you had to do. That's what matters. I see that you dealt with your own assailants as well. Bambietta and Lucy were quick to turn around then, Ulquiorra and Levy making their way over to the rest of them as he carried a man on his shoulders as if he were a sack of potatoes. You guys got attacked too. Natsu said as he tossed the block man atop of Sho before he quickly dusted his hands. And here I thought it was just my bad luck. Highly unlikely, Ulquiorra said as he was quick to toss his own opponent on top of the Sho and the block-headed man before quickly turning his head over to Urza. I believe that they all came here with the purpose of retrieving Urza Scarlet. Urza was about to respond until she recognized the other two people that Ulquiorra and Natsu had tossed away, the red-headed woman's eyes widening once more. It can't be, Wally? Simon. More old friends of yours? Bambietta asked, her eyebrow raised. Old friends. Lil Tato was quick to look up at Urza once again, though this time her face was one of confusion. Aw man, looks like we missed the party, Candace said as she and Jade slowly strode over, Gray, Juvia, and Totemra not far behind. Sensed some shit going on and thought it would be best if we checked it out. Yeah well, you just missed it, Bambietta said before she grinned. You should have seen it though, I was going all Dragon Ball Z on their asses. My, you really haven't changed a bit, have you, Miss Basterbine? Bambietta's eyes widened in surprise, the Quincy quickly recognizing the voice from her time in the Vandenreich. It was clear to Bambietta from Candace's and Lil Tato's reaction that they too recognized who the voice was from, but before they could do anything to sense where it was coming from, Urza was instantly trapped within what could be best described as a cage made out of reishi. Lil Tato was simultaneously pushed away from Urza, the cage seeming to exert a force powerful enough to force Lil Tato to let go. Urza! Lil Tato cried up as she quickly got to her feet. What? What is this? Having enough of her night being ruined, Urza quickly formed a sword in her hand and swung it hard at the energy cage, fully intending to break free from it, but it was not to be, the sword clashing harmlessly against the cage. Urza's eyes widened in surprise, the wizard not expecting the cage to be so durable. She was about to try once more with one of her stronger armors until Bambietta called out to her. "Don't bother trying to break out of it, Urza!" Bambietta yelled. "The damn thing is practically indestructible. It's better you try to save your magic for when I kick the ass of the one responsible." "Oh, is that really how you are going to speak to an old friend? I'm hurt, Miss Basterbine." Jumping down from the ceiling above, a man soon fell before them, landing on his feet with grace. He had short black hair and wore large round glasses with a red tint and golden frames, as well as a hat similar to Bambietta's, only this one still had the Van den Rijk symbol on it. His jacket was also like that of Bambietta's, and he wore white trousers and white boots. "Still, it seems Master Jelal was right to send in me and Death's Head Caucus to do the job properly." As he said this, 12 cloaked figures landed behind him, the appearance of each one completely obscured. "Death's Head Caucus?" Levi gasped. "But, they're one of the most dangerous assassination guild in all of Fiore." "Are you serious?" Lucy said before she took a gulp. "Why couldn't we have just had a normal vacation?" Lucy screamed internally. Lil Toto and Candace, however, were much more focused on the man in front of them. "Is that Dash?" Candace began to ask before Lil Toto interrupted. "Yeah, it's him all right. I'd recognize that Nazi-looking bastard from anywhere." Bambietta could only scoff at her old ally showing his face. "Yeah, well, you and your assassination guild can go and fuck off, Quill Jopi." Chapter 57, Casino Battle Royale. 10 minutes. Just a mere 10 minutes ago, Bambietta and her friends had been enjoying a well-deserved vacation at the famous Arcane Resort. A mere 10 minutes ago, she and her girlfriend were watching Urza play a fun game of poker, and enjoying their night out. Now, however, visitors from the past of not just Urza Scarlet, but also to Bambietta, Candace and Lilto had come to ruin their night. For Urza, it appeared to Bambietta that she had at least been on good terms with some of the newest arrivals. It was the only way to explain her lack of hostile action against the group that had been so hostile. However, whereas Urza's feelings of camaraderie held her back from lashing out, Bambietta had no such restrictions on the man before her. Quilge smirked, the Quincy getting a better look at his old comrades. "Miss Basterbine, Miss Catnip, and Miss Lampard? It truly has been too long." "Nowhere near long enough, Quilge," Bambietta said, the Quincy staring him dead in the eyes. "Oh? Is that really the first thing you're going to say to me after so long?" Quilge asked Bambietta. "We used to spar quite often back in Silburn. I recall you even enjoyed it." "That's because you were the only person who used a sword in the Van den Rijk that wouldn't have obliterated me and give me some sort of challenge," Bambietta answered. "Hatchwolf had too much on his schedule to consider sparing with little old me and would have properly handed my ass if he tried, and Gerard doesn't know the meaning of the word restraint. I used you because you were the most convenient. That's all." The Quincy scoffed then, her eyes glaring at him in contempt. "Truth be told, I've always thought you were a real piece of crap, with your damn survival of the fittest nonsense." "You're going to lecture me on my morality?" Quilge asked surprised. "You? The only who killed more of our fellow brethren than anyone else in the organization." "Oh, I was a monster, there's no denying that," Bambietta admitted with a shrug of her shoulders. "But you want to know the difference between you and me is right now? I know what I've done is wrong, and I'm going to spend the rest of my life making up for it. But you..." Bambietta spat at the ground then. "Given what you're doing right now, I'd say it's more than likely nothing's changed." "Such a pity," Quilge said before he looked over at Lil Toto and Candace. "And I suppose you're going to follow in your leader's footsteps." "Bambi's got nothing to do with my choice," Lil Toto told Quilge. "I knew you were a piece of shit the minute I learned you were a literal Nazi who supported the dictator with a terrible mustache. So you can just fuck off." "Wait, seriously?" Bambietta asked Lil Toto, her eyes widening. "I thought he just dressed the part. I didn't know he was an actual member of the Third Reich." "She speaks the truth," Quilge admitted. "I served the Fuhrer during the Second World War. Unfortunately, my Quincy abilities were underdeveloped, and I perished during the Battle of Stalingrad." The Quincy slowly shook his head before he spoke once more. Such a pity. If I had even a quarter of the strength that I possess now, the world of the living would likely be far more preferable than it turned out to be. That is fucked up. Candace yelled at Quilge. Listen, Squiggly, I lived my life after you bit the big one. I don't remember much from history class, but I do know that I could yank off your toenails one by one with pliers and it'd be about as morally complex as Duck Hunt. Bambietta couldn't help but raise one of her eyebrows at that. You mean like Dash? Yup, like the NES game, Candace answered. Heh, burn. Bambietta snicked to herself. Honestly, you three haven't changed a bit. One of the cloaked men said as he stood next to Quilge, though even though the cloak, one could tell that was quite large, almost 9 feet in height and was rather broad, twice as wide as the average man, though it was more from muscle than it was fat. It's a shame to strike down fellow Quincy's, but if you are going to stand in our way then so be it. The massive man removed his cloak then, revealing he was a large man with black hair that extended down into a chin-strap beard and grey eyes. Like Quilge, he also wore a variation of the Van den Rijke's uniform. Bambietta knew who the insanely muscular man was almost instantly. Driscoll Bercy, Lil Toto said as she walked over to Candace and Bambietta. Figures you of all people would join an assassination guild. But of course. Driscoll said with a savage grin as he pointed at himself. If I wish to become as strong as possible, it's only natural I join a profession that puts my powers to good use. He took a step forward then, clearly eager for battle. You three may have had the edge over me before, but things are different now. In the time I've been here, I've already killed over 200 mages. Bambietta could only roll her eyes in annoyance. That's a lot of big talk coming from a guy who was one of the first of us to die. You didn't even last 15 minutes in the first invasion. At least Quilge died holding off Ichigo Kurosaka for a few hours. The only claim to fame you have is killing a vice captain and 200 fodder. And that was when we were handing the Soul Reapers their ass. None of you guys made it into the second invasion where shit really hit the fan. I bet you they both would have died within the first 20 minutes, Lil Toto added. PFT, please 5 minutes maximum. Candace scoffed. Oh, do the rest of you honestly believe you would have fared better against Yamamoto? Driscoll asked them. Probably not, Lil Toto said with a shrug. But the difference is none of us would have been stupid enough to go challenge him as you did. You seriously thought you had a chance because you had his vice captain's Bankai? Bambietta asked him. How freaking stupid can you be? I never even bothered to use the one I stole because it wasn't our power to even begin with. I have heard enough of your insults. Driscoll shouted at them. The tables have turned this time around, for I have far more power at my disposal than you could possibly dream of. Bambietta grinned, giving an aura of outward confidence, but her thoughts were a different story. I'd like to say I could beat Driscoll no problem, but I don't know how much power he's had taken away from him from his summoning. Not that it matters much with that shrift of his. For all we know, he's back at full power, and if he is, this isn't gonna be a cakewalk. No doubt Lil Toto, and even Candace had similar thoughts. He may not have been the strongest of the Stern Ritter, but he was still strong enough to give most captains of the 13 court guard squads a challenge. I hope you three don't think you can win because of a mere advantage in numbers. One more cloaked figure said as he approached, removing his hood and cloak to reveal a dark-skinned man with black hair arranged into 5 fanned-out spiraling spikes. He wore a gold visor of sorts, covering his face above the nose, and wore a white shirt that stopped just above his belly and white baggy pants. The oddest thing of all, however, was his teeth. Some were white, while others were pitch black. Because we have just as many former Stern Ritter as you do, more so in fact. Bambietta gasped as soon as she recognized him and pointed in his direction. It's N-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-N-A Batman. N-A-N-A-N-A face faulted then before he got up, snarling with anger. How many times do I have to tell you, that's not my fucking name? As many times as I have to until you get a name that's not stupid as hell. Bambietta retorted. N-A-N-A-N-A looked at her with fury and appeared to strike before another hooded figure placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't her get to you, she's just trying to get a rise out of you so you won't think straight in a fight. The newest arrival was quick to remove his cloak, revealing a man with blonde hair shaved into 5 parts. Glasses adorned his face, as well as some strange leopard-spotted markings on the right side of his face. His uniform was all white, save for the yellow leopard-printed vest he wore. "You!" Candace yelled as she pointed at him just like Bambietta prior, before her hand dropped, and her face quickly went from shock to confusion. Who are you again?" The man sighed. "Figures you wouldn't remember me, so allow me to formally reintroduce myself." He formed several black diamond-shaped knives into his hand then as he smirked. "I am Shiz Domino, expert infiltrator and nigh invincible stern ritter." "I remember him," Lil Tato said. "He was one of Gremmy's creations. His shrift used to be V, the viability which allowed him to heal infinitely as long as he could absorb Reshi, but the bastard managed to make his own body over time with his shrift until he became his own being. His Majesty was so impressed he accepted him as a true Quincy and made him Stern Ritter S, the stigma." "Huh, didn't know we used German letters," Candace said with a shrug. "The more you know, I guess." "Oh, I remember now, you got blown to bits the minute Ichigo Kurosaka came rushing to the rescue." Bambietta yelled at him. "Great job you did holding him back, seriously fantastic." "That's impossible," Quilge spoke up. "No one can escape from the jail unless I dispel it. Even if I were to die, the cage would not vanish." "Sorry to say, but all you did was awaken Kurosaka's latent Quincy abilities," Lil Tato responded. "Thanks for that, by the way, that made fighting him so much more fun." It was clear from her tone that the petite woman was being sarcastic like Bambietta before her. "Wait, you mean to tell me Ichigo is part Quincy?" Rukia asked. The Regai never had any inkling this was the case. "He's practically part everything," Bambietta told her, quickly taking note of Rukia's confused look on her face. "It's a long story." "You know these guys, Bambi?" Lucy asked. Bambietta sighed. "You could say that. They're members of my old guild, so to speak. But unlike Urza's ordeal from earlier, I wouldn't begin to consider them old friends. They were acquaintances at best." "Well, so long as that's the case, Rukia spoke as she slowly drew her sword from her sheath. "Then I see no reason why we need to hold ourselves back." Nana scoffed. "To think I'm seeing 3 former Stern Ritter teaming up with a filthy Soul Reaper. I can't believe you guys would ever consider trusting one of their kind." "Oh, you can just fuck off, Nana. Bambietta said as she formed her own sword. "She's not even a real Soul Reaper anyway, so it hardly counts. My name is not that long and you know it." Nana shouted back. Just then, a mad cackle could be heard from behind the Stern Ritters. The one responsible slowly trotted forward and removed his own cloak, revealing a man with a rather disgusting face with small eyes, a pug nose, and crooked teeth. He had short, light brown hair and wore black short and blue jeans and what appeared to be a mask fragment covering his right eye and half of his hair, the white bony material extending above his hairline. "It's been far too long, Soul Reaper. I can't wait to see you bleed all over again." Rukia stared at the man, the Soul Reaper not recognizing the man at all. Yes, she had faced many foes in the past, but she was sure she wouldn't have forgotten someone so, well, for a lack of a better word, ugly. That said, there was one thing she did feel was familiar. "That voice, I know I've heard that voice of his somewhere before." She repeated the memories of her original, trying to remember anyone that matched up with the disturbing voice before her eyes widened. "You're Shrieker. But you were sent to hell." Shrieker grinned then as he noticed the look of shock on Rukia's face. "Unfortunately for you, a god chose me to become his most valuable warrior. What's more, he was able to turn me into a Minos Grande and removed my mask. So now I'm more powerful than ever. So he's an Arrancar now." Rukia thought to herself. "An Agilian level 1 at that, could this get any worse? Should I know this guy?" Bambietta asked Rukia before she began to mumble to herself. Shrieker, oh, right, now I remember, you're that hollow Chad beat down with a telephone pole. That's what you remember about me?" Shrieker yelled back. "I'll have you know before I died, I was famous for killing several people. Buddy, I hate to tell you this, but serial killers are a dime a dozen back home, Bambietta said before grinning. I would know, I used to be one. She may not have been proud of it, but she would take any advantage she could when it came to dissing her opponent. In this case, you're just a big fish from a small pond who somehow got into the ocean and happened to run into a great white shark. Shrieker became angry then and clenched his fist. Why you dash? Don't let her rile you up over something so trivial. A woman said as she also removed the cloak disguising her. This time, however, Rukia was able to recognize the person before her eyes. The woman had long dark green teal hair and green eyes and wore a purple kipao and tan pants. Besides, she isn't wrong. After all, our whole entire guild is full of them. You're that Bount I fought when your kind invaded the Soul Society. Rukia shouted. Ah, I'm so glad you remember me, Yoshi said with a grin. I may have failed to finish you off when we fought, but it appears now I'll be able to remedy that situation. I'll have you know, we've already dealt with Korea. Lil Tato told Yoshi. So I wouldn't get so high and mighty if I were you. You speak as if that matters. Once more did a member of the Assassination Guild step forward. This time it was a man with short brown hair and a goatee and wore white button-up shirt, a tie, and a light vest and brown pants, a golden snake resting around his neck as he spoke. If not for itchy nose, it would have been I who lead the bounce, not him. Ryo Yutagawa. Rukia said as her hand clenched her sword once more. How many more enemies from her old world would she have to deal with? Candace couldn't help but roll her eyes. Oh please, you knew you couldn't fuck with him, that's why you tried so hard to steal his crest so he couldn't use his damn doll. Wait, that Karya guy plays with dolls. Natsu asked Lil Tato. So how the hell did he manage to almost beat Urza with one then? I'll explain later, Lil Tato told the Dragon Slayer, not taking her eyes off of the crowd of enemies for even a moment. My, you're all rather confident, one last member of the Cloaked Mages said as he removed the cloak. He was a young man, with reddish-brown hair that was slicked back, yellow eyes, and wore purple-rimmed glasses, and wore the standard Soul Reaper Shiaksho with a purple sweater worn underneath. The most powerful amongst you has been locked away. I'd say you all have a serious disadvantage. Rukia grit her teeth as she saw the Soul Reaper. Former third seed of Squad 3, Makoto Kaibyun. You have some nerve wearing that uniform still after you and Kyunhwa conspired to kill Rurakiyo. Makoto could only chuckle at Rukia's accusation. I wouldn't expect a member of the Kukaki clan to possibly understand my motives. Bambietta could only roll her eyes. Oh please, you're nothing more than a social Darwinist who lacked the power to really do anything on your own, and ended up relying on that Dembakato of yours to only end up as a third seat. Honestly, you're all talk. Enough of this foolishness, Ulquiorra said as he finally walked before his ally, his pointer finger aimed at his enemy. I'm going to put an end to this here and now. The tip of his finger glowed green before a powerful Zero blasted out, hurtling towards Death's Head Caucus before a flash of pink appeared before the group, and the Zero was sliced in two, causing a light explosion. As the dust cleared, the Espada could see a woman standing before the rest of her guild. She had long pink hair with two buns at the top, green eyes, and wore a white kimono. She was wielding a katana, its hilt red and yellow in appearance, with a guard that would have been more suited for a western sword. My, that could have done some damage if I hadn't interviewed. It's a good thing I stepped in or some of our weaker members would have already been taken out of the fight. The woman said as she was approached by two others. They were both extremely strange in appearance. The one on the left looked like some kind of death metal band musician with pale white skin, long black hair and purple eyeliner and lipstick, while the other was a very muscular man, with the head of an owl and a jetpack. I was not ready for today, Bambietta said with a dumbfounded expression. I don't think any of us were, Jade replied, who was just as equally taken back by the newcomers. What's that, are you in awe of our awesome appearance? The owl man shouted at them. But of course you are, for you are villains that face the wrath of a true hero. I, Fukuro, shall smite you in the name of justice. What the fuck is this guy, masked masculine reincarnated as an owl man? Candace screamed mentally. What's with the punk rock? Lucy asked. I thought these guys were assassins, not musicians. Is that what you think? The guitarist said as he slowly licked his lips. Well, In that case, how's about I show you just how terrifying I really am, with my magic? Kinaya Karaga. Calm down Vidalduz, the woman now identified as a Karaga said as she pointed her blade at Ulquira. We need to deal with the real threats first. Oh, I'm hurt that you're not taking me seriously. Big mistake. Looking, the members of Death's Head Caucus could see Bambietta floating above them, both of her hands glowing with the explodes energy orbs. She threw down one orb, quickly followed up by another, only for each orb to be shot by Quincy arrows, Kulji having drawn his bow as soon as he noticed her attack. He then leaped into the air, his sword drawn and attempted to slash Bambietta across the chest, but before his blade could connect, Bambietta had already formed her own blade, clashing against Quilge's as their faces were only inches apart. Oh, you're going to fight me in a sword fight Opie? Bambietta asked with a grin taking over her face. In all the spars we've had, you've never beaten me even once. Things aren't like they once were, Miss Basterbine. I know that you've become much weaker than you used to be, Quilge responded by thrusting his blade at her, each of his strikes aimed at her head. Bambietta dodged her head to the left, then the right, before swinging her sword downward to deflect his next thrust. She swung her sword horizontally in an attempt to critically wound the side of his stomach when he disappeared with Hiran Kyaku and attempted to slice her back with a diagonal swing, but Bambietta was quick to turn around and swung her sword upward to block his attack once more. Well, I see that your skills haven't dulled at least. Quilge complimented his old ally. Bambietta smirked once again. Oh, I've been through a lot more than you could even imagine since I came to this world. Fighting S-class monsters that hollowified, taking on a Bakoto user that fucked with my head like he was as not, fighting a wizard saint and almost dying, and daily training with Urza was way worse than anything you've tried so far. If you think you can beat me with sneak attacks, you'll find them all useless, useless, useless. Oh? We'll see about that. Quilge responded before the two rushed at each other once more, their blades clashing and the resulting shockwaves causing massive cracks in the casino's roof. Their blades continued to clash, each one causing more damage to the roof as they slashed away with speeds impossible to track with the human eye. However, while it seemed that the two of them were even at first, Bambietta was slowly managing to push Quilge back, the male Quincy's sword starting to shake from the pressure Bambietta was putting on it. With a powerful yell, she swung the sword as hard as she could, causing the Quincy to go crashing down to the casino floor. Quilge managed to land on his feet, but he quickly sensed Bambietta's spiritual pressure behind him as she appeared with Hiran Kyaku and slashed across Quilge's back, the blade cutting through his shirt and slicing his back. However, Bambietta's eyes widened as she saw that while her blade had managed to draw some blood, the sword's slash had barely managed to pierce his skin. Quilge quickly turned around and thrust his blade towards Bambietta's face, but the Quincy ducked down below the strike and punched Quilge hard in the gut. Quiggle groaned out in pain, and just as Bambietta attempted to swing her sword down his chest, he used Hiran Kyaku to disappear several feet away from her. Bambietta grinned then as she looked at him. You always were one of the better users of Blood Vein. I should have known my blade wouldn't have been able to cut you that easily. But if that's all you got, you don't stand a chance. With a burst of Hiran Kyaku, Bambietta was already slashing her sword downwards at Quilge, the dark-haired man just barely having enough time to block her attack with his own blade. She continued to swing her blade at him with lightning quick blows, each one forcing Quilge on the back foot as he continued to lose ground. She swung her sword once more, her blow creating a shockwave that caused several slot machine screens to erupt from the pressure as Quilge's right knee bent down. I see. It does appear that as things stand right now, you are the superior fighter. Quilge admitted. However, to Bambietta's surprise, he didn't look the least bit worried. However, your guild has absolutely no chance of victory. Says the man who's kneeling before the woman who's gonna kick his ass all the way to prison. Bambietta cried out, but Quilge quickly vanished from her sight as he appeared above her once more, his bow now drawn. Strength isn't everything needed to win a battle, you know. Quilge declared as he shot an arrow at Bambietta. The Quincy quickly moved her head to the right to dodge the arrow before she formed an explode orb in her left hand. She tossed it just in the nick of time to stop another one of his arrows, the two energy constructs clashing before his arrow exploded. You don't think I know that? Bambietta told Quilge as the smoke slowly cleared. But your shrift is completely worthless against fellow Quincy's. Mine on the other hand. Discarding her sword, both of Bambietta's hands began to glow before she gave Quilge a terrifying grin, the kind she only gave to those whose immediate future were full of nothing but pain. Can hurt you just fine. Creating two orbs with her explode, Bambietta tossed her special power at Quilge before she continued her onslaught, a barrage of explode orbs hurtling towards Quilge. The Quincy quickly fired 10 arrows in rapid succession, each one stopping an orb, before he used Hiran Kyaku to appear right before her. Bambietta quickly leaned her head back as Quilge's blade nearly grazed her cheek before she quickly formed her sword in her hand once more and stopped his next strike from piercing her heart. What makes you think your team stands even a remote chance against ours? Bambietta yelled at him. Oh, you'll see in due time I'm sure, Quilge said with a smirk. For there is no one here could hold a candle to the Guild Master of Death's Head Caucus. Bambietta's eyes wandered over the last remaining cloaked figure, the man not having moved from his spot since her battle with Quilge began, and as everyone else began to go into their own battles. She couldn't quite tell how strong he was hiding his power fairly well, but what she could sense, was no weakling. Still, she wouldn't let Quilge of all people get under her skin. That guy? Please, the minute I get you to set Urza free, the minute he's gonna get his ass handed to him, just you see. Oh, so that's your plan now is it? Quilge told Bambietta. Well, I hate to disappoint you, but you have no chance of defeating me. Bisquiel. Before Bambietta could come up with a clever retort, however, Quilge was quickly engulfed in a large pillar of light, the top of it forming into a Quincy cross. Bambietta quickly jumped back using Hiran Kyaku, her eyes widening at the sight of the massive light pillar. No, it can't be. I thought Lilt Otto was the only one who could still use hers. Soon enough, the massive tower of light faded, and Quilge emerged. Massive angel wings of light emerged from his back and his wrists were covered by energy gauntlets. He slowly grinned then, as he pointed his sword at her. I suppose from that surprised look on your face that you can't access your Volstandig as I can? I suspected as much. Shez wasn't able to use his either. Bambietta stared before she slowly grinned. I'll admit it, you caught me off guard using your Volstandig. But unfortunately for you, it comes with a nasty little side effect. Lilt Otto used hers to beat down a wizard saint till it began to screw up her body, so all I gotta do is just outlast you till your body finally breaks down. Quilge slowly chuckled then as he slowly approached Bambietta, his spiritual pressure alone creating cracks in the floor tile as he stepped forward. Ah yes, I had to deal with that little inconvenience myself for a while. I thought I would never be able to use my Volstandig ever again. But fortunately for me, I was able to find a way around that nasty little side effect. You see, all I had to do was get a small lacrima implanted into my body. It's a handle magical crystal that absorbs just enough energy from my Volstandig to prevent those inconvenient issues you mention. It was, admittedly, a surgery that had a very low success rate, but as you can see, it paid off spectacularly. He pointed his blade at Bambietta then, before giving her a smirk. Now then, are you ready for round 2, Miss Basterbine? Bambietta only had one simple response. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. So much for a free vacation. Rukia thought as she noticed the damage. No doubt the casino was going to charge them for the repairs. Even so, she didn't begrudge Bambietta in the slightest. Rescuing Urza was a top priority, and if destroying the resort was what it took to achieve that goal, so be it. She then heard the familiar static sound of a sonito and turned around and raised her blade just in time to block a strike from a large knife, Shrieker grinning as he leered at her. Not bad, Soul Reaper. I was worried you would go down too quickly when I got behind you so easily. I want you to beg for mercy before I slit that pretty throat of yours. I would sooner die than to sully the honor of my guild like that. Rukia shouted back as she soon swung Shikur away, the Aaron car slowly skidding back until he came to an abrupt stop. Shrieker slowly licked his lips before he sneered. Well, that suits me just fine. I always did like it when they squirmed. He lashed out at her once again, waving his knife around like the crazed maniac that he was. However, Rukia was able to easily read his movements, the Soul Reaper constantly moving around each of his blows as if she were doing some sort of elegant dance. The Arrancar attempted to slash down at her head, but Rukia quickly ducked below his strike before she placed the palm of her hand on his stomach. Hado #1, show. The Kido did its trick, sending the Arrancar back a few feet before she ran over to her at high speed. Once more did he attempt to cut into her skin with his short blade, but Rukia quickly used Shunpo to disappear from his line of sight before she slashed him across his back. The Arrancar groaned out in pain and he snarled. "You damn bitch, why can't I hit you?" "It's because you have absolutely no skill with you how to wield your weapon," Rukia told him. "I received training from Shino Academy and from the very woman your guild is trying to abduct. You on the other hand have been flailing your Zanpakuto about like a Neanderthal." She then scoffed as she looked at him. "You may have gotten stronger since we last met, but so have I." She then pointed her Zanpakuto at him, her eyes narrowing as she did so. "You have no chance of defeating me. Fuck you, I'm nowhere near close to showing you everything I have." Shrieker yelled before he pointed his right arm at her. A purple Siro quickly discharged from his hand, but Rukia had dealt with plenty of Siros in her time, and simply jumped up into the air before she looked down at him. Shrieker was not pleased in the slightest, however, and he jumped into the sky to try and cut her once more. However, each of his wild strikes was casually deflected by Rukia's own sword. Not wanting to waste any more time on her foe than she already had, Rukia began to fight more aggressively. Just as she parried one of his sword strikes to the left, Rukia slashed her sword diagonally across Shrieker's chest. It was a shallow wound, just as Rukia intended. Much as she detested the being before her, she was now a member of Fairy Tail. She would not take a life, not if she didn't have to. "Fucking whore!" Shrieker yelled as he gasped out in pain. He looked down at his chest before his eyes narrowed. "I'm gonna kill you." Yes, you've made that quite clear," Rukia stated, the noblewoman fighting the urge to roll her eyes. Just what would it take for him to go down? Well, she had an idea. Just as Shrieker predictably ran forward with his knife drawn out, Rukia appeared behind him with Shunpo before she yelled out. "Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondonini. Look upon yourself with horror and tear out your own throat." Bakudo number 9, Horin. Using her middle and index finger, Rukia created an orange tendril with yellow spirals before she lashed it around Shrieker, completely binding his hands to his sides before she drew out her sword. Shrieker cursed. "If you think you can just beat me with your Kido then you dash. Dance, Sode no Shirayuki." Her Zanpakuto now completely white with a long beautiful ribbon, Rukia quickly dashed past the Arrancar, a white circle appearing below him before she spoke. "Some no mai, Tsukishiro." Almost instantly, Shrieker was engulfed with ice, the cold element shooting up high till it hit the roof of the casino. Rukia slowly turned around then, looking at the large pillar of ice. There seemed to be no sign of movement, the Soul Reaper then letting out a sigh of relief. "He shouldn't be dead, I lowered the power of Tsukishiro just enough for that much. I better go find the others before." Stab, Cryatera Alida. Winged creature. The pillar of ice was destroyed with a massive explosion, Rukia having to shield her eyes from the blinding light. When she finally moved her hand down, she saw Shrieker, but he looked quite different. His face from the eyes up was now covered in a mask, very much like the one he had when Rukia first fought him. His arms were quite muscular and covered with brown fur, as was the entirety of his chest. Everything else seemed to be covered in a white sort of armor-like skin, and his feet now only had 3 toes each. He slowly licked his lips then, his tongue now forked. Last but not least, however, were the 2 bat-like wings that extended from his back that were currently flapping in the air to keep him afloat. Rukia's eyes were wide with surprise. "Arisha Russian? I thought that only Arrancars made with the Hogyaka could." She quickly shook her head then, focusing on the situation at hand. "No, I should have prepared for this. We're dealing with gods that can bring beings from the dead after all." Shrieker began to laugh like a madman as he looked down at Rukia, countless numbers of his miniature hollows beginning to fall from his body. "All right, Soul Reaper, you've actually gotten me to use my full power. You remember these little guys from last time, don't you? Well, this time, I'm able to make much more than last time. Try not to die too quickly on me now, okay?" Rukia pointed her blade at both Shrieker and the many hollows he was creating from his own body, the noblewoman having no doubt she was looking at least 100 of them now, each of them slowly crawling over towards her. One thing was for sure, things weren't going to be as easy as she had hoped. After Rukia had been attacked, the casino erupted into chaos, mages from both guilds clashing all for the desire of obtaining one person. Urza Scarlet. Urza could only watch as her friends fought valiantly to protect her, but Urza was no fool. Death's Head Caucus was the most infamous guilds in all of Fiori outside of the Balam Alliance. To just blindly assume that victory was assured would be downright foolish. As strong as her guild mates were, victory was not guaranteed. She clenched her fists then as she watched, her eyes narrowing in anger. Curse this infernal cage. I should be fighting with them, not having them fight for me. She may have hesitated against her former friends from the tower, but she held no feelings of regret when it came down to fighting these dark mages. She re-equipped into her purgatory armor, a massive black jagged broadsword now in both of her hands, and she swung her blade as hard as she could. However, just like before, the energy surrounded her did not budge in the slightest, though the resounding shockwave from the blade caused her to be bounced back to the other side of her prison. She slowly got up then, staring at the jail bar she had struck at. Bambietta had claimed the cage to be indestructible, and the Quincy had seen her upper limits before. Perhaps it would be best to save her energy for when she needed it. On the other hand, however, she had yet to use her two newest armors. The Nakagami, and Armadura. She was quick to shake her head, however. She had won the Nakagami armor only once, and just like Elizabeth had warned her, it drained her magic considerably. If she was to be of any help during this conflict, then she would need as much of her full power at her disposal as possible. The only remaining option then was the Armadura Fairy, but Urza was just as hesitant to use it as she had been with her other option, though for an entirely different matter. If what Elizabeth said was true, then the power of her armor would be more than enough to turn the tide of battle, but at what cost? The unfortunate gamblers that Sho had trapped inside of his cards still remained scattered across the floor. The power she would need to break free from her jail would no doubt destroy the nearby cards. Whenever or not they would simply be freed from their prison upon the card's destruction, or be killed, was a risk Urza simply wasn't willing to take. Thus, solely, she turned her attention back to the battle at hand. Please, just be safe. Urza whispered to herself. If any of you were to die due to me getting captured, I don't know what I would do. She had already lost Rob because of her weakness, she couldn't bear the thought of it happening to another. Candace groaned as she dodged to the left to avoid the sound wave that had been blasted at her by her enemy guitar. Her eyes narrowed at Vidalda's then as she prepared a bolt of electricity in her right hand. Listen here, Eugene Simmons wannabe, I love me some good rock and roll, but your tunes suck ass. She hurtled her attack towards the wannabe rock star, but to the green-haired Quincy's surprise, Vidalda's strung his guitar and conjured up a barrier of sound, causing her attack to bounce off harmlessly against his newly made shield. Vidalda's grinned then as he struck another chord of his guitar. Was that the best you had? Because if it is, I'm not gonna lie, this battle is gonna blow. Not even close. Candace yelled as she jumped into the hair. You want serious? You're gonna get serious. Galvano Blast. Forming a bow in her hands, the Quincy soon fired out a powerful arrow made of electricity at her foe. Vidalda's played another chord on his guitar, sending out yet another sound shockwave to intercept the blast, but the arrow was too powerful and burst through Vidalda's blast, slamming past his barrier and giving the man a 5 gigajoule blast of electricity. Vidalda's shouted out in pain as his body was hammered with electricity, but with a powerful shout, and another play at his guitar, the electricity was quickly pushed from out of his body and covering the area in dust. Not a bad tune you played there. Vidalda's said as the smoke cloud began to clear up. Perhaps this won't be so boring after all. I'll be able to play such wonderful music with your screams. Candace was quick to burst from the smoke screen, however, one short sword in each of her hands before she swung down at Vidalda's with her blades, the musical assassin just barely managing to block her attacks with his massive guitar. Try playing a nice tune with this. She quickly kicked Vidalda's with her right leg, sending him lying before she used Hiran Kyaku to appear behind him mid-air and grabbed his head before she roughly slammed him into the ground, the man letting out another groan of pain. Who's making the music with screams now, asshole? Candace asked as she was about to slam her left foot against his head before, suddenly, Vidalda's hair shot up unexpectedly and ensnared her hands and feet behind her body. Hey, what gives? Candace demanded. Vidalda's let out a chuckle as he slowly got to his feet. Sorry hot stuff, but my hair is much more than just for show. I can use it to attack or bind pesky enemy just like yourself before I finish them off. He then punched the Quincy hard in the stomach, sending sound magic throughout her body, no doubt causing severe internal damage. The Quincy letting out a loud gasp of pain as her head slanted down, the woman trying her best to catch her breath. That's why I always make sure to keep my hair nice and healthy. It's almost always moisturized. Now then, Vidaldas said as he picked up his guitar. How's about I play some more music with that body of yours? Candace gasped and panted, before she looked back up at Vidaldas and grinned. How's about, fuck off? She then let out a powerful scream of her own, electricity flowing throughout her entire body and through the rock star's long hair. Gayar. Vidaldas yelled out before he finally let go of Candace, the Quincy now standing triumphantly over her foe. Well, I gotta say, it's not often I run into someone who takes just as much good of their hair as I do, Candace said as she cracked her knuckles. But unlike you, I'd never let it be used for something like that. Thanks for always moisturizing though, it made that last trick a hell of a lot easier. Vidaldas slowly got to his feet then and chuckled once more as he grabbed his guitar. Looks like taking this job will be worth it after all. By the time I'm done with you, I'll have a nice rock succubus by my side. Candace brandished both of her swords as she prepared to continue her fight. Well shit, looks like I got an actual fight on my hands. Totemaru wasn't exactly having a good time of things. Everything had gone to hell the minute Rukia had been attacked, the group separating and scattering into their own private battles. Totemaru wasn't exactly sure who he was going to fight, but it seemed that fate had already chosen for him. The man Lilt Otto had referred to as Driscoll Bursey had been quick to pile drive Totemaru through several slot machines. Acting quickly, Totemaru quickly covered Driscoll's face with his right hand and blasted him with fire. The giant of a man had no choice but to drop him, and as Totemaru landed on his 2 feet, he quickly drew his katana from his sheath and attempted to strike the Quincy, only for Driscoll to grasp his blade with his bare hand. What? Totemaru tried to force his blade against Driscoll's hand harder and harder, hoping to draw blood, but to no avail. Ahahahaha. Is that all you got? Driscoll yelled before he punched Totemaru hard on his stomach, the flame mage being forced to let go of his sword as he was sent careening away. Pathetic, pathetic, pathetic. I was expecting a former S-class to be at least some kind of challenge. But this won't be any harder than the previous jobs I've taken on. He tossed the sword to the ground then, having no need for the weapon. We'll see about that. Totemaru yelled out as both of his hands ignited with flames. Take this. Pushing both of his hands in front of him, a massive wave of fire charged over to Driscoll. However, if the Quincy was the least bit afraid, he didn't show it. Rather, he looked ecstatic. Now's more like it. The flames quickly engulfed the assassin, and the surrounding slot machines began to melt from the surrounding heat. However, just as Totemaru was continuing his massive flame blast, a large blue lance came out from the blaze, Totemaru's eyes widening in shock as he jumped to the left in an attempt to dodge the powerful attack. It was too little too late, however, as the blue energy lance grazed the right side of his stomach, causing a massive wound to open up as he crashed to the ground. Totemaru groaned as he slowly got up then, as the blaze finally cleared. Driscoll was covered with a few minor bruises and burns but was otherwise totally fine, the large man still grinning like a madman. Well now, it's a good thing that I'm rather proficient with my Blut Vienna, otherwise that might have hurt. Driscoll said as he formed another energy lance in his right hand. But if this is the best you can do, I'm going to have to find someone else to play with when I take your head. The Quincy then threw the lance, the massive weapon hurtling towards Totemaru as he struggled to get to his feet. Move, come on, move. Totemaru screamed to himself. But his wound was too great to move easily, blood pouring out profusely as he tried to use his hands to get up. The giant weapon now only a few inches away from his head. Water slicer. Just then, A massive scythe-like blade made of water connected with the lance, causing the magical weapon to erupt and send Totemaru flying from the recoil. He was quickly caught, however, his head handing on something soft as he looked upwards to see where he had landed. It was Juvia, the woman holding him close with a stern look on her face as she stared at Driscoll. "You will not lay another hand on him." Driscoll chuckled then at the new arrival as he stomped over to her. "Oh? Has the cavalry arrived to save this little weakling?" "It figures, weaklings always tend to tag together to stand any sort of chance against a superior foe." "You face no weaklings," Juvia said as she helped Totemaru get to his feet. "But two of the former members of the Element 4. "Thanks for the assist, Juvia," Totemaru said as he looked at her. "But, what are you doing over here? I thought for sure you would have insisted on teaming up with your boyfriend." "We got separated during all the chaos," Juvia informed him. "I was in the middle of looking for him when I noticed you needed a hand." She then gave him a smile before she continued. "You've always been very kind to me, ever since we met back in Phantom Lord. This is the least I can do." "Oh, how touching," Driscoll said as he prepared another lance. "I'll make sure I'll send you two to hell at the exact same time." "That's a serious hit you took," Juvia said as she looked at Totemaru's bloody wound. "Can you still fight?" Totemaru smirked as he covered his right hand with flames before he covered the wound with it, searing the flash together as he grunted in pain. "It's, fine. I didn't become an S-class mage and not learn how to take a hit like this. We can have Wendy patch me up properly later." The two nodded in agreement and sprinted towards Driscoll. He tossed one more energy lance at Totemaru, but this time he was ready and ducked underneath the attack. Grabbing his fallen katana as he rushed forward, the blade was soon engulfed in flames, and he jumped up into the air before he swung his sword down on the massive man. Driscoll once more attempted to use his arm to block the attack, but to his surprise, the blade was able to slice through his flesh, causing him to gasp in pain as he stepped back. "You'll find I'm far stronger than you thought," Totemaru declared as he swung his flaming weapon at Driscoll. Now knowing the attack could actually cause him harm, the Quincy created another lance and blocked the attack. Driscoll swung his lance at Totemaru's head, but the fairy tale mage ducked underneath as he tried to thrust his weapon forward. Unfortunately, Driscoll was able to twirl his lance fast enough to block the attempt and soon had his left hand let go of the weapon in an attempt to punch Totemaru in the face. However, Driscoll soon felt a flash of pain across his back as he felt a massive cut. Turning his head, he could see Juvia, the wizard, ready to continue the attack. Totemaru tried to swing his blade once more, but Driscoll disappeared using Hyrenkyaku, and appeared right in front of Juvia, and thrusted his large lance through her body. Juvia gasped out in pain then as Driscoll grinned. "So much for being a member of the Element 4, I took you down with just one attack." However, his smirk of confidence quickly vanished, as he noticed the woman he was stabbing was made not out of flesh and blood, but water. "What? You'll find that such tactics won't work on me," Juvia declared before she jumped back, the hole in her body healing instantly. Water lock. Instantly, Driscoll found himself trapped inside of a giant sphere of water, leaving him completely immobile. What on earth is going on? Driscoll thought as he tried to move his arms and legs to no avail. My body can't move. The pressure inside of this thing, it's too great. You'll find it useless trying to escape, Juvia told Driscoll. Ever since I joined Fairy Tail, I've dedicated myself to becoming more powerful to make sure that no one could ever hurt my beloved Grey. The pressure inside of there is 100,000 psi. And we're not done yet. Totemaru said as his flames surrounded the water orb, the water inside starting to now boil. Normally I would consider such a tactic overkill, but I think it's more than appropriate given the situation. Driscoll's skin began to slowly burn then, the large man now finding it hard to keep his eyes open or to hold his breath. Damn it all, it's far too soon for my liking to use this, but I guess I don't have much of a choice but to use it. Using all of the strength that he had, Driscoll reached into his pocket then and pulled out a medallion that appeared to have a Quincy cross in the middle. He closed his eyes then, before finally letting out a mighty shout. A massive bolt of lightning erupted from the water then, shocking both Juvia and Totemaru with massive amounts of electricity. Yelling out in extreme pain, the two former Phantom Lord mages fell to the ground, Totemaru kneeling on the floor as Juvia continued to cry out in pain. What the hell was that? Totemaru yelled before he looked over to his downed partner. Juvia had always been especially susceptible to electrical attacks, and they had both been hit with one that was clearly far above the norm. He tried to crawl over to her, another bolt of lightning struck right in front of him. Slowly turning his head, Totemaru could see Driscoll, the man staring at him silently as he made his way over. No, something was different now. A large purple dome was now floating well above his head, lighting constantly falling down like a cage in front of Driscoll as he made his way towards them. I didn't think I'd have to bust this out on you two. You really caught me off guard. Sure showed me a thing or two, I'll admit it. As respect for your power, I'll try to make this as painless as possible. Just, what is that? Totemaru asked as he got to his feet, Juvia still struggling to get up behind him as he pointed his sword at Driscoll. Driscoll gave Totemaru and Juvia a terrifying smile then as he pointed the medallion at them. A little gift I got from the vice-captain of Squad 1 all the way back home. Bankai, Koko Gonryo Rikyo. Najakub had killed many wizards during his brief membership in Death's Head Caucus, mages that were considered to be rather powerful in fact. However, almost all of them were killed without putting up much of a fight. From simple headshots from a distance to choking the life out of them, Nana was positive that with the sole exception of Trinity Raven and his own guild master, there was no one who could give him a challenge. That line of thinking had quickly vanished however when he had tried to fire an arrow at Natsu, only for the pink-haired mage to move his head to the right to avoid the arrow and promptly decked him across the face with a flaming fist. Nana skidded against the ground as he used his right hand to whip his nose, the Quincy narrowing his eyes as he stared at the blood now coating his hand. You son of a bitch. You think you can just dash? Before Nana could even finish his sentence, however, Natsu was already charging him already, his right hand ablaze with fire as he attempted to strike the Quincy with a strong jab, but Nana vanished from his sight, only to appear right behind Natsu thanks to Hirenkyaku, a short sword made out of spiritual pressure now in his hands as he attempted to plunge the weapon deep into Natsu's neck. To his surprise, however, he was smacked by Natsu's backhand before he could hit him, the Quincy grunting out as he stumbled back. What? How did you dash? I've spared with Bambietta and Lil plenty of times to know when you guys are gonna try something with your house Mankeku. I even memorized the sound it makes. Natsu said as he turned to face Nana. You won't get me that easily buddy. It's Hirenkyaku. Nana shouted back at him. Natsu just shrugged. Whatever you say, Nana Batman. That's not my name damn you. Nana said as he used Hirenkyaku to try to stab Natsu once more, only for the Dragon Slayer to duck underneath his attack and slammed his fist into Nana's stomach. The Quincy gasped in pain before Natsu then finally gave him a powerful right hook across the face, then a left. He continued to wail on the Quincy until Nana was finally able to grab one of Natsu's punches with one hand, and quickly stabbed Natsu with the other, the short sword making a few inches inside of Natsu's stomach before the Dragon Slayer growled in anger and slammed his head against Nana's. The Quincy fell back a bit and dropped his weapon before he punched Natsu across the face, but the fire mage quickly recovered and delivered a powerful right hook to Nana's face. The two warriors continued to exchange blows then, both warriors attempting to outpunch the other until Natsu jumped back and yelled out, "Fire Dragon's Roar!" A massive stream of fire burst out from his mouth then, Nana just barely using Blut Vienna in time to protect himself from the flames, placing his arms in an X position. As the attack subsided, however, and he lowered his arms, Natsu was already in front of him and cried out, "Fire Dragon's Iron Fist!" before he sent the Quincy soaring through several slot machines. Groaning in pain, Nana managed to get to his feet as he stared at Natsu with contempt. Pink hair. Uses fire. Are you related to that bastard Bezby by chance? Natsu could only scratch his head in confusion. Bezby? Pretty sure I've heard Bambi and Lil use that name a few times. Can't say I've ever met the guy though. Nana spat out some blood from his mouth then as he prepared his bow and arrow. That's a shame, I'd love nothing more than to make that asshole pay for stabbing me in the back just to side with some damn soul reapers. But that's fine because after I kill you, I'll find him sooner or later. That's a lot of big talk coming from the guy who's losing, Natsu said as he began to run towards Nana once more. However, the Quincy could only grin as he took his aim. Yeah, I'll admit it, you're stronger than me, but you won't be for much longer. He fired his bow then, causing Natsu to jump into the air, only to use Hiran Kyaku to appear behind him and fired another arrow, this time hitting Natsu in the back. Natsu yelped out in pain as he landed on his feet before he ripped out the arrow from his back. Nana grinned. Because now, you'll see what happens when I hit you with the underbelly. What are you talking about? Yeah, hit my back, not my bell. Before Natsu could finish his retort, however, his knees began to buckle before he collapsed to the ground. What the? Sorry Bez B number 2, Nana said as he made his way over to the kneeling dragon slayer. I'd say it's nothing personal, but you remind me too much of that asshole. Open, Gate of the Golden Bull, Taurus. The humanoid bovine now summoned into the human world, the spirit let out a loud moo as he attempted to strike Ryo, but the Bount was far too nimble to be hit by such an attack as he somersaulted over the spirit before he swung his dull, freed, a snake that could turn itself into a whip across Taurus's back. The spirit was quick to turn around and tried to attack him once more, but Ryo jumped into the air once more before landing on a slot machine. Really, is this all the so-called celestial spirits can do? I must say, I'm quite disappointed. Lucy wasn't having any of it, however. Hey, I'll have you know that any of his attacks could take you down. Ryo shrugged. Perhaps. But what good does all of that power do if you can't hit anyone with it? Freed could only nod her head in agreement before she spoke. So much power. Too bad it's wasted on such a meathead. I'll show you just what this meathead can really do. Taurus tried to charge forward once again, his axe raised high, but this time Ryo was ready, and Freed transformed herself into a shield, Ryo just managing to block the axe swing just in time. Quickly transforming Freed into a sword, he cut Taurus across the chest, causing the spirit to bleed from the diagonal wound as he stepped back. No, Taurus. Lucy cried out. Ryo could only grin. If this is all your spirit can do, then I'll be feasting on your soul in no time. Lucy gasped. Feast, on my soul? The Blunt chuckled as he moved to the left, dodging one of Taurus's swings, before he transformed Freed into a whip, and bonded the snake across Taurus's feet, causing the spirit to trip before the snake bound itself tightly around his entire body, leaving him unable to move. Ah yes, this is your first time meeting a Bount, isn't it, and unfortunately the last time. I suppose the best comparison that could come to your mind is a vampire. Vampire. Lucy took a step backward in fear then. The first vampire she had ever met had almost killed her if it wasn't for Bambietta's timely intervention. Yes, she had fought some when Lil Tato had been kidnapped, but the Bount before her was far more powerful than any of the vampires she had defeated. Why can't I ever get the normal enemies? Lucy screamed internally. However, as she took another step back, Lucy was able to see Urza out of the corner of her eye. No, she couldn't afford to back down, not when Urza was at stake. I won't let you take her away. Lucy cried out, determined as she put on a brave face. Ryo grinned as he slowly licked his lips. That's fine by me. I do so enjoy it when my prey struggles. I can't wait to see the life slowly drain from those beautiful eyes of yours. Lucy gulped as she tried to reach for another one of her keys. She hadn't brought her whip with her, she hadn't felt it was needed. But now she wished she had some kind of weapon to defend herself if the Bount were to somehow get past her spirits. Bambi, please, hurry. Lucy pleaded internally. Don't you dare touch her. Ryo's eyes widened in surprise as Taurus yelled out to him, the Bount slowly turning around to face him. Oh, still wish to fight. Freed tightened her coils around Taurus, moving up his body and coiled around him, trying to squeeze the life out of him. Well, we'll have to fix that. Taurus grunted in pain, the doll slowly yet surely squeezing the life out of him. He could feel his bones starting to crack from the pressure. He wasn't afraid for his own life, any and all wounds he would take would heal instantly upon returning to the celestial spirit world, but Lucy, anything that happened to her here would happen forever. Time and again, she had always summoned him to keep her safe, and while he had been successful many a time, there were still plenty of others when his strength simply wasn't enough. Was she about to die, all because he simply wasn't good enough? No. No. I won't fail her again. Letting out a powerful moo, the spirit began to fight back, the snake's body's coiling squeeze slowly down to a halt. What? Freed called out as she could no longer constrict her foe. What was worse though, was that she could feel her tight holding beginning to loosen under Terrace's sheer power. This isn't possible. Moo. With one last, final shout, Taurus was able to force the doll off of him, the snake quickly going back to Ryo as he transformed the snake into a sword. Taurus picked up his axe and charged forward, Ryo doing just the same, and the two weapons clashed, the ground beneath them slowly cracking. I've failed Miss Lucy one too many times. I won't let it happen again. Ryo grinned as he pushed back. You really think you have what it takes? The Bount began to push back harder, Taurus slowly losing ground as he did so. You underestimate the power of the Bounts. Lucy watched on as her heroic spirit began to lose ground, her hands clenching as she watched on. I can't just let sit here and do nothing. She closed her eyes then, and concentrated, her mind solely focused on one thing. Her spirit. Taurus began to glow then, the humanoid bull ceasing to slide back, and began to slowly push Ryo away. What? The Bount yelled out. Taurus lifted up his massive axe before he slammed it against Ryo's sword, the Bount's knees kneeling as he felt the strike. Is this damn cow getting even stronger? Finally lifting up the axe once more, Taurus swung it down hard, causing Ryo to go careening away before he slowly skidded to a halt as he used Freed's whip form to catch onto a nearby slot machine. The Bount snarled with anger before he stared at Lucy. I will not be made a fool of by some cow. No more games. Wait, that wasn't everything he had. Lucy exclaimed. Things were not looking good for her right now. Solid script, fire. Yoshi merely had to dodge her head slightly to the right to dodge the fiery letter's attack. This was a mage from the famous Fairy Tale Guild? Yoshi had been hoping she would have finally found a worthy opponent when she had taken on this mission, the blunt not having found a true challenge since her time in Earthland. All she had found were a disappointment. Yuryu Ishida, the man who took her life, had given her the best battle she could have possibly asked for. Since then, she craved another battle just like it, where her life was truly on the line. Soiled script, water. A water word this time, but the difference in elements didn't make it any harder to deal with. Opening up Knitter's fan, she was able to simply dispel the waterfall with a powerful gust of wind. She scoffed then as she stared at the blue-haired mage. Please just tell me you're only warming up. Because if this is all you can do, then I'm not going to get any sort of fun out of this. Well, sorry to disappoint you. Levy shouted out. Moving her hands about quickly in the air, Levy was able to write the word bullet several times in the air, each one heading towards the Bount with great speed. Levy knew that she couldn't hope to take on an enemy such as this in close quarters. If she was going to win, or at least last until backup arrived, she needed to play smart. Yoshi sighed as she pointed her fan at the oncoming attacks, and to Levy's surprise, the fan fired out several needle-like projectiles, each one stopping her bullet attacks and the rest making their way towards Levy. Thinking fast, the mage quickly wrote a large shield in the middle of the air, causing the projectile to harmless bounce off of her makeshift defense. Well, Yoshi said as she closed her fan. I wasn't expecting you could do something like that. It seems that magic of yours is pretty versatile. However, the blunt rushed forward then, her Jiun sword now drawn and ready to pierce through Levy. It doesn't give you any sort of close-range abilities. Levy grit her teeth then as she quickly prepared the words she had written on her skin earlier this morning to properly deal with her foe. Jumping backward, Levy's left fist flew with the word fire as she dropped back down, trying to strike Yoshi. She was too slow however, Yoshi easily pumping backward to dodge the blow as she raised her sword above her head before she tried to bring it down on Levy's neck. Rolling to the left just in the nick of time, Levy soon tried to punch Yoshi with her right hand, the word ice covering it with a cold chill. However, try as she might, the blow missed as Yoshi simply sidestepped the attack. The petite mage continued to try and strike at Yoshi, but each attack was dodged with a simple sidestep before Yoshi grabbed Levi's left arm by her wrist. "You're not very good at this, are you?" Yoshi said as she kicked Levi hard in the stomach, the wizard gasping out in pain as she kneeled down. She tried to get up to defend herself, but just before she could, she was kicked across the face, causing her to skid across the floor. Yoshi scoffed as she approached, her blade pointed downwards. "Honestly, I've seen 11-year-olds who could punch better than that. That magic of yours may be good if you were in a team, but in a one-on-one fight like this, it's practically useless." Levi's hands moved about on the ground before her then, gasping out as she tried to catch her breath. This woman was strong. Way more so than the guild master she had thought several weeks ago. If she didn't do something soon, she was done for. Eventually, the ground below her was covered in by Yoshi's shadow, the bounced sword now pointing down at her head. She tried to get up then, but she soon felt the cold steel of the Gi pressing against her neck. "Don't move, and I'll at least make it as painless as possible," Yoshi told her. "Hopefully one of your other friends will actually give me some kind of challenge." Levi couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, don't you worry, you'll get your fight." Slowly, she looked up at the Bount then, and despite her injuries, her face was one of determination. "Because I'm not close to being done yet." Yoshi chuckled before it soon turned into full-blown laughter. "Really? You think you honestly stand a chance against me? What could you possibly hope to do?" Levi smiled then before she moved one of her hands from the ground. Just then, a long chain word burst from the ground, binding Yoshi from her feet to her arms, causing the Bount to gasp out in surprise. She strained against the long word, but to her surprise, they wouldn't budge. "What? What did you just dash?" "When I landed over here, I took the time to write a few words," Levi said as she began to crouch, her right hand still remaining on the floor. "I knew I couldn't beat you in a straight-on fight, so I had to outsmart you." Levi quickly jumped backward then, and a large, gigantic letter mine appeared below Yoshi. "And this is a trick I've seen a good friend of mine use plenty of times." "Damn you!" Before Yoshi could finish her ranting, however, her body was soon engulfed in a large explosion, the shockwave causing the entire casino to shake and shudder. Levi fell down on her knees then, the mage finally feeling some sort of relief. "Man, I really need to train some more after this." However, before she could have any sort of real rest, the dust cloud began to settle, and Levi's eyes went wide with fear. Yoshi was standing right in the crater of the explosion, though she looked much more different. Her neck and right hand were covered in some sort of armor, and her fan appeared to have been replaced with some sort of shield. How?" Levi gasped out. "I take back what I said," Yoshi said as her shield quickly transformed back into its fan state, and the armor back into the sword she had used moments ago. "Anyone who can force me to use my defensive form is clearly someone I shouldn't underestimate." She slowly walked over to Levi, her eyes narrowing at the blue-haired mage. "But if that was your best, then you're finished." Jade had seen many a thing that she could have considered weird in her time in Fairy Tale. From 2 flying talking cats to an ice mage who couldn't keep his clothes on for more than an hour at best, to a woman who loved wanton violence yet feared rabbits, Jade had thought she had seen the weirdest of oddities she would have encountered in her life. Yet none of them, compared to the levels of bizarre that was Fukuro. "Foul villain, you and your wretched guild now face a true hero of justice. It is too late for you to repent for your life, so save me your pleas of forgiveness before I execute you," the muscular owlman declared. "I shouldn't have gotten out of bed today," Jade thought as she quickly drew her 2 pistols from their holsters. "Because I just know this guy is gonna be a headache." Emberella had told Jade about Death's Head Caucus, that even her own family-run guild of assassins simply didn't compare to the skill and might of Death's Head Caucus. Despite the, quite frankly, absurd nature of her opponent, Jade didn't let her guard down for even a moment. "If these guys are anywhere near as strong as Emberella said they were, then we're in trouble." "Just great." Fukuro's jetpack began to ignite then before the strange owlman cried out "Justice dash!" rocketing towards her with great speed. She was barely able to jump to the left just in time to dodge the tackle before she aimed her pistols at the muscular target and began to fire. 12 bullets powered by her twin .44 magnums pelted his back, but to her complete surprise, the bullets had left little to no impact. Small, tiny specks of blood began to bleed from his back, but nothing more. "Oh, you got to be kidding M-" before she could even finish her sentence as she began to reload. However, the emerald-haired mage was quickly grabbed by her throat as Fukuro had dashed towards her once again, this time the former thief having little to no time to dodge. She grunted in pain as Fukuro crashed her body through a whole aisle of slot machines before he finally stopped and threw her to the floor before he stomped down on her hard with his right foot, cracking her ribs before he began to slowly apply more pressure as she yelled out in pain. "You see now, villain, you have no chance against the Rumite of Justice," Fukuro declared. Says, "Ak, the man who's, part of an assassination guild." Jade choked out as she tried her hardest to shoot Fukuro's face with her pistols, but it was no use. No matter how many bullets she fired, she could not budge him off of her. "Oh fuck this, I am not dying to something as absurd as a damn justice-spewing owl man," Jade declared mentally as she tried her best attempts to escape. "Not like this." Sky Dragon's roar. Just then, Fukuro was blasted by a powerful gale of wind, the large owl man being forced off of Jade as the wind sent him flying. Jade slowly got to her feet then, clenching her stomach as she did so, feeling immense pain. "Ak. Ow, yeah, he definitely broke my ribs all right." She quickly fell onto her bottom then, the pain too much to bear. However, she was quick to spot the one who had just bailed her out, Wendy rushing over as fast as she could. "Jade, are you okay?" Wendy asked as she knelt down beside her, her hands glowing with healing magic as she applied them to Jade's stomach. "Don't worry, I'll get you all fixed up." "Wendy, what are you doing here?" Jade managed to ask through the pain as the Dragon Slayer began to slowly heal her. She had totally expected for the young mage to run away when the Dark Guild attacked. Fighting bandits and the occasional Rouge Mage was one thing, but these were expert assassins. You shouldn't be here." "I can't just run away, not when you all need me," Wendy said as she closed her eyes, allowing herself to focus on the healing and to distance herself from the loud noise of the other battles going on throughout the casino. "If any of you gets hurt, then I have to step up. We all need to work together if we're going to save Urza." "But, you're so young," Jade told her, shocked by the Dragon Slayer's bravery. "You're way out of your depth here. If that guy gets back up and attacks you while you're healing me then I'll fight." Wendy interrupted. "When I first met Bambi, I was scared all the time. I didn't have any real faith in myself. All I had back then really was just healing magic, and some basic dragon slaying spells. But, when I met her, I saw what it meant to be brave." She and the rest of Fairy Tail fought their hardest to protect Clover Town, and again when Phantom Lord tried to take away Lucy. Tears began to slowly form around Wendy's eyes then, and slowly the cracked ribs and Jade's bruised stomach began to heal. "I couldn't do anything but watch and heal back then. I was too scared." "But, aren't you afraid right now?" Jade told her. "These aren't just your run-of-the-mill dark mages, they're expert assassins." Wendy looked at Jade then before she spoke. "A while back, I saw a side to Bambi that I never saw before. She was scared, crying. She thought that we were all going to abandon her when we found out about her past. She did some really terrible things, but we didn't turn her back on her even after we were told all that because that wasn't the person she was anymore. She was one of us, just like you are, Jade." The healing glow from her hands then ceased, Jade's wounds fully healed as Wendy got to her feet then. "It's all thanks to Bambi that I'm even in Fairy Tail, but when I saw her crying like that, I told myself I never wanted to see her like that ever again. So I trained with Rukia to get stronger. So that if anyone wanted to hurt Bambi like that ever again, I could fight for her." Wendy clenched her right fist then, slowly bringing it to her chest before she continued. "Bambi's been the closest thing I've had to a mom ever since I lost Grandini, and I promised to myself that I wouldn't lose her, not like Grandini. I'll do whatever it takes, even if it means I have to fight people like this." Just as she said that, Fukuro burst out from the toppled slot machines he had been sent through, and struck a pose, his knees bent and his arm pointing high into the air. "Fools. That won't be nearly enough to defeat a warrior of justice." Jade looked at Wendy then, slowly getting to her feet as she did so. "She's just a kid. But despite that, she's braver than most people I've ever met in my life. Is this all because of Fairy Tail? It wasn't just that though. Wendy was, in some way, much like herself. They both had gotten much stronger, all for the sake of someone who was just like a mother to them, but unlike Jade, who found herself now at a crossroad of loyalty between her mother figure and the guild, Wendy had no such regrets. I gotta admit I envy that about the squirt. Jade quickly transformed her guns into their comma blade form, quickly getting into a stance alongside the Dragon Slayer. I think I'm starting to get it now, just what makes this guild so special. It wasn't just how powerful its members were, it was their camaraderie. And that was something Jade didn't mind. Not one bit. Ice make, hammer. Gray swung his ice hammer as fast as he could in an attempt to strike the glasses-wearing Soul Reaper, but Makoto saw the attack coming from a mile away and simply used Shunpo to avoid the attack, quickly appearing behind Gray, his Zanpakuto now drawn. He slashed with a diagonal sword swing at the Ice Make Wizard, Gray just barely having enough speed able to dodge his strike as he dodged to the left, having no choice but to let go of his hammer in the process. You really think you'll be able to hit me with such a slow attack? Makoto asked as he pointed his sword at Gray. Sorry to disappoint you, but you'll never hit me with something so clumsy. Yeah, so I'm seeing, Gray replied as he began his counter-attack, his hands slamming together as he created another ice construct. Ice Make, Cannon. Now with a long-barreled cannon made of ice, Gray fired a powerful ice cannonball at his foe. Makoto simply raised one of his hands, however, and cried out, Hato #31, Shakeaho. A fire orb quickly erupted from his hands, incinerating the incoming cannonball and creating a large amount of mist. Makoto smirked, thinking he had bested the mage once again. If you think you can beat me by just keeping your distance, you'll find that you're terribly mistaken. However, before he could consider his next move, Makoto's eyes widened in surprise as his spiritual senses warned him of an attack from above. Looking up, he could see that Gray had jumped into the air, still wielding his ice cannon as he fired multiple cannon rounds. Makoto was quick to move backward with Shunpo as Gray landing on the floor before the Soul Reaper dashed forward. Nice try, but you'll have to dash. Ice Make, floor. Gray slammed both of his hands on the floor, quickly covering the floor with ice. Having rushed forward too quickly, Makoto was unable to stop himself and soon fell to the floor as he slid across the surface. He was quick to get to his feet, but as he did, Gray was right behind him, once more wielding a massive hammer made of ice which was slammed against Makoto's back, the Soul Reaper sent across the battlefield before he landed on his feet. Okay, so you got a lucky hit in, but I still dash. Ice Make Lance. Putting his right fist of his left palm, Gray quickly fired multiple lances of ice to fly towards Makoto. Not knowing Aikido that could defend from such a barrage, he was quick to leap into the air as he looked down at Gray. However, before he could think of his next counter-attack, Gray was already preparing one of his own. As he quickly over to Makoto. Ice Make Geyser. The ground before Gray froze over with ice before it expanded upwards, creating a large tower of ice. Makoto tried to fire another Shakeaho at the oncoming ice, but the fireball was quickly overwhelmed by the ice, and the ice had already caught onto his feet. No choice. Makoto thought to himself before he shouted, Rampage, Repua. And his sword instantly changed shape into large, three-bladed weapon connected with a straight pole, and with one swing of his shikai, Makoto cut the entire tower of ice in half. He looked down at Gray then and snarled. To think, a mere human could actually force my hand to use my shikai. I see, so it's just like Rukia's weapon, huh? Gray said as he got his hands ready for another attack. Well, I don't know what kind of fancy tricks you got up your sleeve with your Zanpakuto, but if you think this is gonna be easy, think again. Lil Tato moved her head to the right to dodge a black diamond-shaped throwing knife before she quickly jumped up into the air to dodge another three thrown in her direction. Of all the former comrades she would have to fight, she never thought once that Chez Domino would be among them. This wasn't because of some bond the two had formed over the years, as only Bambietta and her clique had gotten that sort of relationship with Lil Tato. On the contrary, Lil Tato had rarely ever interacted with him. No, she was surprised because she was certain that Chez was practically unkillable. Had Waiwaka's Auswallen caused his shrift to go inert? You can't dodge my attacks forever, you know. Chez called out to Lil Tato, the former stern ritter appearing right in front of her with Hiran Kyaku and attempted to cut her with one of his oddly shaped knives. Moving her head to the left, and then the right as he attempted to strike her face, Lil Tato ducked under one of his punches before delivering a powerful right punch to his stomach, before she quickly uppercut him with her left fist. The stern ritter was reeling with pain before Lil Tato used Hiran Kyaku to jump above Shave and kicked him down to the casino floor. He struggled to get up, but just as he got to his feet, his eyes widened with surprise as he saw Lil Tato's next attack. Licked Regan. A barrage of innumerable arrows was hurtling towards Shez as she unleashed her attack. There's far too many to dodge. Shez panicked before he formed his own bow and tried to fire back any of the oncoming barrages, but while he was able to shot a few arrows out of the way, the sheer amount Lil Tato had fired quickly proved to be far too much, the countless arrows piercing his head, stomach, arms, and legs. As the smoke cleared from her recent attack, Shez Domino looked as if he was a human pincushion, the arrows protruding throughout his body. Lil Tato landed before him then, as he collapsed to the ground, completely silent. The petite Quincy stared at the body for about 10 seconds, before finally speaking. "You can stop playing dead, Shez." "Oh, what gave it away?" Shez asked as he grinned, the Quincy slowly getting up to his feet as he began to tear out each arrow that was sticking inside of his body, the wounds quickly healing as he did so. "None of you have ever seen me injured to such an extent. I was hoping to catch you by surprise. It's true that I don't exactly know what the limits to your regeneration capabilities are," Lil Tato told him. "But I figured that if healing was the big deal about your shrift, it would have to be even better than Giselle's. She may not be able to survive a severe injury to the head, but I figured it was fairly likely that you could." "Oh, but what if you were wrong?" Shez asked her. "If a shot to the head could have killed me, you would no doubt face the wrath of the Magic Council, as well as probable banishment from your guild. Normally, I wouldn't have rushed to such tactics, but I figured with your ability, it was a safe bet to make," Lil Tato told him. "It's why I chose to fight you in the first place. Everyone else in my guild is too used to a non-lethal fighting style, but that's not gonna cut it with your power. If you're going to be defeated, it's going to be by inflicting one mortal wound after the other." "And if you were wrong?" Shez asked her. Lil Tato's eyes narrowed then as she clenched her fists. "Your guild is after Urza. Far as I'm concerned, the kitty gloves are coming off. If killing you is what it takes to keep her safe, then so be it." She slowly walked over to Shez then, her eyes filled with rage. "Don't say I didn't warn you." Shez stared at her before he began to chuckle. "Kill me? You actually think you can manage it? Haven't you realized that it's all but impossible for you?" He appeared before her then with Hiran Kyaku, his knife coming dangerously close to piercing her throat. However, before he even realized just what had happened, Shez felt a sharp and incredible pain on his right hand before he was soon flung away towards the ground. He landed with a loud thud, and as he slowly got to his feet, his eyes widened with shock as he looked at his right arm, half of it reduced to a bloody stump. "You!" Shez began to say as he looked back at the petite woman, her jaw misshapen as it chewed on his right hand before she quickly swallowed it and stared right back at him. "It's quite fortunate that you're the one I'm fighting actually," Lil Tato told Shez. "Ever since I've joined Fairy Tail I've hardly ever been allowed to use my shrift's powers on any enemies that weren't just monsters. It's too dangerous to eat a whole chunk out of someone normally, but with you, you'll be able to survive just fine." She slowly floated down to the ground then, her mouth now stretching out to a degree not possible for anyone else. "Now the question is, can you regenerate if every single piece of you is inside of my stomach? I guess we have only one way to find out." Shez had no idea if his shrift could handle it or not, and he was now very afraid that he would find out just that. Ulquioricifer narrowed his eyes as he stared blankly at the woman before him. While everyone else had seemed to have gone off into their own battles, the former Espada had chosen not to do the same, at least not in the same manner. In the few months he had spent in Earthland, he had dealt with many opponents who sought to do him harm for various reasons ranging from petty theft, or simple stupidity. However, he had always been capable of dealing with them with incredible ease. None had managed to even so much as scratch him with his arrow. They were trash, simple as that. But the guild he was dealing with now was quite different. The weaker members of Death's Head Caucus were only slightly weaker than the Privian Espada, but many of the others were actually on par with some of the lower-ranked Espada. The Quincy especially seemed to be rather powerful, Driscoll and Quilge seemingly near the level of Grimjo. But the pink-haired swordsman had already demonstrated a level of strength far above theirs. She had managed to stop one of his Ceros with a mere swing of her sword. It wasn't quite possible to gauge her level of power just yet, but he was sure he would have his answer soon enough. Several minutes had passed since then, and all the two had done thus far was simply stare at one another. He was surprised then when she finally spoke. "A taciturn soul?" she said softly, her voice a gentle breeze upon the air. "Who dares stand against me here, cannot hope to win." She held her ground, unmoving and yet seemingly moving all the same. Not her body, but her spirit, as if the swordswoman was ready to step into action in the blink of an eye and unsheath her sword. A haiku? The Arrancar thought to himself. How utterly pointless. If she wasn't going to make the opening move, then so be it. The sooner he defeated this woman, the sooner he could assist his allies. Thus, with a quick burst of sonido he appeared behind Akariga and struck with a powerful right jab. Akariga turned on her geta, the heavy shoes knocking against the floor. She unsheathed her blade a mere 6 inches as she did so, the flat side of the sword blocking the Arrancar's jab. An attack from behind. Akariga whispered. And I thought I was the assassin on the field of battle today. If I am to end this battle as quickly as possible, I see no reason why I wouldn't resort to such tactics. The Arrancar said as he blankly stared into her eyes. Well, I suggest you step back as quickly as you came, Akariga said, light shining against her blade as it held back Ulquiorra's hand, lest you wish to lose some fingers. He wasn't about to test her bluff, however, as he soon used sonido once again to attack her from behind. He continued to strike at her, this time with both hands as he struck out at her. However, each of his blows was avoided as she moved her head just enough to dodge his attacks. Finally having enough, he kicked by her feet in an attempt to throw her off balance. Akariga faltered back, her feet skipping across the ground as she put some distance between themselves. You seem awfully determined to make me draw my sword in full once again. Are you that upset I'm going all out against you from the start? Don't think that you can fool me with your words, Ulquiorra told her. I know that you have yet to show anywhere near close to your full abilities. But this farce ends now. If she wasn't going to take this seriously from the get-go, then fine by him. Unlike Natsu and Grimjo, he took no joy from such a pointless battle. He once again attacked her from behind as he used sonido, but to his surprise, the woman turned around in time to not only stop his attack but as she quickly drew her blade, Ulquiorra could feel a sharp pain across his left arm and chest. He looked down, and for the first time since he had entered this new world, the Arrancar could see his own blood dripping down his chalk-like skin from a diagonal cut, his own arm now sliced in half, his left hand having been sent flying through the air and crashing into one of the nearby slot machine's screens. Akariga swiped her katana through the air, letting the Arrancar's blood fly away from it. Snow White's skin turned red. The scarlet stain travels far. Your fate is sealed now. She smiled, a glint of madness in her eyes. A fitting haiku for your final journey, yes. The Arrancar stared at her blankly then, before looking back to his arm and chest. If he was feeling any sort of pain, he was hiding it incredibly well. After looking back at Akariga, he simply spoke. Impressive. You're the first one in Earthland to have ever sliced through my arrow. I didn't believe that humans could create such powerful weapons. Should I also be correct to assume that you imbued some of your magic into that attack as well? You assume right, to an extent, Akariga taunted. This blade is me and I am it. Our powers are one, the power to cut through anything that stands in our way, be it fairy or a devil such as yourself. I see. It would appear that your sword is fairly similar to that of a Zanpakuto, at least given your analogy. Ulquiorra calmly stated. However, despite your impressive power, it won't be enough to defeat me. Just then, Ulquiorra's flesh began to form and heal over his open wounds, the long cut across his chest now fully healed, and his left hand soon burst forth from the former stump. He slowly flexed the muscles in his hand before he continued to speak. My greatest strength isn't in my attack, it's in my ability to regenerate. I'm unique. In exchange for immense strength, most Aaron cars lose their ability to regenerate at ultra-high speed. I alone am able to regenerate my body parts at high speed except for two areas. My brain and internal organs. Oh. Akariga smirked, as she tapped the index and middle fingers of her left hand against her temple. So I should have aimed for the head? The Aaron car didn't bother to respond to her retort then as he began to slowly draw out his Zanpakuto from its sheath. Truly, this was a foe he couldn't afford to take lightly. This woman was dangerous, and on the small chance that she actually managed to defeat, or even kill him in battle, the likelihood of Fairy Tail's victory would be practically zero. He could not, no, he would not allow that to happen. He dashed forward, moving faster than a lightning bolt as he thrust his blade at her head, but Akariga quickly drew her own weapon in response to his attack, their blades now clashing. He pressed his sword harder against hers, trying his best to budge her weapon, but to no avail. Is this all that you have to offer? Akariga said before she pushed forward on her left foot, intent on parrying the Aaron car's own blade. I'm disappointed. He took a step back, only to thrust his blade at her with great speed, his right hand stabbing forward thousands of times a second. Akariga moved her head to the right, then the left, continuously as he tried to strike at her. Every time it seemed like his blade was about to pierce her skin, she dodged his blows at the last second, seemingly with ease. If he were anything like the average Aaron car, Ulquiorra was certain would have had some sort of angry outburst. However, he was far above such pettiness in battle, and finally, his blade managed to graze her right cheek as he thrust his blade forward once more. You! Akariga grimaced, a faint wisp of her blood going out into the air. You devil! She was quick to lash out at him with her blade, and the espada was finding it hard to keep up with her immense speed, his Zanpakuto only barely managing to stop her sword from slicing into his neck. His arm shook from the power she was putting behind her blade, and he soon found himself losing ground as he was pushed high into the air. He looked down at his foe, but to his surprise, she was already gone. Quickly sensing her out with his Pesquisa, he was just barely able to raise his Zanpakuto above his head to block a downward swing from the swordsman. He crashed to the ground and quickly got up before moving to the left to dodge another slice of her blade. He thrust his sword once more, but he was too slow as Akariga parried his blade to the right and she slashed her blade at his midsection, the Aaron car having no choice but to use Sonido to evade. However, just as he thought he had gained some distance, Akariga appeared behind him and attempted to cut him in two with a vertical sword swing. Moving fast as he could, the Aaron car was just barely able to parry her blade to the left before she struck out again with a forward thrust, the blade only barely managing to miss his stomach by a few centimeters as he moved to the left. He attempted to slice at her feet, but the swordswoman quickly jumped over his attack before she kicked him across the face. Grunting almost silently, Ulquiorra was barely able to see a flash of white and pink before he raised up his sword to block her swing, the Aaron car's legs shaking from the power from the blow, and his feet slowly skidded against the ground. His eyes locked with hers before he quickly glanced at his sword. It was chipped all over and starting to show the beginning signs of what could lead to a broken sword. This woman's blade, it's almost on par with Haribel's sealed Zanpakuto. Ulquiorra thought. To think it was possible for mere humans to reach this level of power. I have to admit, that's not a bad weapon you have there, Akariga said as she began to sheath her blade. Most things my Mujutsu Ryu comes into contact with are cut in half with one swing of my sword, but your blades managed to survive multiple blows with my own. She then slightly chuckled before she spoke once more. It's a shame really. If you were a little stronger, I might actually be a little concerned for myself. Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes then, showcasing a very rare instance of annoyance. This woman had no idea just how much power he was holding back. If he could simply release Mercy Lago, he had no doubt that he could turn the tide of this battle in his favor. Her strength may have been comparable to Haribel in her base state, but he was quite confident that his resurrection would be more than enough to win this battle. However, there were several issues with that plan as the Aaron car considered his options. If I were to release my Zanpakuto here, it could cause total collapse and put Fairy Tail at a serious disadvantage. Assassins are used to using such cover for their work, but it's unlikely Levi and the others could adjust in the midst of battle. Furthermore, with the spiritual pressure, I would release, it's possible that I may accidentally cause some of them to fall to their knees due to the sheer weight of my power and create an opening for one of the assassins. That wasn't even considering how it would affect the civilians within those magical cards. No, if victory was to be his, he would need to fight strategically. Power alone would not win him this battle. Using Sonido, he appeared above Akaraga's head and swung his sword down at her. The assassin was quick to draw her blade and counter his strike, his blade cracking once more from yet another attack from her blade. Not finished with his attack yet, however, he dropped to the ground before he rushed her and constantly tried to stab her with his blade. However, much like before, each and every one of his attacks were parried easily, and Akaraga smirked. If this is all you have, I think it's time I put an end to this. With a powerful swing of her blade, the Arrancar was forced off of his feet and across the casino air before she jumped high into the sky, and she jumped down at him with her blade held high. Once more, the two swords clashed, and a large crack was beginning to form across Ulquiorra's Zanpakuto. Akaraga grinned then, confident in her victory. Well, it was a fun fight, but in the end, your weapon and skills with the blade are simply no match for my own, Akaraga stated. At least you may die with the pride of being one of the few warriors to last this long against me. I could say the same to you, Ulquiorra stated. While his left hand strained from trying to keep her sword away from slicing him in two, his blade shaking as a result, the Arrancar's right hand pointed at Ikarga's face, his index finger glowing. However, I doubt that even you could take this attack unscathed at such close range. A large green ray of light erupted from his finger then, his Siro completely engulfing Ikarga with its light as it fired through the entire casino, destroying countless slot machines until it finally pierced all the way through, creating a massive hole in the building. The Arrancar simply stared where Akaraga once was, the smoke slowly starting to clear as he sensed for her spiritual pressure. That was a rather impressive attack, it seems I made the right choice to deflect it earlier. His eyes widened in surprise as the dust from his attack now finally cleared out of the way. Akaraga stood firmly, her sword fully drawn. Her entire body and outfit were entirely covered in scuffs and minor burns, but nothing more. Slowly, she began to walk over to him, the woman beginning to sheath her katana once more as she did. If I hadn't deflected that attack at the last second, you might have actually caused me some serious damage. How unfortunate for you. Her sword was quickly unsheathed then and quickly resheathed in an instant, and before the Arrancar knew what had happened, he could feel incredible pain throughout his entire body. Various cuts and slashes covered his entire body, and he feels down to one knee, taking deep breaths as he looked back at her. You, how did you dash? Ulquiorra stammered as he slowly got to his feet. He had never dealt with such an attack before. Even when he had been battered down by Ichigo Kurosaka's monstrous hollow form, he had at least been able to see the attacks coming. This was a completely alien situation for the normally stoic Arrancar. That was just one of my Mujutsu-style secret techniques. Yasha's empty flash. She then clapped her hands then as her eyes looked all over his body. I must admit, you're quite sturdy. You're the first one to have survived that technique. Let's see if you can handle this next one. Garuda Flame. Once again quickly drawing her sword, Akaraga sent a powerful vortex of flame at Ulquiorra. The Arrancar, not having the chance to have fully healed from Akaraga's last attack, could only fire a Siro in an attempt to cancel out her attack. The two attacks clashed, and for the first few seconds, it seemed that they were even. However, Garuda Flame quickly burst through Ulquiorra's Siro, the Arrancar's eyes widening before he was hit by the flames and caught in a massive explosion. The smoke quickly cleared and Ulquiorra was barely able to stand, his body covered throughout with burns of various degrees. You continue to impress me, fairy tale mage, Ikarga said as she began to draw her sword once more. It's such a shame I don't know your name, I would have been sure to have remembered it. This is not over. The Arrancar gasped out, the Arrancar preparing to fight with his sword once more. If you wish to see what an espada is truly capable of, then so be it. However, despite what he had just said, Ulquiorra knew that his own words were no better than an empty threat. A lone cloaked figure watched on as chaos erupted throughout the casino. This was becoming more difficult than he had anticipated when his guild had taken on this quest. It wasn't that he doubted the abilities of his comrades, quite the contrary. He was sure that with enough time, each foe they were engaged with would be snuffed out so they could procure their prize. However, time was of the essence. If the Magic Council got wind of what was going on before the ritual to revive Lord Zeref was finished, then this entire mission would be for nothing. It simply would not do. He reached out with his right hand then as he focused on which one of his guild mates was in the most need of assistance. They still had their uses after all. Shadow God's Chain Blast. A powerful blast of energy burst from his hand, hurtling far faster than anyone else in the casino could possibly perceive until it hit his target, the dark energy quickly wrapping itself around the small body of Lil Tato Lampard, who was just in the middle of rushing towards Chez Domino. What the mph? Lil Tato cried out before she felt the dark energy wrap itself around her mouth before she was slowly lifted into the air. The bindings around her began to tighten then, and she gasped out in pain as she felt her bones slowly beginning to strain from the tight grip which bound her. She struggled as hard as she could, and kicked about, but it was no use. The spell was simply too strong. Her eyes widened in fear then as she looked down at the one responsible as he slowly approached her, his spiritual pressure now clear as day for her to sense. This guy is almost as powerful as Jose. Her thought process was quickly interrupted however as her bindings became that much stronger, and the bindings around her mouth subsided, if only so her allies could hear her screams of absolute pain. Lil Tato! Urza cried out from within her spiritual prison. Bambietta, for her part, could just barely move her head enough to look as her sword clashed with Quilges, the Quincy kneeling from the strain as she was barely able to put up any sort of struggle. You bastard, let her go. Oh, I don't think I will. The cloaked figure spoke as his eyes narrowed. You mages have made this job far more of a hassle than it needed to be. While I have no doubt that you would all eventually meet your demise, time is of the essence, so I simply decided to speed things along. Hand over Urza Scarlet, and in return, your fellow mage will be returned to you without any more harm. Master, I can assure you the situation is well under our control, Driscoll spoke. If you just give us a few more minutes dash. That is more than enough valuable time that we simply cannot afford to waste Driscoll. The man told him. Now fall in line, or else. Why, yes, Master. Driscoll reluctantly agreed. Like hell, we'll just kick your asses and then save her all in one swoop. Candace told the cloaked figure. You really think so? He said with a grin before Lil Tato's bindings became even tighter then, a loud snap was heard before she screamed out in pain. That time it was just her arm, but if I so chose, it could have just as easily been her neck. Now chose. Lil Tato could feel tears fall from her eyes as the pain overrode her senses. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't activate blood vein to defend herself or blood artery to break out. These bindings are preventing me from using my riot so. Candace's eyes widened then as she heard her old friend scream out from her broken arm. Damn it all, I know I'm fast but I don't think I'm that fast. If I make one mistake, then she shuddered as she thought about it. She simply couldn't bear the thought of letting down one of her friends once more. Lil. Natsu cried out as he tried to slowly get to his feet. He wasn't exactly sure what Nana had done to him, but ever since he had been hit by the underbelly, he had found moving to be much harder than before. It was as if he could only use half of the power he had access to before. No, it wasn't just that he couldn't use as much magic as he was before. Nana's blows seemed to have been hitting far harder than they had before. She needs you, Natsu, move. Come on, move. He took a step forward then another as he slowly made his way over to his bound comrade. However, just as he took a step forward, he fell to his knees, the Dragon Slayer simply unable to take another step forward. No, I can't let this stop me, no way. I'm surprised you even have the strength to walk, Baz B number 2. Nana said as he looked down at the Slayer. Most people can hardly even move after I've hit them just once. That's some determination you have there. I'm not done. Natsu yelled back. He had to get up. He had to. For Lil, for Urza, for everyone. Move, dammit, come on body, just move. But try as he might, his body simply would not listen to his demands. Rukia and Gray could only watch on helplessly. They desperately wanted to help, but what could they hope to do against such a foe? If this man was truly their guild master, then any ice attacks they could freeze him and wouldn't last anywhere near long enough to get Lil Tato to safety. That was even if they could somehow get past their current foes. Juvia and Totemaru were in no better position, Driscoll's Bankai having turned the battle in his favor considerably. One wrong move and he could finish them off in a single strike, and poor Levy and Lucy, as well as Jade and Wendy, had their own problems to worry about. That only left Ulquiorra to possibly respond to the threat at hand, and the Arrancar knew it. But could he handle it? The man before them wasn't even close to using his full power, he could tell that much, and it was already at least on par with the Karagas. A Gran Rey Zero was out of the question, due to the damage it could cause to the surrounding area, let alone his own allies. The very same reasons placed Resurrection off limits as well. The Arrancar closed his eyes then, as the reality of the situation finally hit him. It would appear there is no scenario where we can emerge victorious without suffering a massive loss. I'm still waiting for an answer. The guild master said as he snapped his fingers, the bindings tightening once more as Lil Tato let out a powerful scream. Bambietta gritted her teeth as she watched on. Damn this bastard. If she wasn't so hurt already, I'd just toss my explode orb on her bindings to free her, but with her current condition, I'd just be making things worse. Come on, think Bambi, think. The Quincy racked her brain for a few seconds before she came up with an answer. Lil, use your Volstandig to break out. Don't you think I'd have done that already if I could? Lil Tato shouted back with tears. This damn power he's using, it's as if it's cutting off my access to my riot suit. Are you serious? Bambietta yelled back. Things were just going from bad to worse. At this rate, they were going to lose. No, I'm not gonna give up on her, not yet. Bambietta swore to herself. Don't you worry, Lil, we'll dash. Do you swear that you'll release her? At first, Bambietta wanted to do nothing more than cuss out the one who had suggested complying with their demands for even a second, but that rage quickly gave way towards confusion as soon as she realized just who had agreed to those terms. Bambietta stared at Urza then, the S-class mage looking more determined now than she had for the entire night. The cloaked guild master slowly turned to face Urza as well as she acknowledged his demand. Indeed. We would gain nothing to go back on our word, it would just continue the pointless conflict, and as I said, time is of the essence. At least according to Lord Jalal. Bambietta could notice Urza's determination vanish for the briefest of moments as soon as Jalal's name was uttered, but it quickly returned to its former sternness. Whatever was going on, whatever these people from her past wanted from her, it was clear to Bambietta without a shadow of a doubt that Urza never wished to return to where she was going to be taken. This Jalal must have undoubtedly been someone who had hurt Urza dearly, and given her relationship with the ones who had come prior, was more than likely also a former friend. While she may now have known the suffering of slavery that Urza had in the tower, the pain of being betrayed by someone you considered a friend was something Bambietta was more than familiar with. To think that we actually went through something so similar. Bambietta thought as her fists clenched. All this time that I've known you, that you've spent helping me get back on my feet, you've been going through the exact same pain as I was. And now, they wanted to take her back to the man that caused it all? She could not, no, she would not, allow this to happen. Urza, we can handle this. Bambietta insisted. I just need to dash. No. It was one simple word from Urza. One single solitary word. And yet that was all it took to crush Bambietta's spirits. To hear Urza give in at this moment. Worse, she could see something play across Urza's face. Something subtle, something faint, but something there all the same. The solemn and reserved expression worn by Titania Urza had let the faintest tremble play across it. No. Bambietta repeated. Urza, I dash. Bambietta Basterbine, Urza interjected. I have made mistakes. Bambietta's skin ran cold, her mind drifting back to Galuna Island, to the question that had been offered to her so long ago. Urza, no. You don't make mistakes. I'm not a mistake. And you never will be, Urza said, reaching out to put a hand on Bambietta's shoulder. But before fairy tale, I made mistakes. Mistakes that I will not allow to hurt my family. Urza, no. Lil Tato cried out from the constricting shadows, the Quincy trying to futilely escape once more. You can't do this, please. I'm not worth it. You're far more important to the guild than I ever could be. Tears flowed from her eyes once more, but these were not tears of pain, but rather tears of sorrow. Urza was the closest thing to a real mother Lil Tato had ever had. To lose her was simply unacceptable. If you go because of me, if I lose you because I wasn't strong enough, then dash. Nonsense, Lil Tato. Urza said. All those who wear the mark of fairy tale are equally important. And this is not your burden to bear. I will not be surrendering because of you. You did not bring this fight to us. I did. This is my burden to bear. Urza's voice lowered in tone. You are much stronger than I, Lil Tato. You have worked to make amends for those friends you felt you hurt in the past. So now it's time that I do the same and follow your example. To ask for their forgiveness. Lil Tato was having none of it, however, the Quincy on the edge of reaching a hysterical breakdown. No, I can't lose you. Urimmmmphhh. Before she could say anything, however, a black orb of energy wrapped around her mouth, silencing her pleas, leaving her to only use her teary eyes to plead to Urza to reject the man's offer. The guild master slowly strode over to Urza's cage then as he made his way over. A wise decision on your part. Now we simply need the compliance of everyone else. Like hell. Candace yelled at him. I made this mistake one time too many. If you think I'm gonna just sell her out like that, then you have another thing coming. Your approval means nothing. He said as he looked at Lil Tato. Or do you not value her life at all? Any words that could have come from Candace's mouth were quickly silenced. Urza, you can't do this. Natsu shouted out at her. We can still win this, I know we can. Yeah, just give us 10 more minutes and we can send these pansies running home, Gray said as he looked over towards Ulquira. Isn't that right, newbie? Ulquira was silent for a moment before he spoke. As things stand right now, victory is impossible. No, it isn't. Bambietta yelled back as she struggled against Quilge's sword. Yeah, okay, we're not exactly doing super hot right now, but you just need to dash. Any escalation on my part would involve a far greater loss on our side than simply losing Urza Scarlet, Ulquira told her. Or would you rather risk having Wendy, your girlfriend, and Levy end up as casualties of friendly fire? Bambietta wanted to retort. She truly did. She wanted to think of some way, any way to overcome this, but her mind was totally blank. Well now, it seems that we have finally reached a deal. Quilge, you may release her. No need for you to waste any more of your power than what's needed. Quilge nodded his head then, and quickly undid the spell, freeing Urza, if only temporarily. The cloaked figure then used his dark powers to free Wally, Simon, Sho, and Miliana from their bindings, the others quickly heading over to their side the moment they were freed. Urza took one step forward, breathing deep even as she willed her armor to unequip in a bright light, leaving her to stand in her blouse and skirt. She was about to take another step then, only to stop as she felt a hand grab one of her own. She turned to look over her shoulder, only to find Bambietta had reached out to her. Only to see Bambietta glancing down at the floor, her bangs obscuring her eyes. Urza, you talk about making a mistake in the past, but I don't understand it, Bambietta whispered. You know so much about me and my life before fairy tale, but I don't know yours, so I can't understand this, but... You say you made a mistake and this is your penance, but the only mistake you making is the one before my eyes. We can save Lil. You, me, fairy tale. We can. Urza paused for a moment before reaching out herself. She put a hand on Bambietta's chin, tipping her face up so that they could see eye to eye. Bambietta, Urza said. As long as I have worn the symbol of fairy tale, I have made no mistakes. This will be no different. Bambietta's brown eyes wavered. Urza. I leave the rest to you, Urza said. You, Natsu, Lucy, Lil Tato, Candace, Rukia, Wendy, all of fairy tale. The future is yours. Although our path must stray, promise to live the rest of your life to the fullest. Don't. Urza stepped back, turning so that she could see all, even Lil Tato. You must all treat every day like it was your last day in this world. And I will never forget my fairy tale friends that I love. I will treasure my memories of you all for as long as I live. The guild master finally released Lil Tato, the petite woman falling to the ground with a thud as Urza finally approached him. You were wise to accept my offer, Titania. He then looked over to Quilge and nodded, the Quincy beginning to chant a spell that Lil Tato was all too familiar with. That's a Quincy teleportation technique. Despite her broken arm, fractured ribs, and various other injuries, Lil Tato used Ranso Tenge to force herself up to her feet. She slowly walked over as best she could, Ranso Tenge doing nothing to nullify the pain she still felt as she slowly reached out with one hand towards Urza. The S-class mage shot her one last small smile, and then, there was a large flash of light, engulfing the entire casino. Lil Tato barely managed to shield her eyes from the intense light, and when it was finally clear, Urza, and her captors, were gone. No. Urza. Lil Tato spoke as she fell to her knees, the Quincy having lost the will to use Ranso Tenge anymore. Tears flowed more than they ever had before, the guilt of losing one of her closest friends hitting Lil Tato harder than any physical pain ever had. No. It was all her fault. She was the one that had been captured, she was the one they used to take Urza away. She was the reason Urza would have to go back to the very same hellhole that made her a slave. The mere thought of making her relieve that pain, a pain Lil Tato knew all too well, nearly made the Quincy vomit from despair. Instead, all she could do now was cry. They had failed. No, she had failed. Lil Tato grit her teeth as she pounded the ground. I'm such a dash. Don't you dare beat yourself up over this, Lil. Lil Tato's eyes widened then as she felt a strong pair of hands embrace her, her head connecting with Bambietta's chest as she hugged her. The brunette was crying just as she was, but she was putting on a far braver front than Lil was. Her face full of determination. This isn't over, Lil, Bambietta told the small Quincy. Not by a long shot. We'll save her, I swear it. Chapter 58, Preparations. It hadn't even been 5 minutes since Urza's capture, yet Wendy was already busy healing all of the injured members of her guild. Having been the first one healed, Lil Tato was currently clenching her fists as she watched the Dragon Slayer begin her work on Totemaru. It's all my fault. Lil Tato thought as her mind continued to rewind to the moments when Urza had surrendered herself to the Dark Guild. If only I had been stronger. If only I had used my Volstandig right from the start, then Urza wouldn't be. Hey, what did I say about not blaming yourself for this? Bambietta yelled at Lil Tato as she marched over to her. There's nothing you could have done that would have made a difference. If it wasn't you, odds are that guild master of theirs would have just grabbed someone else. Since when can you read minds? Lil Tato asked in a melancholy tone. I can't, but you don't live with someone for over 15 years and not pick up on what they're thinking when they're pissed at themselves, Bambietta told her. Now snap out of it, we're going to be launching our counter-attack as soon as everyone's fixed up and I'm going to need my strategist at her best if we're going to pull this off. Just use Levy. Lil Tato told her as she looked down. I'm just going to fail Urza again, just like I failed you. Bambietta shook her head before she placed a hand on Lil Tato's shoulder. This is nothing like what happened to me, you hear? You were doing the best you could without knowing how bad things really were. You can't ask for more than that. Besides, you think you're the only one beating yourself up over this. Bambietta was quick to point a finger at herself as she continued. Because let me tell you right now, I feel like shit for not being able to help Urza out when she needed it most. Sylphie may have been the reason I was brought back at all, but Urza still played a vital role in where I ended up. She's the reason I ended up joining Fairy Tail and had the best time of my life. Time and again she's believed me when I wouldn't, and I couldn't save her either. But you know what I'm going to do. She gave Lil Tato a grin then as she placed her hands on her hips. I'm going to move forward and make up for that mistake. Knowing Candy she's going to do the same thing. I know you want nothing more than to make up for letting her down and let me tell you right now, this is the best way to do it, so stop feeling sorry for yourself, stand up tall on your 2 feet, get a full stomach from what's left of the casino's buffet, and help me save Urza. But I can't dash. Yes, you can. Bambietta interrupted her. If there is anyone here who can come up with a plan to save Urza, it's you, Lil. You're by far the smartest person I know, and there's no one else I'd sooner trust with a plan to bring her back. You can do this. I know you can, Lil. We're either going to save Urza, or die trying, but if we do die, we'll at least die for something worth a damn. Now are you with me or not, Sternritter G? Lil Toto could only stare at Bambietta then, her eyes wide with surprise at Bambietta's own words before she slowly smiled. And that's why you're the leader. The petite woman thought before she finally gave Bambietta her answer with a small smile. Yeah, I think I am. Thanks, Bambi. Not a prob, Lil, Bambietta said before she looked over at Candace. You coming with? We could really use your help. Of course I am. Candace responded. What, you think I'm gonna let these assholes just come on in and ruin our vacation and just get away with it? Screw that. Besides, Urza's like the big sis I never had. No way in hell I'm just gonna bail on her. I may have made that mistake once with you, but I'm never doing it a second time. The green-haired Quincy was quick to look over to Jade then. If you want to go home, I'm not gonna hold it against you. I know you're not exactly close to Urza like the three of us are. You're right, I'm not, Jade said as she quickly placed her twin pistols into her twin gun holsters. But you guys are going to need all the help you can get if you're gonna pull this off. None of you are exactly what I would call stealthy anyways. If we're lucky, I might be able to get a good layout of their base so we can get Urza out with less of a fuss. If anything, it would at least help her feel better for what was to come during the Harvest Festival. Besides, I know she would have done the same for me. Glad to have you on board. Bambietta said with a grin. Now who else wants in on Operation Saving Titania? Any volunteers? There's no way I'm gonna miss out on this. Natsu said as he clashed his fists together, sparks of flame coming out as a result. I'm gonna make those guys pay for taking away Urza. Hard to believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Natsu, Gray stated. If those guys think they can just mess with Fairy Tail and walk away, then they've got another thing coming. Juvia quickly ran over to Gray and gave him a hug from behind before she looked at Bambietta and the other Quincy's. If my beloved Gray has decided to join you, then I shall go as well. She then smiled. With the power of our love, we'll be invincible. Gray, for his part, could only let out a slightly annoyed sigh. She always did have a habit of over-dramatizing their relationship even now. I'm coming too, Totemaru said as he slowly sheathed his katana. There's no way I'm going to let those damn assassins get away with what they're trying to pull. Lil Tato couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Glad to have you with us, but I'm surprised to see you so gung-ho about this. Totemaru gave her a slight glare before he spoke. Listen, I know I haven't exactly been the most friendly member of this guild, but when I joined I took an oath for myself that I would do everything I could to make sure this guild prospers, and if that means I need to fight against impossible odds to save one of our best, so be it. Urza's easily one of the best mages I've ever seen, and Totemaru's mind quickly drifted back to the past then, as his first official day as a member of Fairy Tail. The fire mage slowly took a sip out of his drink as he watched on from his table as the guild hall was celebrating the defeat of Phantom Lord. To say he felt out of place would have been an understatement. He had been part of the operation that had caused his new guild so much pain. Yes, he had done what he could to try to make amends, but what did he really accomplish? In the end, all that happened was he was swiftly defeated by Jose in a vain attempt to reason with his former master. To join the guild in this moment of joy felt wrong. This was a mistake. Totemaru thought as he slowly got up from his chair. He shouldn't be here, he didn't deserve it. He glanced over at Juvia, the woman having a fairly wide smile as she partook in the festivities as she chatted away with Levi. It was a strange sight in a way, he had never seen her so happy, but he was glad to see that she was able to at least enjoy herself. Unlike him, she had actually contributed to the battle, and frankly, it seemed this guild was what she really needed all along. I hope you enjoy your time here, Juvia. The fire mage said as he began to make his way towards the doors of the guild. He appreciated the offer that Makarov and Lil Tato gave to him to join the guild, he truly did, but he felt he hadn't earned the right. Not yet. However, just as he was about to leave, he felt a powerful hand grasp his shoulder before he could leave the guild. He slowly turned around then and saw none other than Urza Scarlet. "Oh, Urza. Do you need something?" he asked her. He may as well find out what the famous S-class wizard wanted from him. "You don't need to keep berating yourself, you know," Urza told him. "I don't get what you mean," Totemaru responded. I've seen that look on your face more than you think, Totemaru," Urza interrupted. "I can only imagine how awkward it must feel to be here right now, celebrating the defeat of your former home. I suspect in fact that you feel responsible for what happened." "I could have stopped this," Totemaru answered as he looked away. "Told the Magic Council, or at least warned all of you ahead of time. Instead, I just sat by and did nothing while Gajeel destroyed your guild and dash. That's all in the past now," Urza said as she shook her head. "The fact that you did everything you could to try to help Fairy Tail after that fact is what really matters. You took a stand against your own family to do what was right. It's a very commendable thing to do." "But I didn't do anything," Totemaru shouted at her. "All I did was try to reason with Jose and I nearly died because of it. I don't deserve to be dash." "You do," Urza said as she placed both of her hands on his shoulders. "Many people come to Fairy Tail when they have nowhere else to be, and Master Makarov and all the guild masters before him have always welcomed those sort of people with open arms. You're a good mage, Totemaru, so trust me when I say this, Fairy Tail would be glad to have you." Do you really mean that?" Totemaru asked as he felt his eyes begin to water. He had held in all of the pain of the whole experience up until now. The guilt, the betrayal, it was all starting to spill out. "I do," Urza said as she took his right hand and slowly lead him back inside of the guild. "Now come, let's enjoy ourselves tonight. I'm sure it would mean the world to Juvia to see you having a good time." And thus, a great deal of Totemaru's guilt and distraught had disappeared, and his first day as a Fairy Tail mage truly began. "Let's just say I owe her," Totemaru finished. "Besides, the next time I run into that jerk Driscoll I'll overpower that Bankai thing of his." "Excuse you, what?" Bambietta asked Totemaru. "Did you just said he had, Bankai? I need to be really sure about this." Yeah, I did, what about it?" Totemaru responded. "That's impossible." Rukia gasped out. "Only the most experienced or powerful of Soul Reapers can hope to achieve such mastery with a Zanpakuto, it's impossible for a Quincy to have one." Bambietta quickly had to look away. "Well, actually, the thing is, we might have made medallions that could steal Bankai and kicked your asses with it." Rukia's eyes widened considerably as she heard Bambietta speak. "You did what?" "Yeah, it was all part of His Majesty's plan to take down the Soul Society by stealing your Bankai," Candace said before she scoffed. "Still though, I can't believe that asshole still has his." "Oh, big deal," Bambietta told Candace. "It's like I've said, that power wasn't ours to begin with anyway. I say relying on it separates the weak Sternritter from the strong. Besides, I still got my medallion back home in Magnolia, I've just never had to use it. Frankly, I'm more bothered that Quilge still has his Volstandig, and unlike Lil, he found a way to use it without drawbacks." "What?" Candace yelled. "Oh, that's bullshit." "You've gotta be kidding me," Lil Tato said. "Well, this just made things a lot harder." "Terrific." "Pfft, whatever, we can still kick their asses any day of the week," Bambietta shouted. "Bankai or Volstandig, it'll just make beating them all the more satisfying. Who else wants in?" Levi was quick to walk over to Bambietta then as she smiled. "Urza's always done what she could to look out for the rest of us. I think now's about the time I did the same for her. Besides, I couldn't just sit by and watch one of my best friends went off on a dangerous mission without me." Bambietta felt a hand on her own shoulder then, and she saw Lucy giving her a heartwarming smile. "No way I'd let you do this without me. Besides, I can't just sit by and let them do God knows what to Urza." Bambietta smiled then. It warmed her heart to see Lucy having such initiative. Sure, a small part of her was worried about her safety, but she knew that Lucy was much stronger than she gave herself credit for. Maybe this whole experience would give her a bit of a confidence boost. That and well, it was somewhat of a turn-on to hear her lover so eager to fight for once. Me too. Wendy added in. Bambietta wasn't so happy to hear that, however. Absolutely not. No way, not happening. Wendy, it's far too dangerous for you to come with Dash. You're always telling me everything's too dangerous. Wendy interrupted her. I've been training with Rukia all this time so I could be ready if something this ever happened. Besides, what if one of you guys gets really hurt? You need me. Much as I hate to admit it, she's got a point. Bambietta thought before she shook her head. She wouldn't be convinced so easily. This was for the Dragon Slayer's own good. Even so, Rukia can just as easily heal Dash. Wendy's healing is far better than mine, Rukia interjected. I know it's hard for you to stay objective in all this, but Wendy's become far stronger thanks to my training. She's a lot more powerful than you think she is. Bambietta quickly gave Rukia an angry glare. You stay out of this. Please, Bambi. Wendy begged. I promise I won't hold any of you back. I can do this, I know I can. Bambietta stared at the small dragon slayer, glaring, hoping that she could somehow scare Wendy out of this insane idea, but the more she looked at Wendy's determined face, the more Bambietta's own glare lessened. Try as she might, her own desire to scare Wendy was beginning to falter. She really wants to do this, huh? Bambietta thought. Finally, she could glare no more before she sighed and her serious expression returned. All right, fine, but when I tell you to fly away with Carla to get out, you'll do just that, no ifs, ands or buts, is that clear? Thank you so much. Wendy cried out to Bambietta before she gave the Quincy a tight hug, Bambietta's angry face giving away almost instantly. Oh, I can't stay mad at her. The Quincy was quick to look at Rukia then as Wendy let go of her. So I take it you're coming with as well. Rukia scoffed before she responded. Of course I am. As far as I'm concerned, this is no different than the time Ichigo and I went off to try and save Orium from Hueco Mundo. Urza's always been kind to me, this is the least I can do for her helping me join Fairy Tail. Bambietta smiled. Goody, then I guess that's everyone. Dash. I wish to participate in this mission as well. Bambietta, Lil Tato, and Candace quickly looked over to the stoic Arrancar as they heard him speak, but while Bambietta and Lil Tato remained too stunned by the Arrancar's offer to volunteer, Candace couldn't help but speak her mind on the matter after she scoffed. Oh what, you want to help get Urza back out of the goodness of your own heart? Like I'm gonna buy that any of that crap, you don't have anywhere near the kind of connection to her like the rest of us do. It's true that I don't share a personal connection with her, Ulquiorra spoke plainly. But the fact remains that if we were to lose Urza Scarlet, not only would we lose one of the guild's most powerful warriors, but it would also deal a massive blow to the guild's morale. Oh, like you even remotely give a damn about guild morale? Candace yelled back at him. Candace. Bambietta gasped, surprised to see her friend being so antagonistic to the Arrancar. What the hell? What, I'm just supposed to take his word for it that he suddenly gives a damn about the guild now? Please, he hasn't even been a member for more than 3 days. Candace snapped back. You know exactly what he's like, following logic to a fault without giving a damn about anything else. The odds of us succeeding are way too damn low for me to just accept that he wants to join out to help the guild out of the goodness of his own heart, something last I checked he didn't even believe in. Far as I'm concerned, he has to be up to something. Candace then stared at the Arrancar with an intense glare. You may have gotten everyone else's trust easily, but I need a bit more proof if you want me to think you actually want to help out on a near-suicide mission. Ulquiorra could only stare back at Candace, trying to think of the proper words to prove his point, but as his mind wandered, he thought back to the distant past, on the roof of Las Noches. Finally, it was over. The fourth Espada had to admit that he had never expected the substitute Soul Reaper to have put up as much resistance as he had. The Ichigo Kurosaki had gone from being barely able to survive one of Ulquiorra's zeros in his base state to forcing himself to use Rishireshin to defeat the young man. The fact that Ichigo Kurosaki had been able to improve so much in less than a day was quite the feat. It was irrelevant now, however, as once the Espada had taken the fight to the top of Las Noches to obey Lord Aizen's orders and released Mercy Lago, that the batter had turned to his side completely once more. Even with the aid of his holification, Ichigo Kurosaka was no match for Ulquiorra as he was now. Not even his fully powered Getsuga Tenshou was able to harm him in any way. After what could best be described as an utter one-sided beatdown, Ulquiorra now held the substitute Soul Reaper by his neck, his hollow mask destroyed and half of his Shiakusho now gone. He had completely expected the young man to give in to despair after what had transpired, but much to his surprise, Ichigo Kurosaka still clung to his weapon despite the thorough thrashing he had barely endured. "Why won't you let go of your sword?" the Arrancar asked. "You've experienced the vast difference in our powers and yet you actually still think you can defeat me." "Difference, in power, that doesn't matter at all," Ichigo managed to stammer. "You think I'd give up, just because you are more powerful than me? From our first battle together I knew that you were stronger," Ichigo managed to say as he slowly lowered his gaze back at the Arrancar, his face full of determination. "We'll find a way to defeat you, Ulquiorra," he finally managed to sputter out. Ulquiorra's eyes widened at the man's determination and utter lack of logic. He knew that the Arrancar was stronger than himself, and yet he still had the will to fight? Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. There was no logic or reasoning behind his words, merely determination. He was so sure, positive then, that upon showing the substitute Soul Reaper his second release that he would cower in fear, finally give in to despair, but even then, he continued to battle right until then end. But it was not the substitute Soul Reaper who had died, it was himself. "It's true that the odds are against us," Ulquiorra finally spoke. "But they're not impossible. If I have learned anything from the last few months it is that my definition of the word impossible isn't as absolute as I once thought it was. The fact remains that the Assassination Guild took us by surprise and managed to seal away one of our most powerful assets before the battle could even begin. Furthermore, with Miss Basterbine being so preoccupied with protecting Lucy Hartfilia and Wendy Marvel, I feel it would be best if I joined to assure Levy's protection." Candace looked like she wanted to say more, but before she could begin, Bambietta placed a hand on her shoulder. "Look, Candy, if he wants to help, I say let him. We need all the help we can get right now, and he's practically the strongest guy on our team right now. I'm not gonna turn him away just because of what he is or who he was. It's who he is now that I care about." Bambietta then gave the Arrancar a smile. "You want in, glad to have you aboard." Candace looked like she wanted to have more to say but decided to remain silent. Bambietta did have a point after all, though Candace still remained wary of the Arrancar even now. "If you even so much as think of leaving us behind or stabbing us in the back, I'll zap you into a pile of ash." "Wait, shouldn't we go back to the guild to get some more help? I'm sure Makarov could make all the difference with fairy law," Lucy brought up. "And I know Laxus isn't exactly on the best terms with us, but I don't think even he'd turn us down over something like this. We could also get help from the Magic Council," Levy was quick to bring up. "The more help we get the better our odds of success." Lil Tato however shook her head in disagreement. "Normally I'd agree, but given how their guild master seemed to be in a hurry to take Urza, it seems that time is of the essence. Whatever they're planning to do to Urza, they're going to do it quick. By the time help arrives it would probably already be too late. It's far from ideal, but we'll have to make do with what we got." Bambietta smirked as she placed her hands on her hips. "Oh come on Lil, I'd say we got more than a good enough team. Everyone here is either eligible for S-class or is at least an A-class mage. I say we couldn't ask for a better team. Now come on, let's go." Bambietta quickly pointed outside to the wide sea outside of the casino's entrance. "Operation Saving Titania is a go." Quiljopi smirked as he slowly ascended up the stairs to the throne room of the Tower of Heaven. While he hadn't expected to be reunited with so many former colleagues, it didn't change the fact that the mission Lord Jelal had entrusted him and Death's Head Caucus Wen had managed to complete their task. Urza Scarlet was now successfully locked away in one of the tower's many prisons, her magic sealed away by the sealstone cuffs around her hands. Escape was all but impossible. He soon opened up the door to the throne room and quickly bowed as he saw his master. "Lord Jelal, I'm here to gladly report that our mission was a complete success. Sitting upon the throne he had granted himself within the Tower of Heaven, Jalal Fernandez turned his attentions to Quilge. His eyes peeked out from beneath the hood of his jacket, a smile spreading across his face. And at that moment could Quilge swear that he saw a dark red light emanate from Jalal's right eye. "You've done well, Quilge. Very well indeed. I knew having Altair bring one of the Quincys into the fold would be worth the effort, but this goes beyond even my wildest expectations. Oh, but it must be I who should be thanking you, my lord," Quilge said as he stood up. "After all, it was you who gave me a brand new purpose in this world. To bring about a divine utopia unlike any the world has ever seen." He could still recall it now when he had first arrived in this world. Finding work wasn't hard, his power and experience made getting into the Rune Knights fairly easy, but he soon found the work unfulfilling. The last two organizations he had worked under had so much grander things in mind for the world. To change into a utopia for all who were worthy enough to live in it. The Magic Council simply wanted to maintain the status quo. They had made no real attempts to change the world, despite having the power to do so. They even refused to take the lives of those who opposed their rule unless it was deemed absolutely necessary. It was maddening, working for such blind fools. But when Jalal, or more specifically Segreen, had found him, he had offered him that divine purpose. Something he could truly pour his heart and soul into. A true purpose. He recalled the words of his father many years ago, which had spurned on his path in life. "Remember this well, my son, if you want a true utopia, you'll never be able to achieve it without some sort of sacrifice. Be it blood, sweat, or tears, or even life, everything truly worth having comes with a cost. Do you really want that perfect world? Then you'll have to be ready to stain your own hands with blood." So it had been in his time with the Vandenreach in his life before, and so it would be yet again. It had to be, there was simply no other way. "I promise you this," Jalal said as he stood from his throne and pulled back his hood to reveal his dark blue hair, "with Urza Scarlet within our grasp, Earthland shall return to times of old where magic was a power to be feared and respected outright. The age of black magic is soon upon us." Jalal began to chuckle then, his laugh a quiet one. However, it soon evolved into a loud outburst, the wizard clutching at the side of his face. "Soon shall Lord Zeref's time come again." "Indeed it shall, my lord," Quilge said as he gave his lord a salute. "The divine utopia you have spent so long and hard on shall soon be realized." Jalal was much like the two men he had worked for and admired so long ago. He had something the fools at the council lacked. Vision. A drive to do what had to be done for the sake of a better world. After all, how could law and order exist if all people in the world were not equal? The lesser beings had to be purified, expunged from the world in order for that utopia to be made. For if all that remained were the strong, then true peace would come about. No more would there be a weak to feed upon. Any and all people would be able to stand up and to fight their own battles. To not rely on anyone but themselves. No longer would there be pushovers, but rather people who could handle their own problems. Jade felt her heart race slightly as she rummaged through the hotel room she and Candace were staying in. She could still scarcely believe that they had been attacked by Death's Head caucus of all guilds. Their supposed reputation was known far and wide across Fiore and she had bared witness to its effectiveness less than an hour ago. She was lucky to even be alive right now as far as she was concerned. If it wasn't for Wendy's intervention she would have died, she was sure of it. Jade was an assassin in the service of Emberella, and she was good at it. Very good, she'd even say. Not once had she failed to kill someone her mother figure had asked for, and almost none of them ever saw her coming. However, she could tell that compared to many of the others she had seen from the Dark Guild that she was far, far from being the top dog in regards to that profession. Not that she exactly wanted to go back to that profession anymore. Fairy Tale had done well to guilt-trip her into feeling remorseful for her past more than a few times unknownst to them all. It was a powerful fear of hers that one day her past would catch up to her, and she would promptly be removed from the guild and placed in a dark, cold, damp cell. But as powerful as that fear was, it was incomparable to the one going through her mind right now. This was just supposed to be a fun vacation, Jade said as she began packing some extra ammunition into her small backpack. Just one last thing me and Candy could do with our friends before dash. Jade quickly shook her head as thoughts of her guildmates reduced to mere dolls for Emberella to command came to the forefront. That shit happens. And now, I'm going to go and probably die before we even get back home. Truly this is the vacation of a lifetime. She then groaned as she lay down on her bed. Why did she even accept Candy's offer to come along? I should just go back home. Tell Emberella we were involved in a terrible fucking incident that couldn't be unfucked, and that I decided to hightail it out of there. Yeah, she'd probably be okay with that. Part of her wanted to do just that. The odds of them pulling this off were so small she'd sooner spend her entire life's savings trying to win the Fiori lottery than bet on her own chance of survival. In fact, she was sure none of her friends would even blame her if she just told them she was getting cold feet and would let her just walk away. There was nothing wrong with that, right? Strangely enough, however, despite how easy it would have been for her to get away from this mess, and the temptation to live another day, Jade found that she didn't want to leave. At least not enough to let her guildmates go alone. Everyone here was a friend of hers in some form or another. Well, perhaps not the Car, but he had never done anything to personally bother her. And besides that, Urza was important to everyone in the guild and Jade had to admit she slightly admired her. Jade knew that even if she did survive this and somehow continued to live her life at the guild, she knew in her heart that it would never be the same without Urza. Certainly a rather interesting choice on your part, Miss Lodro. Recognizing the voice instantly, Jade picked up a pillow and groaned into it. She didn't have the patience to deal with this now. What do you want, Sosuke? In case you haven't noticed, I'm kind of getting ready for what's probably going to be the last fight of my life. So how's about you try some of your shoulder angel of conscience nonsense at a better time? Why my dear, I couldn't think of a possibly better time, Aizen said as he materialized right before here. After all, it would be most obtuse of me to question you in a life or death situation, especially if it truly is going to be the last fight of your life, that you claim it to be. I suppose he has a point. Jade thought before she slowly rose up. Okay, fine, what do you want? Try to make it quick though, we're leaving in 10 minutes. I'm just curious about your current course of action is all, Aizen spoke to her as he sat down next to her. Most would find it rather illogical. What, because the odds are against us? Jade asked as she turned her head to face him. Yeah, I know, we're probably fucked trying to pull this off. But I can't just leave them to die if I know we have a chance at pulling this off. They're going to need me if they want to get in with as little trouble as possible. I'm afraid that you misunderstand, Aizen told her. Doing what is seemingly considered impossible is something I'm rather experienced with. I've accomplished many things that foolish old men had considered impossible for over a millennium. Jade couldn't help but roll her eyes at his vanity with the reference of his past accomplishments. She had only a few minutes before she would go off to fight for her life, and she had way better things to do than listen to this person in her head just prattle on about how amazing he was. Then what's the problem exactly? Jade asked, wanting to get to the point as quickly as she could. You're clearly willing to risk your own life to protect your guildmates so they don't lose their lives when they raid the Tao of Heaven, Aizen spoke. A brave and loyal choice of action to be sure, but tell me, what's truly the difference to them dying now, or simply losing their free will to your mother a mere week from now? Jade rose up from her bed as she glared at Aizen, her eyes filled with anger. How dare you? What Emberella is doing is hardly any different than your friends being killed. Aizen interrupted her. Perhaps their minds will still have some consciousness while your mother controls them. I haven't had the chance to study how the spell is structured to know that much, but that is in its own way even crueler. To be forever trapped in your own body unable to do anything as you're commanded to do, commit actions you would find heinous. I'm sure many of them would actually prefer to die saving their comrade than end up as mere lapdogs. Jade's hands began to shake then as she stared at him. She. Aizen couldn't help but chuckle as he rested his knuckles against his cheek. I think it's time you re-evaluate your allegiances before your vacation is over. Time is running short for you to make a proper decision, you see. You're at a crossroads now, Jade Ladero. One with your mother figure, and the other with your friends. All this time you've been trying to balance between the two, but now you're finally beginning to see that is nothing more than a childish fantasy. He then shot her a small smile. No. You've already known that for quite some time now, haven't you? You just refuse to accept reality. Get out of my room now, Jade stated coldly. You've more than outstayed your welcome. Very well, Eisen said as he rose to his feet. But before I go, allow me to remind you something I told you the day we first met. His body began to slowly vanish now, his entire body almost entirely gone before he spoke his words of wisdom. Admiration is the furthest thing from understanding. With that, he was gone, leaving Jade all to herself. Ugh, god damn it. She yelled as she looked at the ceiling. That was the last thing she needed right now. Damn that Sosuke Eisen and his mind games, damn his irritating aura of arrogance, and damn the fact that everything he said made sense. Oi, bestie, you okay? Jade could hear Candace call from the hallway. Thought I heard some shouting. Jade sighed as she got up from the bed. Everything's fine, Candy, just mad about those guys ruining the vacation is all. I'm almost ready. She quickly packed up her spare ammunition and prepared to leave the room. She couldn't believe it, but right now a life or death scenario was far more preferable to how she was feeling now. Mifone Long had almost all that she needed within hand. The guild leader of Celestial Blade had worked long and hard to find the proof she needed. Every resource at her disposal had been put towards the singular goal of discovering a truth that threatened the very security of the kingdom of Fiori. It had been a dangerous game she was playing, but she knew it had to be played. For she had found evidence of who the traitor within the Magic Council's ranks was. Guiding her personal airship down to the ground, Mifone exited it. She had come alone, leaving her guild back at the main airship for now. If she was wrong, or if her evidence was not enough to support her claims, she did not want to drag the others down with her. Suddenly, her communication Larsima began to glow. A holographic image of Yahima, a short old man with a bald head and mustache, was now looking at the wizard saint with a grim expression. She had almost never seen him like this, the two of them having been on good terms as former members of Fairy Tail. If he was calling her right now. Mifone, thank goodness I was able to finally contact you. The old man said with a sigh of relief. Mifone noted the concern etched upon Yahima's face even as it echoed through his voice. She had expected to come here as the one with grave concerns to voice, but it seemed he had beaten her to the punch. What's the matter? I'm afraid to contact you under such dire circumstances, but given your connection to someone deeply affected by what will soon transpire, I felt it was necessary to contact you immediately, Yahima told her. It appears, we missed one of the R-system towers. Mifone dropped the lacrima orb almost immediately, her blood running cold. It hit the ground hard, but never broke its connection to Yahima. The hologram of the council member simply projected out horizontally. That's not possible, Mifone said, the wizard taking a step back. She felt her breath catch itself within her lungs for but a moment. Still, the S-class wizard reined herself in and knelt down, picking up the orb. She was eerily calm then, her emotions in check. Where is it? Near the southeast coast of Fiori's ocean, Yahima informed her. We've only been informed ourselves very recently. One of our scout teams sent us an image of the tower before we lost contact with them. We've already assumed the worst. How could this have been right under the Magic Council's notice for so long? Mifone questioned. Unless. Her eyes narrowed. He deliberately kept it from you all. So caught up in the moment, her suspicions coupled with the reveal of a hidden R system, it had taken Mifone a few seconds to hear all that Yahima had said. What about Urza? She asked, a bit of panic leaking into her voice. I need you to make sure that you keep an eye on her, Yahima informed her. You know as well as I do that she and her entire village were enslaved to build those wretched towers. Right now we need to be very careful how we go about exterminating this last one, not just rushing in like a bunch of fools. I know that Urza is usually more than capable of keeping a cool head under dire circumstances, but I fear with the personal connections at play here, she may not be thinking with a straight head. He then shook his head. This isn't just any tower, it's the very same one she was brought to, and its current leader is none other than Seagrain's twin brother. No. Mifone shook her head. Urza would never make a rash decision like that. She's... Mifone stopped. Everyone had a breaking point. She knew very well the lengths she had gone to deal with Strings, with the man he had once been in their shared past. Why then would she expect Urza to be any different? She quickly shook her head as those thoughts came to her head, however. No, I have to have faith in her to make the right choice. If anything, this event makes it all the more clear I have to end this right here, right now. You have my word that I'll see her as soon as I can, Mifone informed him. I just have one piece of urgent business that I must complete before I see her. It won't take long, however, I promise you. Yes, see to it that you do. We need to be careful about how we handle things from here on out. Yahima told her. We're all counting on you. And with that, the hologram of the elderly man vanished. The wizard saint felt her hands clench in fury as she grit her teeth. She wanted nothing more than to go to Urza and comfort her, to make sure that her successor had someone to be with during this difficult time, but this was a matter that simply could not be put off any longer. She could only hope that Fairy Tail would give Urza all the help she needed. She had best to meet up with Mr. Jin soon. The sooner they put an end to this traitor, the better for everyone in Fiori. After the group had managed to get their supplies and fully prepared themselves, the Fairy Tail mages quickly set out to find a ship large enough to help them on their journey to save their dear friend. Fortunately for them, a rather large vessel had landed its anchor at the resort's harbor. While its crew was initially hesitant to take on such a dangerous task, once they had found out they were mages of Fairy Tail, the captain of the ship had quickly complied. It turned out that members of the guild had saved his town from a dark guild many years ago, and he was more than eager to return the favor. One person, however, took issue with the entire arrangement. Oh God, why did we have to take a boat? Natsu moaned out as he gripped onto the railing of the ship, the dragon slayer's head leaning over said railing as his stomach churned as the ship was slowly rocked by the waves of the ocean. We could have just flown in with Happy and the rest of you could have been carried out. Sorry, Natsu, but I'm afraid that would be a bad idea. Lil Tato pointed out. Odds are they would expect us to travel by air. While there's a good chance they also have some kind of defense for the sea, Quilge and the others will probably expect the former. Besides, with how strong our enemies are, we need to save as much of our energy as possible for the battles ahead. Furthermore, from what I can sense, it'll only take us 30 minutes to catch up. 30 minutes. Natsu yelled out. Lil, I can't wait for dash. Whatever Natsu wanted to say was interrupted however as he quickly hurled his lunch over the ship, puking out his lunch as Totemaru slowly shook his head. You know, I used to be jealous of people who had Slayer magic since they were completely immune to whatever element they learned, but now... Yeah, Natsu doesn't take travel sickness very well. Lucy quickly brought up. He was pretty much just like this when we took the trip up MT Hakubi. Juvia was slowly nodding her head in understanding as she listened in. That would explain why Gajeel was sick when we took a magic mobile to Clover Town for a mission. Bambietta couldn't help but giggle at the thought of the Iron Dragon Slayer puking his guts out over a simple car trip. Oh really, now that is some comedy gold. I'd have loved to have seen that. She may have decided not to kill Gajeel in the end, but she was still very sore over what he had done to Levi. She couldn't help but quickly glance over to Wendy then and smiled. Thank goodness you don't seem to have that problem at least. She couldn't bear the thought of Wendy being sick in any way. She quickly glanced at her girlfriend then, the young woman now clutching onto her doll Gonzalez. Apparently, Lucy found the doll to make her more comfortable whenever it was nearby, though she couldn't explain why, so the celestial mage brought it with her. Bambietta suspected it was due to its full-bring nature. I just hope it doesn't become a problem. The last thing we need is her thoughts were interrupted then as Lil Tato spoke up. So, other than Natsu, is everyone else here ready for the briefing? Lil Tato asked the assembled group. Last time some of you were caught off guard by what our enemies could do. Luckily for everyone here, I have a pretty decent idea of what they can all do, so it's best I give all of you an idea of what we're in for here. Rukia here has volunteered to illustrate them to the best of her ability as I go over each one. The petite Quincy was precise and thorough throughout her briefing, going over each and every person from her world and their ability as best she knew, Rukia intervening on occasion due to her personal experiences with Shrieker and the Bounce. Soon, after 12 minutes or so had passed, Lil Tato looked at the assembled group. "So, any questions?" Jade spoke up. "Yeah, why on earth do they all look like chibi bears?" Lil Tato fought the urge to groan. "What are you talking about?" Lil Tato's words were cut off once she looked down at the pictures Rukia had drawn to see cartoonish-like bears, each one barely resembling the people they had just discussed, with their clothes being the sole giveaway. Her right eye twitching, Lil Tato looked back at Rukia. "I thought you said you were an accomplished artist." The guy quickly huffed. "You clearly just don't understand that fine art truly is." Bambietta could only stare at the pictures in disbelief. "Rukia, I hate to burst your bubble, but these suck. Who the hell taught you how to draw in the first place?" "I'll have you know I was taught by none other than my esteemed older brother," Rukia shouted back. The Quincy's could only stare then, their minds quickly trying to imagine the older nobleman teaching Rukia the finer arts using ambassador seaweed as an example of true art. It was baffling, to say the least. Candace quickly shook her head in disbelief. "I can't believe that I died to someone who draws like this." Lil Tato continued to speak, then to change the subject. Besides, this was something she just felt had to be said from the bottom of her heart. "Listen, I'm going to be honest, the odds aren't exactly in our favor this time around. We're going to be fighting on enemy territory and they'll know the place far better than we will. For all we know, we'll have even more people to worry about than those we saw at the casino. However, winning our battles isn't what matters. Saving Urza is. If one of us manages to get to her, we leave if we can. The odds of us winning a dragged-out fight are very slim if Ulquiorra can't use his Reshuration, and that's not a gamble I'm willing to take. If possible, please try to team up with anyone near you. I don't want to hear any complaints about it either. This isn't a tournament you're winning for your own glory, this is a rescue mission. Any beef you have with anyone here needs to be forgotten right here and now. Almost everyone here owes Urza something, and this is the least we can do to pay her back for all she's done. So leave your pride on this ship, and do whatever it takes to save her. Is that clear?" Everyone nodded in agreement, some even cheering as she finished her speech. Her passionate speech from the heart had made it quite clear just how much this mission meant to her, that it was clear that they were all truly united as a group in their mission. However, before anything else could be said on the matter, they were interrupted. "Captain, look." Bambietta and the others couldn't help themselves when they looked in the direction where the panicked sailor was shouting at. About 60 pairs of yellow glowing eyes could be seen underneath the water then, and the men aboard the ship began to panic. The captain tried his best to keep the peace, but it was no use. Just then, a scaly webbed hand popped out from the sea, and then, as if defying the laws of physics, a muscular green-scaled man stood upon the surface of the water as if it was land. Its face was covered in gills, and its mouth was full of razor-sharp fangs, and wielded a sharp spear, its webbed tail smacking against the seawater before it growled. More and more of these creatures rose from the surface of the water until the entire ship was surrounded. "Okay, I'll bite, what are those?" Bambietta asked Levy. Levy's eyes were wide with shock then as she looked at the assembled creatures. "Those are Sahuagin. They're B-class creatures that are known to attack sailors that cross their territory and eat them alive." Well, it seems like someone knows a little bit about my kind." One of the creatures spoke. "We are part of Lord Jelal's Naval Defense Force. He's asked us to ensure that not a single one of you sets on foot on his beloved tower. Personally, we're just glad to do something. It's been so long since I've enjoyed the flesh of a human, especially a female." Another creature said as it slowly licked its lips. Gray had heard enough, however, as he stepped forward. "You guys think it'll be that easy? I'll show you what a fairy tale wizard can really do." Ice make dash, however, before he could do anything else, however, he felt a hand on his right shoulder. Turning around, he saw Bambietta. "Cool it, Gray, trust me when I say they're not worth it," Bambietta told him. "So just sit back, okay? What's up with you?" "I was just about to teach these guys a lesson," Gray retorted. "And don't think for a second that I don't think you could handle it," Bambietta told him. "We could probably crush these guys in no time flat, but we can't afford to waste energy on small fries like these. I don't know how long it takes a wizard like you to get back your magic, but it doesn't take that long for us Quincy's." A 30-minute long cruise should be more than enough time for yours truly. Let me handle this. By yourself, you can't be serious. Gray told her. There has to be at least 50 B-class monsters out there, there's no way you can do it alone. Bambietta simply shrugged. Gray, trust me when I say it's best you let me handle this. You guys need to save up all the power you can for when we get there. Besides the Quincy stared at all of the sea creatures with an icy glare as she slowly formed her sword in her right hand. I need to vent out some anger for earlier and I don't want to get any of you guys caught up in it by accident. Gray looked like he wanted to say more, but Juvia quickly intervened. Darling, I know how you feel, but she's right. It's best we save our strength for the battles up ahead. Let's let her have a chance at the very least. Gray wasn't exactly thrilled by what was going on, but he soon let out a sigh. Okay, fine, but if you have any trouble, I'm stepping in. One of the Sahuagin, however, was downright furious. What, you seriously think you can take on all of us by yourself? Buddy, I know can, Bambietta said as she finally walked up to the bow of the ship. I used to kill monsters for fun back home, and they were way scarier than you. Still, seeing how you all seem to have some kind of brains inside your heads and that you're not completely mindless, I'm going to give you all just one chance right now to get out of this alive. What do you say, boys? Don't think you can scare us human. The same creature shouted back. We are not cowards, we are a strong and proud warrior race. We are Sahuagin. Really? Bambietta said before she gave the sea creatures a terrifying grin. Because all I see right in front of me are a bunch of baby seals. Before the Sahuagin could offer up any kind of retort, however, Bambietta had quickly vanished from his sight before she had appeared right in front of him, her blade already plunged deep into the creature's stomach. Just as he let out a gargled cry and his comrades turned their heads to look at him, Bambietta quickly cleaved the creature in two. One of the Sahuagin attempted to stab Bambietta with his spear, but the Quincy simply slashed out with her sword once more, cutting both the weapon and its wielder in half. Another Sahuagin attempted to grab her feet from underwater, but Bambietta quickly jumped into the air before she fell downwards, her sword impaling itself through her assailant's head. Another Sahuagin attempted to fire a massive orb of water at her, but Bambietta quickly changed her sword's form into her bow and quickly fired an arrow through the elemental attack, the energy arrow disintegrating the creature entirely. Two more attempted an attack from behind, but Bambietta grabbed one of the creatures by the head and threw him into the spear of one of the other attackers. Not wanting to give the Sahuagin a chance to attack, Bambietta formed an explode orb in her right hand and tossed it at another spear one of the Sahuagin were wielding. It quickly erupted, killing not just the Sahuagin wielding the spear, but many others who were about to join in on the attack, the sea quickly taking on the color red as it was soaked in the blood and guts of her foes. Bambietta quickly jumped into the air then, and with a sadistic look in her eye and what could best be described as a sinister laugh, she bombarded the ocean with her shrift. What was once a calm sea mere moments ago was now littered with explosions. Each explodes orb she had unleashed hit its mark, injecting itself into each one of the Sahuagin's various weapons before they exploded, killing countless of the foes that sought to bar their path to the Tower of Heaven. Their numbers had been reduced to at least half then as she fell to the ocean floor, the Quincy using her control over Reishi to remain afloat atop the blood-red sea. I don't believe it. She's wiped out half of our brethren in less than a minute. One of the Sahuagins cried out. She can't be human, she has to be some sort of demon. Another quickly followed up. Bambietta slowly looked towards the Sahuagins then and took note of their terrified faces. She couldn't help but grin before she spoke. What's wrong, scared? She took a single step forward, and her gathered enemies took another step back. Good, you should be. Looks like your survival instincts are finally kicking in. Too bad for all of you though, it's a little too late. She let out a quick chuckle then as her eyes narrowed at the Sahuagins. Because none of you are going to be making it out of here alive. The remaining Sahuagin's eyes went wide with fear then before one of them quickly called out, retreat, retreat. No feast of human flesh was worth fighting such a monster as far as they were concerned. The Sahuagins quickly swam in the opposite direction, the aquatic creatures already having swum a great distance in hope of avoiding the Quincy's wrath. It was not to be, however, as Bambietta's right hand began to slowly glow. I warned you all, didn't I? I even gave you a chance to just walk away earlier. But you refused to take my word for it. Normally I'd let bygones be bygones, but you're working for the bastard that took Urza, and for that, you will pay. Bambietta raised her glowing hand up, fingers curled forward as if they were talons befitting a wyvern. Her other hand quickly latched onto the wrist, her feet sliding to the sides as if the Quincy were bracing herself for what was to come. Her long dark hair seemingly began to rise upwards, the air crackling with trace amounts of static electricity. Atomic blast. From Bambietta's palm exploded an almighty pulse of azure energy, the force leaving Bambietta's heels to dig back into the wood frame of the ship. She held her ground, her eyes ablaze with the reflection of what lay before her. She swept the stream of energy across the ocean, from left to right, watching as each and every one of the Sawajins were consumed in their own individual explosions. The turbulent waves only grew more volatile, leaving the ship to rock from the devastation before it. Then, the deed done and the enemies vanquished, did Bambietta slam her hand into a fist, her fingers curling into her palm, the energy blast fading away. She held her fist before her, smoke slipping between her fingers, her face adorned with a vicious smile, her eyes cast in the shadow of her hat's visor. Then she turned around to face her fellow guildmates, all the while sheepishly running a hand through her long hair. Okay, so maybe I overdid it a little there, but at least I didn't accidentally cause a tidal wave, right? She quickly landed back on the ship, but not before she turned to face forward as she looked on towards their destination. I'll get you out of there somehow, Urza, even if it kills me. Chapter 59, For the Titania I Admire. I hope this decorum doesn't bother you, Sho said as he finished cuffing Urza Scarlet's hands to the wall of the cell that had been chosen for her. Though I'm guessing nothing I can say would stave off any bad memories, would it? Urza took in her surroundings then, the dark and damp cell that was nothing more than a hole carved into ebony stone clawing at her past and dragging it up to the surface. That's where you're wrong, Sho. The blonde young man looked at Urza quizzically. What? Do the right thing, Urza said, looking him in the eyes. Be the kind young man I knew so many years ago, and that would keep the past we both want to forget where it belongs. Sho was quiet for a moment, his face composed and unmoving. Then, much to Urza's surprise, did Sho smile, his blue eyes ablaze with what could only be described as madness. That boy is gone, Urza. Sho shouted. The moment you left us all behind when we had already lost our last hope, all we had was Jalal. And he's done something neither you or Grandpa Rob ever could. He showed us the truth. Urza tried to keep her composure. And what truth is that? One of Sho's hands reached up, as if the youth was trying to grasp his own face in an attempt to restrain his unbridled emotions. If that was what he was attempting, then it was a failed effort. That it's hell to get to heaven. Urza's voice faltered ever so slightly. Sho. We're going to use the R system, Urza, Sho said. And despite how you left us all, despite how you betrayed our friendship, all of us still want you to be a part of our ascension to heaven. Jalal can't show you the way, Urza replied matter-of-factly. You or me? Maybe not, Sho replied. But when we use the magic of this tower to bring someone back from the dead who knows more about magic, who has experienced life and death, then we will be shown the path. You can't sacrifice someone for the revive system. Urza snapped at last. Grandpa Rob would never dash. Not that old man, Sho said, glaring at Urza. No, Jalal answers to a higher power. A man who knows more of magic than any other in all of history. Urza's composure slipped a little more. You don't mean? That's right, Sho said. And once he is here in the flesh, we'll march out into the world and overthrow the kingdom and council that let this tower come to fruition in the first place. We'll scar the land and remove from power the bastards who looked the other way when the twisted hearts of men ruined our lives. Who took our childhoods? Who took our families? Who stole everything from us? The Black Wizard Ziraf will give us this power and let us remake this hellish world into heaven itself. And you, Urza Scarlet, are the one Jalal will use to bring that legendary figure back to Lee Dash. Urza's right foot swung up then, catching the maddened Sho in the face. So caught up in his rant that he had left himself wide open. The youth collapsed to the ground then, knocked out. Urza took a deep breath as she looked down at Sho, his once contorted face blissfully peaceful as he remained unconscious. "Sho, I am so sorry," Urza said even if he could not hear, the wizard hoping her words would at least reach his heart, "but I can't let you blacken your soul any more than you have. I have failed you all." Focusing all of her strength, she pulled her hands apart, breaking the cuffs that held her hands above her head before she fell to the ground. Urza closed her eyes, her magic at the ready. Her evening gown vanished in a flash-out light, leaving her heart crew's armor adorning her body as her hair fell over her shoulders. "But that time is over. Tonight I'll do what I should have years ago." "So, this is the Tower of Heaven, huh?" Bambietta said as she and the others stepped onto the docks of the small island. "Looks more like the Tower of Hell to me." The island itself was practically barren of any sign of life, the only thing of note being a massive tower seemingly made up of metal tubes and twisting metals. Truth be told, she shouldn't have been surprised as she was. On the way to the island, the ship had found itself running into a large amount of deceased marine life and birds, floating at the ocean's surface as if they had suddenly died. According to Levi, it was the work of dark magic. "Geez, and I thought Hyuko Mundo looked like a hellhole," Bambietta thought. "Well, we shouldn't expect a couple of madmen to really know anything about decorum," Lucy said as she approached. "But that's beside the point. Lil, what's the plan?" "Well, it's hard to get an idea what kind of layout we're dealing with from the outside alone," Lil Tato told everyone. "But the basics of the plan stay the same. We track Urza's riot so, get to her, and get the hell out as fast as we can and get back to the boat. Normally I'd try to recommend some distractions to divert their attention away, but given we have no idea to know just how many more powerful mages they have here, as well as the strength of the ones we dealt with at Arcane Resort, splitting up could just as easily get one of us captured or killed. So for now we stick together and fight as a team." "You sure?" Jade asked her. "I could easily sneak in to give you an idea of what the layout is like." Lil Tato shook her head. "Too risky. If you get caught then that just makes for an extra hostage for them to use as leverage. Any potential intel you could get from sneaking around wouldn't be worth losing you. It's why we sent the ship back out to sea earlier along with Happy and Carla so they wouldn't have access to anyone to bargain with again. I have a special flare arrow to call them in to bail us out if things get messy, but I'd rather not use it unless I have to." "Maybe next time," Candace told Jade as she put a hand on her shoulder, which Jade simply smiled back at. Levi felt a slight shiver go up to her spine as she looked around. She could see several human skeletons lying about the ground, many with swords, spears and the like still remaining through the corpses. Levi was no stranger to death, having lost her parents at a very young age, but to see so many corpses before her, it shook her. She was quick to compose herself however as she remembered the reason she had arrived in the first place. She wasn't going to let something like this prevent her from saving one of her guildmates. She was not alone in her fear though, as Wendy was going through something quite similar. Never before had she seen a dead body, and while these were stripped of their flesh, the very sight was still more than she had expected. Seeking comfort, she clung to Bambietta then. The Quincy was quick to notice and gave her a smile. "Hey, it's going to be okay, really. Look, it's not too late to back out. I can still help you fly back to the ship and dash." "No, I'm staying," Wendy insisted, her worried face quickly changing to a more calm expression. "I just wasn't expecting, well, anything like this really." "Are you sure?" Jade asked her. "It's not too late to leave. No one here would hold this against you in the slightest if this is too much for you." "Thanks, Jade, but my mind is made up," Wendy insisted. "I'm going to help save Urza, no matter what." Bambietta couldn't help but feel some pride swell inside of her as she saw Wendy's determination. She was quite a bit different than the girl she had first met back in Clover. She only hoped that this wouldn't be a decision she would regret. Bambietta then looked over to her girlfriend. "Hey Lucy, you okay with all of this?" she asked. "No, I'm not," Lucy said as she shook her head. "Frankly, I'm downright terrified. But that's not what matters right now. Urza needs our help and I'm not gonna back out just because I'm a little freaked out." Bambietta smirked as she heard her reply and quickly hugged her. "No need to worry about a thing. I'll keep you both safe, I promise. Natsu however wasn't afraid at all. No, he was furious. Not only did these horrible people try and take Urza away from them, but they had killed countless innocent people as well. If there was one thing that infuriated him as much as seeing someone hurting one of his guildmates, it was the death of innocent people. He wanted nothing more than to just rush inside of that damn tower and set it ablaze. However, he quickly felt a hand on one of his own. Looking down, he could see Lil Tato. I know exactly how you feel right now, Natsu, Lil Tato told him. It's infuriating, everything these monsters have done, but this isn't a fight you can win all by yourself. She then narrowed her eyes as she looked at the corpses. Don't you worry though, we'll get them back for this eventually, just not now. Getting Urza out of here is the most important thing of all. Natsu's scowl vanished as he heard Lil Tato's words. Yeah, you're right. I almost made a pretty big mistake. Thanks, Lil. The petite woman blushed slightly as she squeezed his hand. No need to thank me, let's just get Urza the hell out of here. The group was rapidly approaching the tower, though as they did, some mages, most likely part of a security force to defend the tower, were standing before the gate. Defeating the guards was far from the issue, their power being far lower than anyone currently in their team. However, using even the slightest amount of spiritual pressure to defeat them and any of the other minions stationed here would no doubt tip off the members of Death's Head caucus from another world that they had arrived. Fortunately, Lil Tato had easily predicted such a likely possibility, and with a simple nod of her head, Jade began to use her powers of illusion, covering the team from head to toe in the clothes that perfectly matched those who were standing guard. Not suspecting a thing, the gate was immediately opened to the group, and they soon made their way inside. After walking past a few of the guards without a single incident and walking up several floors through the tower, Jade finally dropped her illusion. Great work, Jade, Candace told her friend with a grin. Those losers didn't suspect a thing. What I don't get is why you turned off your illusion in the first place, Gray asked her. It would make way more sense to drop it when we find Urza. Jade quickly shook her head. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Maintaining my illusions takes up a lot of my magical power. Usually, I just use it for very short bursts to get things done. This is the first time I've ever used it on so many people for so long. Frankly, I'm surprised it worked as well as it did. If I'm going to be in any shape to fight, I can't afford to keep it up much longer. Don't worry about it, at least we got past most of the cannon fodder, Bambietta spoke with pride. I kinda doubt that it'll be that easy to sneak in from this point on anyways. The group began to run into a sprint then, rapidly making their way through the tower. The fairy tale mages had already run through the next few floors when suddenly, Lil Tato's foot pressed down onto something odd, not like the rest of the terrain they had run through thus far. Her eyes widening as she saw a lone playing card on the ground, she quickly deduced what was about to occur. Lil Tato quickly pushed Bambietta and Natsu behind her, before the petite Quincy, and the hallway forwards was trapped inside what could best be described as a barrier. What the hell? Candace yelled out as she stared inside of the barrier that Lil Tato was trapped in. What gives? Well now, looks like your friend activated one of Show's trap cards. Lil Tato slowly turned her head, faced with Miliana, Wally, and Simon, Urza's former friends from her time as a slave. Her eyes slightly narrowed then as she looked at the resembled group, and her fists clenched in anger. So, you were expecting us after all? Of course we were, little lady, Wally said as he transformed his right hand into a machine gun. Show was smart enough to leave these small barrier cards all over the upper floors of the tower. Practically no one uses them these days except for us, and we all know where they are laid out. Personally, I was hoping we would catch more than one of you, but 311 are pretty good odds, Mio. Miliana added, her Nico tube ready to strike. Simon, however, remained silent as he watched from the back. Like hell, you will. Gray said before he created a large sword made of ice. Ice make sword. He swung his blade as hard as he could against the barrier, but his sword shattered. All the while, the strange barrier was unaffected. What? My sword couldn't even scratch it. That's just because you are not putting your back into it. Natsu quickly followed up. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. His fist ablaze with flames, Natsu's right hand punched the barrier as hard as he could, the flames seemingly engulfing it, only for them to quickly fade away. "Hey, what gives?" Natsu cried out. "Sorry, but Sho's barrier traps are made to specifically absorb magical attacks and make the barrier even stronger," Simon informed them. "You're just wasting your time trying to break it." "Oh really?" Bambietta yelled out as she formed her explode orb in the palm of her right hand. "I can easily destroy something like this with my explode dash." "Go on without me," Lil Tato spoke, the small Quincy not nothing to even look at her comrades. "Wait, what about the plan?" Bambietta yelled out. "Yeah, I thought the whole idea was to fight together as a group," Levy asked. "This seems counterproductive. If you used your shrift on this barrier, or any attack strong enough to destroy it, it's possible the resulting explosion could easily cause this whole place to collapse," Lil Tato told them. "If Urza is still wearing that steel stone collar, she could die from the falling debris. It's far more important that you guys go on ahead and save Urza. There were a few stairs up we didn't bother to use to stay on a simple path. I'm sure they'll help you get to where you need." "But, it's 3 against 1, Wendy told her. "Are you going to be okay?" Lil Tato gave them all a small smile. "I'll be fine, don't worry. This won't take long, and I'll catch up real quick. Now go." The group stared at her for a moment before Bambietta ran on ahead. "You all heard her, she says she's got this. Let's go, go." She quickly took off, Candace giving Lil Tato one quick glance and gave her a thumbs up before she ran after Bambietta. The others quickly followed after her, though Natsu took a moment to turn around and gave Lil Tato a grin. "Hey, you make sure you give those guys hell for me, okay?" Lil Tato could only smile as her crush cried out to her, and simply nodded before she faced her new opponents as her allies ran off. "Meow, does she really think she can take on the 3 of us by herself?" Miliana asked. "Yeah little lady, you just got me off guard the last time we fought, this time things are going to be way different," Wally warned her. "Count on it." Lil Tato could only stare at the two of them as her eyes narrowed once more. Her fists clenched with rage, she spoke up, her normally stoic face now filled with rage. "Tell me, why are you doing this? You were all slaves for this damn place for years on end, beaten and starved, and now you're trying to bring Urza back to it of your own accord? What the hell is wrong with you? Anyone I'd know would have taken the first chance to get out of this hellhole." "You're right, this place was a hellhole," Wally told Lil Tato. "But after Urza abandoned us, Jalal turned this hellhole into paradise. No longer were we forced to work unbearably on the tower. He feeds us, and kept us safe from the outside world, the world that abandoned us all. He gave us a new purpose, meow," Miliana added. "To finish building the tower so that we could turn the world into a true paradise." Lil Tato could only clench her fists more as she looked down at her face, the visor of her hat obscuring her face. "I see, so you've all just drank his Kool-Aid, is that it? That's what you told yourself every night to help you sleep? What a load of bullshit." Lil Tato then vanished from their sight, only to punch Wally hard across the face and kicked Miliana away. "You honestly think that Urza abandoned you all of those years ago for her own sake?" She quickly moved her head to the right to dodge an oncoming bullet fired from Wally and jumped into the air to avoid Miliana's Nico tube as she whipped it where the Quincy used to stand. "The Urza I know wouldn't have done any of that." Rushing forward and avoiding each of Wally's shots with Hirenkyaku, the block-headed gunman pointed his gun right in front of Lil Tato's face and fired, only for the Quincy to eat the bullet as if it were a wad of chewing gum and punched him hard in the gut. She was just about to continue her assault, when the Quincy quickly jumped into the air, dodging a bunch of playing cards that had been thrown in her direction. She could see Sho then, and he did not look happy. "I was wondering where you were. Sho, what are you doing here?" Wally asked him. "You're supposed to keep an eye on Urza." "She escaped," Sho admitted as he clenched his fists in anger. "She completely caught me off guard once I got her inside of her cell and she knocked me out. The next thing I know when I wake up, my head's throbbing, and she was gone. I was looking for her till I ran into you guys." "So, Urza managed to save herself, huh?" Lil Tato said before she smirked. "I guess I should have figured she would have pulled off something like that. That was good, all they needed to do now was find her and get out of this damn place." Not like it'll matter for long. Sho told her. We'll just capture her again and dash. Sho was immediately interrupted from his rant when Lil Tato slammed her fist into the dark-skinned man's mouth, blood covering her hand as he skid across the floor. Just then, her vision was obscured, the surrounding area completely covered in darkness. Using her ability to sense Ryotsu, however, she backflipped to avoid a blow from Simon before she promptly rushed forward and gave the dark-haired man a powerful uppercut, his darkness now clearing up to allow his allies to attack once more. Miliana was quick to try to wrap her Nico tube around Lil Tato's hand, only for the Quincy's mouth to expand and tear through the tube with ease. What, but my tube's supposed to seal off magic. Miliana whined. You're only half right, Lil Tato told her. Your rope did cut me off from my Ryotsu, but only in the hand you tied it around. It doesn't work on the parts of the body you haven't trapped yet. Using Iron Kyoka once more, she promptly punched Miliana across the room, the Quincy looking down at all four of Urza's former friends as they struggled to get to their feet. All of you, stay down. If I wanted it, you'd all be dead already. You think a little pain is going to stop us? Wally yelled at her. We went through way worse than that when we were slaves. Yeah, I figured as much. Lil Tato told them as her once angry expression quickly turned somber. I know what it's like. You know? What do you mean, you know? You didn't go through the hell we did for several years here. Sho accused her. Lil Tato shook her head. I may not have been brought to this wretched tower, but I was a slave. When I was barely 9 years old, my parents sold me off after already selling my older sister a year ago to pay off their massive debt. For 1 whole year, I had hardly any food to survive. I can't begin to tell you all how many nights I went without food. I had to eat practically scrap from my masters just to survive. They didn't care if any of us lived so long as we continued to work in the farms. We were all replaceable garbage far as they were concerned. Day in and day out, we had to work, and work, and work, without any rest, all in our master's attempt at getting rich. But all I ever had, was misery. Her eyes began to water then as she recalled the bitter memories. By the time I had arrived, my sister had already died from exhaustion. The same went for any friend I happened to make when I was working there. People just kept dying around me, and if it wasn't for my Quincy blood, I'm damn sure I would have died just as fast as they did. So yeah, I have a pretty damn good idea what you all went through. So I'll ask you again, why are you trying to bring back Urza? She betrayed us. Miliana told the Quincy. She dash. You're wrong. Lil Tato screamed at her. Urza's one of the most trustworthy people I've ever met. She's always been there, not just for me, but for everyone in Fairy Tail. She's always willing to listen to any problems we have, and she'd do anything she could to help. She's always doing her best to make sure that the guild is thriving, and that everyone is kept safe. She looks out for us as if we were her family. I dash. Lil Tato looked down at the ground then, her eyes slowly covering with tears. I made the exact same mistake you're accusing her of. After I was freed as a slave, me and my friends joined an army. We got so close to each other over the years. Bambi, she was like our Urza. But our army had very strict rules on what happened to those who lost, and when she lost, I turned her back on her to let some damn vulture feast on her corpse. Even after Bambi and I reunited and made amends, I was never able to forgive myself. Truth be told, I didn't see any value in my own life. I wanted to die, I just never had the guts to go through with it. But Urza took me out of that darkness, and showed me that it didn't have to be that way. She told me that beating myself up over what had happened in the past was no way to live, that I had to accept Bambietta's forgiveness and move on. She took a breath then before she continued. She's the closest thing I've had to a family since I was sold. Like my big sis. Whenever I'm with her, I always feel like everything is going to be alright. She's done too much, for both me and the guild, to die in a place like this. For the Titania I admire, I would do anything for her. She slowly turned her head then to look at each one of them. You might think that this is what you want, but it's not. Once you go through with it, you'll never be able to live with the guilt. Trust me, I know. And all of this for what? On the promises of a madman to make the world great again? That's all nothing more than empty words to get you to do some madman's bidding. A dame like you don't know anything. Wally contested. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs. Even if that egg is one of your closest friends. Lil Toto yelled back at Wally. You all saw how Urza reacted when she saw you. If she was really the kind of callous person Jalal made her out to be, wouldn't she have just attacked all of you? But she didn't, because even now, with what you were trying to do, she still cares about you all. But Wurzy, she. Miliana began to stammer, the cat wizard beginning to fidget. She left us here. Left us all alone. And dash. And she regretted it every single day, Lil Toto told her. On the train ride over, I had a nightmare of my time as a slave. I couldn't sleep, so when Urza found me, she comforted me, letting me know that it was all going to be okay, because she went through the exact same thing I did. I know for a fact she wanted nothing more than to save you all. But something was keeping her from coming back here, I'm sure of it. I don't know what it was exactly, but I know fear and regret when I see it, and I saw that on her face clear as day when she saw all of you. Lil Toto shook her head then as she spoke. Can't you see? Everything she's done since that day, it's been her trying to make up for what she feels is her own failure. You don't need to punish her, because I know, as someone who went through exactly the same kind of pain she is, that she's no doubt been punishing herself over what happened every single day. Her voice raw with emotion, she continued. She was always telling me that I had to move on, and now it's my time to help her do the same. So I'm starting right here, right now, by letting you all know the truth. She didn't abandon you, she loves you. Wally glared at Lil Toto through his shades, all the while wanting to say something, anything to defend his grudge. However, like a poor gambler, he was coming up short. Sho was doing no better, the man shaking as he looked at Lil Toto and barely got to his feet. She speaks the truth, Simon suddenly said, the giant of a man remaining unmoving behind his allies, but you all know that, even if you won't admit it. Lil Toto couldn't help but be surprised at Simon's words and tone of voice. Quickly wiping away her tears caused by her emotional outburst, she stared at him. You make it sound as if you knew that all along. Something was different about this one. He didn't seem to be overcome with anger at all. If anything, he was surprisingly calm. Simon took a deep breath, his eye closing. Yes, I have. Miliana turned to look at him. Then, is that all true? We weren't betrayed. We were, Miliana, Simon replied, his eye opening at last. But not by Urza. It was Jalal who turned against us all. No, that's not true. Sho cried out. He saved us. He told us nothing but sweet lies. Simon snapped. Snake oil, all of it. It shames me to admit that it took me a few years to realize it, but I eventually saw through it all. But I knew there was nothing I could say to convince any of you. Not when you had all become so wrapped up in his madness. Well, it's good to see that at least one of you has some common sense, Lil Toto told him. But if that's the case, why did you bother to help out with Urza's capture in the first place? I know that with Death's Head Caucus assistance, it was probably a foregone conclusion, but even so. My power is hardly enough to stop Jalal, Simon said. But Urza. No, all of Fairy Tale. If you all came here, then we can liberate all who remain in this damnable tower. It's far from the most ideal plan I know, but it was the only chance I could see. I see, Lil Toto said. And I'm guessing Jalal's had this place locked down to prevent you from sending out any kind of warning or cry for help. Given all of the dead fish and birds they saw on their way in, it was all beginning to make at least some sense to her. When Simon nodded his head at her question, it was all Lil Toto needed to hear. How could we leave without his permission? Miliana said, growing withdrawn as she held her head in her hands. This was the only place Jalal said we were safe. Wally's shoulders sunk. He made us an offer he knew we couldn't refuse. Lil Toto would have normally called them out for how gullible they had been to fall for his lies and to have betrayed Urza so easily, but that was the last thing they needed right now. And besides, she wasn't much better when she was in the Vandan Reach. You guys want to make up for bringing her here in the first place. Lil Tato asked them. Then get off your asses, and help us get her out of here. Jalal, he betrayed us. Show all but lost his balance, Miliana pulling away from Simon to catch him. But the perfect world we were going to make. He's too full of hate to make a better world, Show, Simon said as he stepped closer. This tower broke him more than any of us. And in turn, Miliana hissed, eyes glaring. He needs to die. Simon lowered his head. We can't fight him, Miliana. We wouldn't have a prayer. Perhaps Urza, but she won't do it, Lil Tato told them. Kill him, I mean. That's not how that's not what Fairy Tale does. She then extended her hand to the group as she spoke. We'll do whatever we can, and make sure that justice is served against that madman, but we won't kill him. If you're okay with that, then you're all more than welcome to help. Justice is more than enough, Simon said. Alone we could never hope to stop Jalal, but with Fairy Tale. There's still those Death's Head Caucus mooks to worry about, Wally said. And we all know they're packing some serious magic heat. Don't worry about a thing, Lil Tato told them. Last time they just caught us off guard and captured Urza so she couldn't do any fighting. With her on our side, I'd say the tide of battle has more than turned in our favor. As the team of 5 made their way towards their allies, Lil Tato's thoughts wandered back to the red-headed mage she deserved to save no matter the cost. For the Titania I admire, I'll do anything. The group had been fortunate so far as they made their way up the next couple of floors of the tower once they found an ascending staircase. The only resistance they had run into had been Urza's former friends. Bambietta could tell that the likes of Levi, Wendy, and Lucy were rather concerned for Lil Tato, but it was to be expected. After all, Bambietta herself wasn't quite comfortable with it either. Not because of how strong Urza's friends were, but on the off chance the petite Quincy would run into a member of Death's Head's caucus. Glancing over her shoulder, she could tell that Candace was worried too. She was trying her best not to show it, but Bambietta could tell from the occasional glance to the side that Candace was just as worried as she had been. Bambietta was about to offer some words of encouragement when the group had stumbled upon what appeared to be a small dining room of sorts. It looked rather fancy and lavish compared to the other parts of the tower, the furniture and decor more befitting the Heerfilia mansion than a dark guild's tower. Well, I guess we know where their leader eats, Bambietta said as she looked around. That must mean we're getting close, right? Lucy asked. Hard to say, Levi replied. This place is like a maze, for all we know, we could have already passed her. Hey, wait a second, you guys can sense magic, right? Gray asked Rukia and the Quincy's. Why don't you try to find her that way? Juvia smiled as she looked at her boyfriend with adoration. An excellent idea, my love. As always, her beloved Gray was one step ahead of the game. Rukia shook her head. With that collar sealing away her magic, it's going to be impossible to find her that way. I'm afraid this is our best shot. Growling, darn it. Natsu yelled out as he slammed his fist on one of the tables. I say we just grab one of those Death's Head Caucus guys and beat the answers out of them. You idiot, have you forgotten we're trying to get her out of here without getting into a fight? Totemaru yelled at him. I'm not scared of them, once we get Urza on our side we'll be invincible. Ulquiorra had to fight the urge to roll his eyes at Natsu's take on the situation. This human is making Ichigo Kurosaki more and more bearable by the minute. If anything, he was starting to remind him of the Sixth Espada. Intruders. Just then, a bunch of guards began to charge the dining room floor. Their weapons were already drawn. The Fairy Tale mages quickly prepared themselves for battle to defeat their foes quickly as possible, but before they could do anything, a red blur rushed past the attacking guards. The henchmen soon fell to the ground in a heap, as Urza Scarlet slowly sheathed her blade. Urza! Everyone minus Ulquiorra yelled out. This whole time they had come here to save her, yet here she was already freed. To say they were surprised was an understatement. Wait a minute, you actually managed to save yourself? Bambietta asked Urza as she slowly approached Bambietta before the Quincy grinned. Man, I knew you were cool, but this really takes the cake. Candace for her part merely whistled in approval. What are you all doing here? It was not at all the reaction the Fairy Tale Guild members had expected from Urza. Though she was always cool and level-headed, the group had maybe expected her to show a hint of happiness at seeing that they had come to help her. However, it was not that they heard in her tone, nor was it the level-headed nature that befitted one known as Titania, Queen of the Fairies. No, Urza sounded agitated and upset, like her emotions were fraying at the seams. "Urza, we came to help you," Lucy said. "Yeah, nobody takes one of fairy tales and gets away with it," Natsu exclaimed, slamming his fists together. "The jerks who call this tower home have another thing coming if they thought we'd turn tail and run." "You need to leave here immediately," Urza said, turning her back on the group, her voice a whisper. "This is my fight and no one else's," Lucy stammered. "But I said leave." Urza still did not turn, but the sudden shift in her voice, the sudden shouting, caught all off guard. "I won't ask again. Just, go for my sake." The guild was quiet, none being sure of what to say. No one had seen Urza like this. Not the newcomers such as Lucy or Ulquiera, nor the people who had known Urza since they were children like Natsu and Gray. Natsu was never one to be shy about his opinions, but even he had the sense of self to remain quiet when he was out of his depth to this degree. Bambietta Basterbine, however, was one who could never keep herself quiet in any situation. "You're making a mistake, Urza." That was enough to leave the S-rank mage to look over her shoulder, her right eye peeking out from beneath her scarlet bangs. "Pardon." Bambietta saw that expression and froze on the spot. However, the Quincy forced herself to step forward. She knew Urza was tough. She was the toughest woman Bambietta had ever known. That was precisely why she was willing to give her some tough love. However, it did terrify her to speak to Titania Urza in the manner in which she was. "What did I mumble? I said you are making a mistake." Urza's stare wavered ever so slightly as if her eye was looking into the past and nothing more. "I have made no mistakes." No, you haven't," Bambietta said. "Not with me. Never with me." "But..." Bambietta steeled herself. "You are when it comes to you and you alone. Right here, right now, you are making a mistake." Urza turned her head away from Bambietta. "No. I made a mistake here years ago. Now I'm going to correct it. I lost one family due to this cursed tower. I won't lose another." "Urza." Gray tried his best to speak. "You helped me with Galuna Island when my own past came back to haunt me. All of Fairy Tale did. Why would you expect us to do any less for you?" "Phantom Lord was after me because of my father," Lucy said, stepping up by Bambietta. "And you fought for my sake. Let me return the favor." "Come on, Urza," Natsu shouted. "You know I didn't listen when Gray told me to stay out of it, and I was willing to go punch out a wizard saint for Lucy, so what makes you think this Tower of Heaven is going to chase me away?" "I won't ask again," Urza said. "You are all to leave at once. I will settle this on my own, even if it costs me my life." Urza took one step forward then, intent on leaving the room. However, her stride was broken when Bambietta appeared in her way, Hiran Kyaku having taken her around the wizard. The Quincy had taken the moment of speed to consider her options, to wonder what she could say. She had given up in the blink of an eye, knowing she would do as she always had. She had planned to speak off the cuff and from the heart. However, when she saw Urza's face, the face she had concealed from the others, she was at a loss for words. There were tears on Urza's face. None fell from her right eye, but from the left was a steady stream. Bambietta's voice was a low whisper. "Urza." Urza's gaze had been focused on the floor, the wizard only now tilting her face up enough to look into Bambietta's own eyes. "Stand aside." Bambietta's face contorted, her lower lip trembling. She took a deep breath then, her voice was ragged. "You can't tell me this is how it ends." Urza said nothing. "You've been there for me every step of the way," Bambietta continued. "When my old world was shitting on me over and over and over again, you stepped up for me. So don't go telling me this is how it ends, Urza. You tell me that and I'll tell you as many times as it takes that you're making a mistake. I know you're afraid you'll lose us, but I promise, you won't lose another family." We're not just some team of ragtag mages, Quincy's, Soul Reapers, and Aaron Carr, we're Fairy Tail. If there is one thing I know about my new family, it's that Fairy Tail always sticks up for its own. You've proved that to me more than anyone else. Urza looked back up at Bambietta, about to say something when she felt someone's hand on her shoulder. We're not leaving, Natsu said. Not until we know you're coming home with us, Urza. Yeah, even if you beat us black and blue, we'll still stay by your side. Gray added. And if Gray thinks you're worth fighting so hard, then it must be true. Juvia yelled. With how much you helped me out in Phantom Lord, how could I possibly leave you in a time like this? Lucy exclaimed. You've always helped me out when Shadow Gear bit off more than it could chew, so it's only fair I do the same. Levy mentioned. I've always looked up to you, Urza, and you've helped me out so many times on guild missions, now it's my turn to help you. Wendy spoke. I've already lost someone I've cared about, I refuse to lose another. Rukia chipped in. And I'm sure as hell not going to make the same mistake I did with Bambietta, so don't even think you'll convince me otherwise. Candace shouted. You gave me the courage to stay in the guild when I loathed myself. Today, I repay that debt. Totomoru spoke. You helped speak on my behalf when you took us to the Magic Council for trial. Jade quickly mentioned. This is the least we can do. Bambietta took a deep breath as everyone gave their own words. You get it now? If Fairy Tail wouldn't give up on me, then why would it ever give up on you? And after how much you've done for me, how could I ever give up on you, Urza? Bambietta acted on impulse again, suddenly grabbing Urza tight in a hug. You haven't made any mistakes, but I have, Bambietta said, holding her tight. But I refuse to make one now. I'm going to fight by your side until the bitter end. Against Jelal and whoever else calls this tower home that wants to hurt you. For the Titania I admire, I'll do whatever it takes to bring you back home. The moment was quiet then, though Bambietta felt something change. The armor that adorned Urza, the armor that came between them both, suddenly faded in a flash of light. Bambietta felt her arms wrapped around Urza herself, the wizard's right hand coming up and touching down upon Natsu's own as it lay atop her shoulder. Urza looked up at Bambietta, one side of her face still stained with the tears that had fallen. I would be honored if you would fight by my side once again. Hey, Bambietta said, smiling as she pulled back. What are fairies for? Now please, tell me what this is all about. Bambietta took notice as the corners of Urza's mouth perked up ever so slightly. It was not much, no, but it was enough from the normally serious Titania to leave Bambietta feeling at ease. However, then Bambietta heard footsteps coming from the direction in which Fairy Tail had come. Worse, it was not simply the footsteps of a single person, but of many. Lil. Did they? Snapping, Bambietta whirled around on her feet, throwing an orb of the explode. Just as Miliana and the others came into view, no doubt looking to pick a fight, an explosion went off, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Ha, that'll show, Bambietta's voice trailed off as the smoke cleared, a very distraught-looking Lilt Otto stepping out from behind the singed and battered denizens of the Tower of Heaven. Her outfit was scuffed up, the short Quincy coughing. Bambi, what the hell? I was, trying to save you from the bad people who kidnapped you. Bambietta offered up. You didn't even see I was with them, did you? Lilt Otto asked. Bambietta shook her head. No. But they are the enemy, so dash. They're on our side now, Lilt Otto told her. Bambietta simply stared as the weight of her mistake finally hit her before she shook her head. Oh, oops. Well, at least my explode isn't quite as powerful on living things at the moment. So all's good. I hope. Bambietta took off her hat and ran a hand through her hair. We're seriously going to need a scorecard to keep track of who's on whose side when dealing with other guilds. First Totomaru and Juvia and Phantom Lord, now a whole group here. Urza looked at Miliana and the others. You know the truth then. Simon nodded even as he dusted himself off. I always have. However. Miliana suddenly pounced on Urza, hugging her. Urzy-wurzy, I'm so sorry. So sorry for ever doubting you. Can you ever forgive us? It's all right, Urza said, patting her friend atop the head and between her cat ears. There's nothing I need to forgive. Still. Bambietta said. If we're all going to work together, I think we need to know the whole story about Dash. Urza's eyes narrowed as she finished the Quincy's sentence. About Jalal? Yeah, that jerk, Bambietta retorted. I think I speak for all of Fairy Tale when I say that we like to know who we're going to kick the butt of. Natsu was quick to nod in agreement. He was, a friend, Urza answered. One I owe my last name to. Bambietta's sudden enthusiasm dropped like a rock. Oh. He and Grandpa Rob, they gave us all hope when our families were killed, Urza said. When the worshippers of the Black Wizard's legacy stole us away under night and flame and took us here to this living hell. And while Grandpa Rob spoke of magic and hope, Jalal was willing to befriend us all. And when he spoke of my hair, I took it upon myself that Scarlet would be the name I would walk into the future with. But then, everything changed. He changed. Urza took a deep breath. And so did I. The cult took him away for punishment and all of us defied them. We tried to save him. And Grandpa Rob died for us all. In that moment I finally understood what he had been telling me for so long. I finally felt the magic that was my own, too late to ever show him what I was capable of. Bambietta tried to speak up. Urza, if this is too much, then Dash. Urza continued, unwilling to stop. We defeated the cult and I was able to make it to the tower's top floor to save Jalal, only to find that I was too late. Whatever the cult had done to him, whatever torture they had inflicted on him, it changed him. He had killed his captors, but he spoke like he was one of them. The worship of Zeref had not died with our abusers, it had simply claimed another. He wanted to complete what they had started. And when I refused, when I told him we could be free. Urza shook beneath her armor, the twisted smile and the horrific red glow from Jalal's right eye haunting her even now. She could hear his voice as if not a day had gone by since. We'll never be free, Urza. Not even if we escape this prison surrounded by water. I see it now. This whole world is a tower of heaven. And the only way we can truly be free, is to accept his will into us. Zeref has saved me and now through me he shall save you all. Urza bit her lower lip. I refused. I tried to bring him back to the light, back to his senses, but he threatened, all of you. If I wouldn't accept his new god, he would force me away. And if I were to return, if I were to let anyone in the world know of what was happening in this tower, he promised he would kill everyone who stayed by his side. Urza reached up toward her face with the cold steel of her gauntlet, her face contorting. I couldn't bear it, not even within the light of Fairy Tale. So I sealed myself away in this armor. My heart would only hurt me if it reached out to another. But more importantly, it would only hurt others who wanted to be my friends just as it had done before. It wasn't until my fight with Miphone, that I thought I could open up more. But now Dash. We are not leaving, Bambietta hissed. In fact, I'm going to kill this Jalal bastard for everything he's done to you. Lil Tato heard it, an edge in Bambietta's voice that was all too familiar. She had heard it time and again when the former stern Rittery had spoken of the Soul Reapers. That edge had all but vanished since Lil Tato had come across her in Earthland, the only exceptions the Quincy could remember being when Levi had been hurt by Phantom Lord, and when Giselle Buell was spoken of. There will be no killing, Urza said. She knew Bambietta meant well in her own way, but not like that, not for needless revenge. No wizard who would do such a thing could return back to the guild hall. Urza reached out then, putting a hand on Bambietta's shoulder. I trust you, Bambietta Basterbine, to do the right thing. However, deep within Urza's soul, she had doubts. Not for Bambietta, but for herself. Jalal Fernandez sat upon his throne of the heavens, glaring at the ornate chessboard he had laid out. The pieces were all in place for a delightful little game. He reached out towards the board, placing his index finger atop the chess piece clad in armor. But you had to reshuffle the playing field, didn't you, Urza? But no matter. Rather listlessly, Jalal took the pieces that represented some of those he had put his faith in, and moved them by the side of Urza. It makes no difference if you take some of my pawns, Urza. After all, I have much greater pieces to play. Looking up from the table, Jalal looked at the man who stood within his throne room. You for instance. It honors me to hear you praise us so highly, Jalal. The cloaked guild master of Death's Head Caucus announced as he and the rest of his guild had assembled within Jalal's throne room. But truth be told, I would do whatever it takes to revive Lord Ziraf back into this world. The newest members of the Dark Guild, with the exception of Shrieker, could not help but glance at one another though. While they had absolutely no qualms with the darker side of their profession, they rather liked how peaceful the world was. To have it be shoved into some dark age was slightly unsettling. They had enough of that from their old world as it was thanks to the Soul Society. I'm glad to hear you say that. Jalal leaned back into his throne, adjusting the hood even as he peeked out from underneath it. This broken world needs Ziraf to set it right. Especially if that man is to be feared as much as I believe he should be. Quilge raised an eyebrow as he heard his young master speak. It seems something had transpired that he wasn't quite aware of. Oh well, it wouldn't matter much in the long run. As soon as Urza was back within their grasp, the world would be theirs, and soon a new paradise would begin. So, besides the Titania, do you need any of them brought back to you alive? The guild master asked him. No, Jalal said rather coldly. He reflected on it for a moment, shaking his head slightly. Actually, yes. Miliana, Sho, and Wally. I ask that you try to bring them to me alive. Simon, however, do with him as you will. He's never truly believed in our cause. The guild master grinned then as he spoke with glee. We'll do as best as we can to retrieve them, but I can't guarantee there won't be casualties. He then removed his cloak, revealing a tall man with a long red cape, covered in metal armor, and wore an excessively ornate helmet. But you can rest assured in our success. For I, Dispute, shall slay all those who oppose the return of our Lord. He slowly turned to face his subordinates as he made a dramatic turn. You heard him, the return of our great Lord Ziraf is soon at hand. I know that you will not fail me, for we are Death's Head Caucus and soon the world shall be within our grasp. Soon the entire guild was engulfed in shadow and in an instant, they had vanished. So be it. Jalal took up the chess piece representing Urza, taking it away from all the others. It's almost time, Urza. Time for you to stop pretending you're something you're not. By the time this is over, there will no longer be a Titania. There will only be the woman I love enough to bestow the greatest of honors to. The future, all depends on you. Alright, now that we've finally managed to catch up with Urza, I think it's high time we get out of here, Lil Tato told the rest of the group. She could tell from the expression on Natsu's face that he wanted nothing more than stand and fight, but thankfully he had decided to remain silent. She had to admit, things were going much smoother than she had expected, but she wasn't going to complain. The sooner they escaped this wretched tower the better. Yeah, I hear you there, Lil. Bambietta said before she grinned and tossed an explode orb on the nearest wall, creating a large hole for everyone to see the outside of. All we have to do now is grab everyone who can't airwalk or fly and make our way back to Dash. Before Bambietta could even finish what she was saying, however, her eyes widened in shock as she took notice of something surrounding the tower. Large massive pillars of energy surrounded the island they were on, and the Quincy was quite positive she knew just who to blame. Quilge, that bastard set up his jail around the whole damn island. You mean we're stuck? Lucy cried out to Bambietta. I'm sure me, Candy, and Bambi could leave if we wanted to, Lil said as she took a look outside. But everyone else is probably trapped until we force Quilge to turn it off. Her voice was calm as ever, but the truth of the matter was the petite Quincy was terrified. A prolonged battle was the last thing they needed to partake in if this mission was going to be a success, the power of their enemy making victory far from a certainty even with Urza's aid, but thanks to her former comrade it seemed there was very little choice. Well, that suits me just fine. Natsu said as he banged his fists against each other as they ignited. I've been wanting to make these guys pay for what they did back at the casino. Is fighting all you ever care about? Totemaru asked him. Sometimes I swear it is, Gray added. I'm with Natsu on this one. Bambietta said with a grin. If we just ran away, they'd probably try this shit some other day. I say we end this here and now. Candace nodded in agreement. Yeah, there ain't no way I'm letting that Nazi jackass and his pals push us around and get away with it. I say we hit them hard and fast. I'm so glad that we share the same sentiments. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise as the deep voice beckoned throughout the tower, Bambietta quickly approaching Lucy and Wendy to keep them safe, Ulquiorra doing the same with Levy. Lil Tato quickly grabbed onto Urza's hand as she heard the voice. She could tell from the magic she was sensing that this voice was from the same man who nearly killed her at the resort. The voice continued then as the group huddled together. The truth of the matter is, your guild's reputation is known throughout all of Ishgar. Taking all of your heads will only help the name of Death's Head Caucus to be truly feared. Bambietta scoffed at the voice. Oh please, you just caught us off guard last time. Things are going to be way different now. Yeah, asshole, this time around we're going to kick your ass. Candace yelled. My, you seem to be in such a hurry to meet your end. The voice told them. But seeing as how none of you can even begin to compare to my power, I believe it's only fair that I allow my subordinates to enjoy themselves by finishing you off. Just then, the ground beneath them was engulfed in shadow as the entire party was quickly engulfed. What the? What is this? Natsu cried out. He tried to burn away the shadows with his flames, but it was to no avail. Dispute chuckled as he watched them all struggle. Fear not, this spell won't harm you in any way. I'm simply deciding to split you all up so everyone in my guild has a chance to enjoy themselves. Besides, a stairwell is hardly what I would call an appropriate battleground. Bambietta tried her best to keep Wendy and Lucy close to her, but the force of the shadow engulfing her was simply too great. One by one, each of her comrades was engulfed and disappeared before her very eyes, Juvia crying out for Grey before she was taken away, and Jade trying her best to reach out to Candace before they both vanished. Finally, the shadows engulfed the Quincy entirely, and then she too was whisked away to parts unknown. Chapter 60, My past will fully bring me strength. Ugh, fantastic, my head is throbbing like crazy. Jade Lodro groaned as she slowly got to her feet as her eyes began to flutter open. Quickly, memories of what had just transpired came flooding into her mind. The guild master of Death's Head Caucus, he had used some kind of teleportation magic to whisk them away, somewhere. A quick glance at her surroundings informed her she was at least still inside of the tower, but now she was alone. Oh, this is just great. The emerald-haired mage said with a sigh. The whole plan Lil Tato came up with had gone under the logic of staying close as a group. Losing a member or two wouldn't have made too much of a difference, but odds were more than likely that the guild master had intentionally split them up, and quite thinly at that. This was going to make things much more difficult. Ah, so you're my opponent, I see. Jade was quick to turn around to see none other than Makoto Kaibyun, the former third seat of Squad 3 standing before her, his Zanpakuto already drawn. A shame, I was hoping I would have had the chance to show that ice mage what I was truly capable of. Oh well, I suppose beggars can't be choosers. You make it sound like you've already won, Jade said as she slowly reached for her twin pistols behind her back. What's there to be afraid of? Makoto asked. I know of fairy tales exceptional mages when we found out one of your members was our target, and you aren't one of them. You're nothing more than a street rat the guild took in so they could have that Quincy friend of yours join their ranks. It was a smart move in the end, even if it did involve bringing in such a deadbeat mage like yourself. If Jade had a shorter temper, she was positive that she would have already tried to fill the Soul Reaper full of holes, but years of experience as an assassin and thief were helping her keep her cool. Does he really think I'm just some deadbeat? Fine, I can just take that and use it to my advantage. He would underestimate her at his own peril. Faster than the eye could see, Makoto had decided to use a flash step and appeared behind Jade, his sword already swinging down to sever her head from the rest of his body. Much to his surprise, however, Jade managed to turn around and aimed one of her pistols directly at his face. His eyes widening in surprise, the Soul Reaper was just barely able to duck his head as she had fired her first shot, only for him to trip as she then kicked him below his right knee before she knocked him hard on the head with her left elbow. Letting out an angered shout of pain, Makoto fell to his side. One of Jade's guns clicked as she aimed it at him, his eyes widening in shock before he quickly vanished from Jade's sight as he used Flash Step to appear behind her again from above, preparing a downward slash. Realizing he was right behind her, Jade turned around with a gasp before jumping into the air. As she moved up, Makoto moved towards her in the same way with his Zanpakuto arched back for another swing. Now in the middle of the air, there was no way for Jade to dodge. Thinking quickly, she switched her guns to their sickle form and held them up just in time to block his blade. Quickly regaining her footing, Jade pushed Makoto back as she swung her weapons. Sorry, but compared to Kendi, you're not nearly fast enough to sneak up on me. I've seen her pull off that technique so many times that your speed is nothing by comparison. Makoto smirked. Well, you're more capable than I believed. But you're still nowhere capable as me. Still, I suppose if I don't fight more seriously, this fight will go nowhere. After swiping his left hand across the blade of his Zanpakuto, Makoto moved it in a horizontal line while shouting, "Rampage!" Repua! A release of blue energy came from his Zanpakuto and changed its shape. Now it was a large, three-bladed weapon connected with a straight pole, with two edges extending like arrow points and the third shaped like a fan in between them. Jade's eyes widened as she saw the alternate form of Makoto's weapon. Now you'll see the vast difference between us. After his declaration, Makoto dashed towards her. Jade jumped up to her side as she avoided the blade of the giant weapon. Great, even when his weapon's freaking huge he's still that fast. Makoto smirked before he threw the weapon and it spun so fast, his Zanpakuto looked like a buzzsaw moving through the air. Jade barely managed to avoid getting hit by arching her back and flipping herself through the air. Despite this, the smug grin on Makoto's face remained as he moved his right arm. Above her, Repua moved down and Jade let out a gasp of horror. Thinking quickly, a chain was shot out to grapple a nearby pillar within the tower. The moment she had a firm grip, Jade held her gun and pulled herself out of the way onto the ground, moving out of the Zanpakuto before she began to run along near the walls. Repua moved once more as Makoto waved his arm, the former thief now realizing what he was doing. He can control it without even touching it, too? Just my luck. Jade thought with irritation as she looked behind her shoulder, trying to keep away from the flying weapon. Ha 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 ha. Yes. You realize now how wide the gap is between us, don't you? You never stood a chance against me. Makoto said with wicked laughter as he continued guiding his Zanpakuto towards Jade. With a wave of his hand, Repua moved to the side and began to move even faster to try cleaving her from the right. The thief stepping back just in time as the morphed sword hit the wall. Jade ran towards Makoto then and fired from both her pistols. Makoto, noticing too late, held his arms up in defense and closed his eyes. The bullets hit his arms and the upper part of his legs, as well as the side of his waist, making him shout in pain as he fell to his knees. He had thought little of the projectiles as he fought her earlier, but the pain he was feeling now was excruciating. Luckily, it wasn't enough he would bleed out, but he couldn't fight as well as he had. Damn you! Makoto growled, opening one eye at his opponent. Realizing he was now vulnerable, Jade switched her pistols to their blade for and her sickles raised and eyes narrowed. Jade glared at Makoto. You know, any real assassin worth their salt already knows this, but I'll fill you in anyway. Never underestimate your target. You talk as if you have some experience, Makoto spoke as he glared at her. With the distance between them so narrow, even his Repua wouldn't be fast enough to stop her. Makoto grit his teeth as the pain coursed through his body. Damn it, I suppose I have no choice but to use that thing again. Reaching into his left pocket, Makoto pulled out a large green object that appeared to be made from some sort of living tissue and had a big yellow eyeball. Quickly it latched over his entire hand before Makoto's whole body glowed with green light. What is that? Jade muttered to herself in disgust as the item Makoto took out suddenly grew tendrils under the sleeve of Makoto's shirt before ripping it to shreds. From what she saw, they formed around Makoto's entire arm up to the shoulders and condensed down together almost like the muscle fibers underneath a person's epidermis. Wait a minute, now I remember, Lil said this guy had another weapon, something called a Bakuto I think. I guess it's safe to say that's what the damn thing looks like. Whatever this new weapon was, Jade was unsettled from its design, alone. With his Repua drawn again, Jade quickly realized she was in trouble. She barely blocked the spinning blade when Makoto threw it at her. Sparks ignited between their weapons, but Jade felt her feet skid across the floor. The force from the momentum was too much and eventually that she lost her footing and crashed through a nearby wall. Shouting in pain and fear as she went through, Jade fell to a lower floor. Groaning in pain, Jade looked at the hole she fell through. Damn it. I knew Lil said it would give him a boost in strength, but I wasn't expecting this much. She staggered to her feet then, shambling to a hallway. What a pain in the ass. Makoto meanwhile, walked briskly to the spot he sent Jade through, calling his Repio to his side once again. He made it to the archway of the destroyed wall before he spoke. Are you finally dead after all that, street rat? I want to be certain. Until I see your corpse or you show yourself, I won't just walk away. If you're hiding then come out. With her back to the wall, Jade peeked slightly around the corner at her side, seeing Makoto standing high above on a ledge with his Zanpakuto hanging over his back. Well, this is just great. Not only does that Zanpakuto of his hit like a truck, now he's got some other new weapon making him even stronger. If this keeps up I gonna end up dead. Damn it, keeping my distance is a bad idea. Gotta think of a way to get closer without him being able to react in time. Annoyance came over Makoto before he leaped from the hole and down to the same level Jade was hiding in, before he spoke once more. Stop being a coward. If you're not going to fight me, at least die with dignity. I promise you'll be killed swiftly and without any pain. It's the least I can do given how much weaker you are to me. Hands gripping her pistols more tightly and a scowl creasing her face, Jade had more than enough of Makoto's taunting and his superiority complex. God, does this guy ever just shut up? Quickly remembering the idea she had at the start of the fight, she smirked. If I'm so much weaker than you, then how come you had to rely on that Bakuto to save your life? Not to mention the fact that so far, I've managed to land several hits on you but you've only landed one attack on me, she said, her voice echoing throughout the room. Sounds like you're the one having issues to me. Makoto growled before he threw his Repua. Be silent, wench. Running the blade through the walls, the Soul Reaper was breaking apart everything he could until he finally drew her out, but the added debris only made it easier for her to move about and keep herself hidden. Why? I thought you wanted to know if I was dead or not. You got your answer, didn't you? Jade said, her voice still echoing as she goaded him more. Maybe you should use that brain of yours a bit more. I guess that's why you're going on and on about your power because it's clearly all you've got going for you. Honestly, it's kinda sad. Makoto shouted in growing anger as he moved Repio faster and broke apart more of the walls. Don't think the fact I had to rely on my Zanpakuto and my Bakuto means anything. You've just been lucky. And luck never lasts. Now show yourself. Perfect, now he's really pissed off. I've only got one shot at this because if this doesn't work, he's never gonna fall for it again. Gotta make it count. Jade thought as she remained behind one pillar within Makoto's blind spot. Eyes closed and taking a deep breath, she began to use her power of illusion. A blurred image solidified beside her before forming into an exact replica of herself. Her copy ran from around one part of the pillar then and headed towards Makoto with her sickles at the ready. Hearing her footsteps, Makoto turned around, smiled maliciously at the illusion. There you are. He threw his Repio but the fake Jade moved out of the way. Just as she tried running to Makoto again, the Zanpakuto came at her again and again. All the thief could do was dodge, duck, weave, or evade in any way possible as Makoto continued attacking her and berating her, unaware the real Jade was steadily creeping within his blind spot. People like you are the ones I hate the most. Weakness is a sin, yet so many who are weak can join some of the most powerful guilds and other organizations while people like me who are far more superior than you aren't recognized for our natural talent. It's absurd. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be where you are. Powerless people like you don't deserve to stand above me. Jade remained stealthy, focusing on getting closer to Makoto as her illusion kept him distracted. Hearing the man ramble on and on about strength was annoying but she didn't let it distract her as her plan continued. She noticed something about Makoto's other item, his Bakuto as it was apparently called. She could see the spiritual energy from his own body was coming out and being absorbed into it. Quickly, she realized what was going on. He's getting stronger at the expense of consuming himself. Is he so obsessed with power he doesn't even care about his own life? How careless can you get? She thought, taking one of her pistols out. This is it. The killing blow. Makoto backed the jade he was seeing to a corner and threw his reppu again. His opponent looked behind herself then with horror at the Zanpakuto hurling towards her. Just as it came into contact, Makoto's confident smirk turned into a shocked gasp as Jade's body faded away. What? The sound of a gunshot filled the room, followed by Makoto's scream of agony. He looked behind himself as best he could, seeing blood coming from his right shoulder. Striking quickly, Jade used her other pistol to whip across Makoto's temple. The force of her impact caused his glasses to fall off and knocked him out, leaving a small bruise on his head as he fell to the ground. As her assassin laid there, Jade sighed with relief. Man, what a pain in the ass that guy was. I'll have to ask Rukia how she dashed. Just then, she noticed the eyeball from his Bakuto was moving around quickly, still draining more energy from the Soul Reaper, causing her to shudder briefly. Taking a quick shot, the eye was destroyed and the Bakuto vanished from existence. She quickly walked over to him then, placing the barrel of the pistol over to his face, her eyes narrowing. It was so tempting, so damn tempting to shot the man in the face. She had done it countless times before, under Emberella's orders, after all. This wouldn't be any different than that. No one was here to see what was about to happen, and she could always claim it was for self-defense. However, as she prepared to fire one more round into the Soul Reaper, her mind flashed back to the guild hall, where she could see all of her friends smiling at her as she walked inside, Candace in particular slowly walking over to her with a larger-than-life grin plastered onto her face, Bambietta wanting to take the two of them out on some sort of monster hunt as Natsu and Gray bickered in the distance, only to stop once Urza stepped inside. No, that's not who I am, not anymore. She sighed then as she looked around. Honestly, that was too damn close for comfort, she said, looking to find some sort of exit before she found an entranceway to a flight of stairs. Well, no use standing around here. I better find the others fast. After all, just because she had managed to win her fight, didn't mean the others would be so lucky. The sooner they got out of this hellhole, the better. As Totomaru landed on his feet, he quickly looked around and groaned. Damn it all, they really did manage to separate us. So much for Lil Tato's plan. Just then, the sound of footsteps caught his attention and he turned with his katana drawn. Out from the shadows came Ryo Yutagawa, one of the assassins he had seen from the casino. Is something wrong? You look as if you are surprised to see me. That would mean you're afraid. Because surprise is the same as fear. Totomaru couldn't help but roll his eyes before he spoke. So I'm up against one of the bounce, huh? Here I thought I had to be worried for a second. You speak of the matter as if your life isn't already forfeit because of that fact, the man said before reaching into the breast pocket of his vest and pulled out a golden pocket watch attached to the chain. I suppose I'll have to just teach you a lesson. I'm here to do my job after all. Apologies, but I'm afraid I must kill you. Despite his words, they belied some sort of sadistic intent from the tone of his voice and visage. As if he was looking forward to murder. Zejdike. Fried. As he swung his pocket watch around, it extended out and quickly transformed into a medium-sized golden snake with black horizontal stripes along the back. A little curious from the sight, Totomaru lowered his stance, yet still kept his eyes on Ryo. If I have to fight you, then so be it. Holding his katana back with one hand, Totomaru used his free fingers to make a red magic symbol emerge. Fire magic, red flame scatter shot. Several small but fast-moving spheres of red-colored fire shot out towards Ryo. The formally dressed man was unfazed however and lashed the snake around before it turned into a whip-like shape. The fast and precise movement blocking each individual projectile and made them fizzle out. What kind of attack is that? It's so basic. Ryo said with a laugh, still lashing his weapon around. He struck the ground around him, creating several indented markings. Out from the damage Ryo caused to the floor came several smaller serpents like the one he used as a weapon, but these were slightly smaller and gray. They quickly slithered across the ground and jumped at Totomaru, but he was fast enough to cut them in half, the snakes vanishing into thin air. However, the fire mage didn't notice two more snakes had snuck to his feet as they bound themselves around his legs to hold him in place. Just then, Ryo's weapon shrunk down and turned to a medium-length blade shape before he charged at Todomaru with a cheeky grin. "I've got you!" At the last moment, Todomaru managed to block the sharpened weapon with the side of his own and pushed Ryo back before attempting to cut him. Though he missed due to Ryo jumping backward, he was able to cut down the serpents binding him. Still in the air, Ryo's weapon turned to a whip once again, but with a spear-headed tip this time, and shot it like an arrow at Todomaru. The fire swordsman blocked just in time and quickly took up his fighting pose as Ryo stood his ground, moving the whip around once more. The length and movements of the whip were so fast, it almost looked like he was forming a barrier around himself as he continued leaving lashed marks on the ground or the walls around him. "You can make as many of those snakes as you want. I'll cut them all down," Todomaru said before running towards Ryo. Before his sword could make contact, Ryo held his arm forward and the snake changed to coil itself in a large spiral-like shield. It blocked Todomaru's katana and the recoil sent the bout back, but the shield didn't have so much as a single mark on it. "Fried isn't like those lesser serpents I call using her power. No matter how sharp your sword is, she won't be destroyed," Ryo said with a confident grin. Todomaru's eyes narrowed. "Even if what you say is true, I can just attack you directly. There's no point in me fighting that living weapon of yours." "How will you do that when you can't even reach me?" Ryo asked. "Like this," Todomaru said before keeping his katana back and aiming his free fingers at Ryo. "Fire magic, orange flame wave." The same magic symbol he used earlier appeared around his hand, but this time it released orange-colored fire in a crescent shape. Without any worry, Ryo used Fried to lash through the attack, making it disperse. His smile quickly turned to a frown, however, before he choked and covered his mouth along with his nose while coughing with his head hung. His nose was overcome with a terrible sensation. "Ugh! What is that odor? It's even making my eyes water." With the bout distracted, Todomaru charged again and readied his katana. Ryo finally regained himself but quickly noticed how close his opponent was. He jumped back to the side, but it was too little too late as he was struck by Todomaru's blade. While it wasn't a deep cut, the cut was deep enough to cause him to bleed out and feel a twinge of pain. The bout smirked then before he spoke. "You used some sort of distraction flame to affect my senses, then attack me while I was vulnerable. I have to admit, I'm impressed." The snake formed from his pocket watch. Fried slithered her head up as she coiled around Ryo's arm. "How sloppy of you. I don't see why I should give you my strength if you're going to be so weak," she said, mostly keeping her mouth closed but managing to be heard. "Do try harder next time." "So what Lil and Rukia said is true, that snake isn't just alive. It's also sentient," Todomaru thought, remaining vigilant. "I suppose after meeting two flying talking cats I shouldn't be surprised." "No need to worry," Ryo said to Fried. "Have you made all of the preparations?" Fried spoke again, sounding almost excited. "Of course." Her eyes glowed red and Todomaru quickly noticed all the markings Ryo made with her had a light blue shine as they began materializing around Ryo and formed an octagonal star shape within a circle. The same symbol appeared near Todomaru then. The mage jumped aside, feeling he was about to be attacked. But just as he landed, another circle appeared and dozens of the gray-colored snakes emerged. The fire mage was almost hit this time, but once again he jumped backward, only for the situation to repeat itself. The process was endless. No matter how many times he tried getting distance by jumping away, the circle kept emerging. "It's useless. You can try to run, but you've already been caught within Fried's snake net ability," Ryo said with narrowed eyes and a sly grin. "You wouldn't happen to be familiar with the term spinal flexion, would you?" "As a fire user, yes actually." "I am," Todomaru said, still trying to keep himself from being hit by whatever power Ryo was using against him. "It's the kind of thing that happens when you touch something hot and react even before the signal has time to reach your brain." "Indeed," Ryo said, sounding almost like he was praising Todomaru's knowledge. "That is the kind of physics to the ability of Snake Net I'm currently using. It's as if Fried intercepts the impulse and reacts even before you do." "Escape for you is impossible," Fried said in a manner of wicked glee. "No one has survived my absolute barrier. It's just a matter of time before you fall victim." "That's right," Ryo said, licking his chops with a somewhat pointed tongue. You're like a meek prey, trying and ultimately failing to escape the voracious predator who has their sights set on you. All you're doing is delaying the inevitable. As much as I hate to admit it, he's right. The flame mage thought. He was already starting to feel less focused. All the constant dodging while trying to keep an eye on his foes was starting to affect his reaction time. Not to mention he was starting to run out of places to move. All the places he previously stood had columns of the gray snakes standing out and attached to the walls or the ceiling, leaving him less space each. A dozen of the gray snakes snuck up on Totomaru again, this time managing to grab his feet and held him in place before hundreds came at both his sides before merging together and sending him crashing through a wall. It's over? How uneventful. Ryo said with a proud tone. The symbol under him vanished, as well as the gray snake columns. The rubble of the damaged wall was all that remained of the place he threw Totomaru. Turning and walking briskly away, Ryo believed his work was done. What shall we do next? Perhaps we should hunt down the others in the Fairy Tale Guild. Fried hissed quietly. I like the sound of that. More prey to hunt and devour. Just as they were halfway out of the room, Ryo stopped in surprise at the sound of the ground debris shaking. He turned his head around and saw Totomaru standing in a small slouch but holding his katana tightly in one hand while his confused body and frayed clothes were covered in a bright yellow flame. Totomaru looked up at Ryo with the same confident and determined look in his eyes when saying, "Fire magic, yellow flame body armor. You're still alive?" Ryo said with wide eyes. "I thought for sure you'd be dead after that." "I almost was," Totomaru said, thinking back to when he was consumed by a wave of gray snakes that he couldn't outmuscle just seconds ago. "At the last moment, I used this colored flame of mine. Unlike most flames that simply burn things away and provide heated light, this yellow flame makes me or anybody I choose become physically stronger for a time. Not just the muscles. The endurance of those engulfed by it also increases." Ryo's stunned expression turned to the usual grin he had when saying, "I suppose I should be a little more impressed, but even though you survived my attack, you don't look like you're in the best condition. You've only managed to scrape me, but you're far more exhausted and damaged than I am." Taking his blade in both hands, Totomaru smiled. "But I'm still alive. That means this fight isn't over yet. Not until one of us falls." "I suppose so. This means I can toy with you some more, at least," Ryo said as he barely noticed Totomaru move in a blur. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Totomaru trying to cut him from above, but the point sidestepped away in a backward air dash. "So your speed increases as well. But whether it's because those yellow flames aren't strong enough or you're too damaged from my earlier attack, you're still not fast enough to connect an attack to me." Totomaru rushed in, slashing away and occasionally releasing red fire at Ryo, but it was pointless. Ryo would block or evade and strike back with his serpent. Totomaru was proud with his skill with the blade, but for every one hit Totomaru would be lucky enough to land, Ryo was making 2 or 3 more. Each cut was causing the fire mage to bleed out and his legs were starting to feel like jelly from his constant dodging. Just as Totomaru finally got in close, Fried became a medium-length blade. The bounce doll clashed with Totomaru's katana as they stood their ground and tried pushing each other back. "What was that about me not being able to connect an attack to you?" Totomaru said with bravado. "Because now that I'm this close I can dash." Before he could say any more, however, the yellow fire around him dissipated, his eyes widening in shock. "Damn it, not now." Ryo grinned then before swiping his sword to break Totomaru's stance before kicking him in his gut and sent him flying back. Right as he did, Fried turned to a whip once more and managed to wrap around one of Totomaru's legs. With his limb tightly held, Ryo turned and swung his opponent through the air before slamming him back first into a wall. Totomaru fell to the ground hard, now leaning his back to the wall in a slouch and looking up at Ryo with one eye as the pain coursed through him. With a soft sigh, Ryo grunted in discomfort and felt around his left side where one of Totomaru's attacks managed to cut him. "You're not getting rusty, are you?" Fried said almost accusingly when glaring at Ryo. "The fact you've been hit so many times by somebody as pathetic as this man makes me wonder if you're worthy of being my master." "Now Fried, there's no need to be that way. It's not like I'm the one on his last legs, after all. Just look at him," Ryo said as he smirked at Totomaru. He's in much worse condition than me. He can barely keep his focus. I wouldn't be surprised if he faints right here and now. Why don't we put him out of his misery? Grunting between his teeth, Todomaru's sword hand trembled as his vision blurred in and out. He's right. I barely survived that snake net of his. Now I'm running low on stamina and magic energy. This can't really be how I die, can it? Todomaru thought. His mind was fading then, back to the distant past. You mean it? You'll really become my master? Todomaru said in excitement, as he looked up to a tall man, most of his appearance obscured by the shadows cast by his own dojo, whom the man was gesturing to. From the day the man came into his village and slew the sliverlinal that killed his parents, Todomaru wished for nothing more than to become stronger so that such a tragedy could be stopped by his own hands. He had practiced often with fire magic to hopefully get the man's attention, but he was positive it would have been all for naught. The master had turned away more older students in the past after all. To have been accepted was surreal. The person standing over him spoke with a deep, somewhat raspy voice, and it was clear he was an elderly man. Even so, he sounded far from feeble with the authoritative tone he carried. Yes. Seeing your proficiency with fire magic causes me to believe you have potential, Todomaru. I can see the determination in you as well. It's strong and burns much like the fire you wield. He said before speaking again as if warning him of something. If you truly wish for me to help you grow stronger, your training with me will be harsh. You will work tirelessly and will be pushed to your limits and then be pushed further. I've no interest in dealing with infants who don't even know how to crawl, so prepare yourself. Todomaru bowed further with his head hung and fists to the floor, his voice filled respect yet energized nonetheless. Yes, sensei. You will hear no complaints from me. I'll do anything you say and take whatever training you have in mind for me. Even if my muscles tear or my bones shatter, I'll never quit. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for this. Time went on and Todomaru did precisely whatever the older man said. Every day was brutal with extremities including routine exercises over 100 times each, pushing large boulders up steep cliffs, sprinting for several miles, and even trying to remain balanced in the most strenuous way possible through a technique called hashi. Todomaru constantly ached to the point he believed he might die, but he pushed past any pain he experienced. Compared to the deaths of his parents, this pain was nothing. When he wasn't going through any muscle training, his use of fire manipulation was constant. He'd always cast whatever spells were within his arsenal until he ran out of magic energy. Months eventually turned to 3 years as Todomaru ran in exhaustion up a large, rocky mountain as the day sky was turning to sunset. He was quite positive that he was sweating so much that he could probably water plants if there were any around him at the moment. When he finally reached the top, he fell to his knees and panted heavily. The man who taught him for so long was already there, sitting in a meditative stance before he opened his eyes at Todomaru with a neutral demeanor. You have made it within the time I believed you would. Everything you've promised me those years ago has been nothing short of true. I am genuinely impressed at your patience and your tolerance, Todomaru. Still recovering from his shortness of breath, Todomaru replied between his inhaling and exhaling, "Thank you, Sensei. I'm honored by your praise." Grabbing what appeared to be a walking cane right beside the older man, his sensei used it to help himself stand up before turning around. The terrain appeared to be nothing but a dry plateau ranging as far as the eye could see while Todomaru's mentor spoke. This time I have brought you here not simply to continue fortifying your physique or your own flames. Now you are strong enough and disciplined enough to learn one of my most powerful techniques. At the very least, you will learn to wield a portion of it. Todomaru was a little surprised and groggily got onto his feet. Sir. You had best stand back, Todomaru. This power of mine is exceptionally destructive. With those words of fair warning, Todomaru was a little worried and gave himself more distance between himself and the old man standing near the edge of the mountain. The cane in his left hand was held out while his right hand was held back behind himself. When it lunged forward, flames in a mix of orange, bright yellow and pure white came from out of his palm and grew exponentially to over 50 feet high and almost half as wide. It was like a skyscraper of fire so intense that Todomaru felt like he was going to melt away immediately even from a safe distance. Todomaru's eyes were wide, His jaw dropped at what he just saw before falling back. His mentor turned around to face him again. Listen to me, Totomaru. What I am about to teach you, and the flames I will bestow you, is something you must only ever use as an absolute resort. And even then, only when you know for certain none of the people you consider your allies can be caught within this ability's range. That is why we are here. There is no way for the flames you will use to possibly spread. You're still young and inexperienced compared to myself. So you must be cautious with how you use it and learn control. Once I have taught you how to be certain, you do so in no way other than to save your own life. In only the direst of circumstances. My flames are unlike any other that exists in this world, their intensity can destroy even souls. Do I make myself clear? Regaining his composure, Totomaru's expression became a neutral look of respect before bowing to him again. Yes. Transparently clear, sir. A terse nod came from the teacher, pleased with his student. I was right to accept you as my eventual successor. You will make a fine heir for my flames and techniques, in time. Further honored to hear his teacher say such a thing, Totomaru smiled and bowed further with eyes closed. Thank you, Master Genri Yusai. Of course. I still have the flames my sensei bestowed onto me, Totomaru thought as he nearly toppled over as he tried standing up and gripped his katana with both hands. He hadn't considered using it when he first met Fairy Tail and Clover, since a forest fire caused by the flames of his master, even with the messily 1% he was given, could have been disastrous, nor did he have the time to attempt to use it on his former master, Jose Porlaw, the wizard saint, knocking him around senseless when Totomaru tried to reason with the man before he even had the chance to consider using these flames. Now, however, he had no such restraints. I'm lucky I'm on my own right now and this place is mostly metal machinery. It should be safe for me to use it here. Ryo chuckled as Fried formed into the whip form but made a spearhead-shaped tip. You're going down fighting after all. Wonderful, he said before licking his lip. It will be that much more enjoyable when I see the shocked look on your face before you die. Moving with every bit of strength he currently had, Ryo threw his arm out and the pointed whip went straight for Totomaru with the intent to kill. From Totomaru's own point of view, everything went silent and the bound began to move as if in slow motion. Eyes softly shut as he drew his katana back, the swordsman stayed focused for a moment before whispering the name of what he learned that day. Teimatsu. Torch. In a wave of his katana, an intense flame of red, yellow, and orange under Totomaru's control erupted out of his blade and swarmed around Ryo, reaching over 24 feet high and nearly the same width. So much fire at once caught Ryo entirely off guard as he and Fried screamed out in immense pain from the heat. Only seconds had gone by before the fire vanished, but Ryo's attire was nearly burned all off and his body looked as charred as Fried, the two covered in second-degree burns all over their body. The two collapsed silently to the side, choking and too damaged to even move. Totomaru's eyes opened again as he slowly sheathed his katana and stood, walking to his defeated opponents before he then looked down at them. You're lucky I was in a merciful mood. I could have easily incinerated you both until you were not even a pile of ashes. But Fairy Tail would certainly scold me for such an immoral action. Just leaving you with treatable burns should be enough to defeat you. He winced and felt his body ache again when slouching. Turning and limping another way, Totomaru left. I better find the others fast. I really hope they're alright. If the rest of the guys we're fighting are like this, then we're all in for one hell of a ride. To say things were not going well for Lucy Heartfilia was an understatement. Having been separated from the group, Lucy was fortunate enough to have met up with Juvia shortly after. Yes, the blue-haired mage had been slightly irritating in regards to her strong desire to reunite with her boyfriend, but Lucy knew that she meant well. After all, she had to admit that she was more than eager to reunite with her own beloved. While she was quite confident that Bambietta was more than capable of protecting herself, Lucy had always believed in the adage of strength in numbers. Besides, the sooner they all got together, the sooner they could get out of this hellhole. Things had quickly gone south, however, when the musical assassin Vidaldez had showed up. Juvia had been quite confident in her chances of victory, but the dark mage had a dark trick up his sleeve and had taken control over her fellow guildmate's mind. Now clad in leather pants and revealing purple shirt, she had been quick to strike and beat Lucy down. Before she even had the chance to summon any of her spirits, Juvia had been quick to knock her keys out of her hands, leaving her totally helpless in the pool of water Juvia had created. After being grabbed by her hair, Lucy was thrown out of the water and hit the ground, crying out in pain. Her backpack was undone in the process, something falling out of it by her side. As Lucy got up on her side, she was quick to see what it was, her doll, Gonzalez. The memory of her father speaking to her and offering it as a means of making amends between them briefly flashed across her mind. Instinctively, she had been quick to pick it up and held her close, using it as a small means of comfort as she always had when she was younger before she turned to Juvia and spoke pleadingly. "Juvia, listen. If you really want to stay in Fairy Tale with Gray, this isn't the best way to go about it. Oh blah, 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 enough with the friendship nonsense." Vidaldez spoke. "Get on with the pain, baby." Feeling her back being struck by Juvia's water, Lucy let out a cry of pain before kneeling over from exhaustion. "Juvia, please, you have to fight it." "Forget it, poser, I'm with the winners now." Juvia cried out to her in a twisted tone that seemed eager to please her master. "Now we're really rocking. But I need more screams in the mix. Crank some out for me." Vidaldez went on, rolling his head around and hobbling around on one foot. Juvia, still deep under the control of the rock band-themed wizard, smiled wider and was glad to follow his command as her right hand turned into water. With a move of her arm, it extended and formed like a whip coming right towards Lucy. Lucy closed her eyes then as the whip came at her at extreme speeds. It was becoming quite clear to Lucy that it was all over for her now. Without her keys, she had no means of freeing Juvia or taking down her new master. She was going to die, and she'd never see Fairy Tale ever again. Never see Bambietta again. "Bambi, I'm so sorry, but you're going to have to go on without me." However, something unusual happened, then. As if it was controlled by magic, Lucy's doll leaped up out of her arms and jumped towards Juvia's makeshift weapon with its limbs out as if trying to be a barrier for Lucy. Right before the water could come into contact with the doll, it shined with an intense light that blinded Juvia and Vidaldez to the point they had to look away, their eyes shut trying to shield their vision, the latter groaning. "Hey! What's with the light show?" Even with the intensity, Lucy was able to witness her doll glowing and floating in front of her. The celestial mage left in awe before she softly spoke. "What is happening?" "Gonzalez." As if it were alive, Gonzalez turned its head back to Lucy then shot towards her at great speed. The moment she was touched, Lucy's own body glowed with the same intense light. For a brief moment, Lucy lost awareness and everything went dark. When she finally came to, she realized she was on her feet again. Furthermore, she couldn't feel any of her prior injuries. All of that pain, it's gone. It's like my strength is back. To say Lucy was confused would have been an understatement. However, she was even more surprised as she glanced at herself. "Hey, what happened to my clothes?" Clinging to her body was a somewhat naturalistic outfit. In appearance, her right eye was now covered by a rose eye patch and she now wore a strapless shirt made entirely of dark green petals and long, dark green gloves reaching the top of her arms. She also wore a short wide skirt made of dark green petals pointing sideways, pouch-like boots of the same material, and her left arm was adorned by thorny green vines like her legs, having two each. It wasn't just her clothes that had been fixed, however, all of the bruises and cuts she had just a moment ago had completely vanished. "Lucy." Blinking and gasping quietly in surprise, Lucy perked up and looked around. Hello. Lucy. It's me. Gonzalez." "Gonzalez? My doll?" Lucy asked again, looking around more where she stood as Juvia and Vidaldez were starting to regain their vision. It was then Lucy realized her doll wasn't anywhere near her. "Hold on, what's happening?" "Lucy. There's not a lot of time to explain. So listen to me," the voice said. Lucy, realizing it wasn't like she was hearing the words through her ears exactly. It was almost as if they were speaking to her in her own mind. Something similar to Warren's telepathy magic, yet it also felt like something more intimate. "I'm alive because of you and your parents, Lucy. The bonds that we shared, they've literally given me life. A life that I can use to protect you forever and ever. You may have your celestial keys, but now I can grant you a power that's entirely your own. Everything she was being told was all happening so fast. It didn't seem unbelievable since it might have been some form of magic as far as Lucy knew, but it was still so much to take in. However, as much as she wanted to question it, Jovia and Vidaldez were now looking at her with anger. "What's with the new get-up, Blondie? Do you think it's gonna help you win against me and my succubus?" "What a load of crap," Vidaldez said before strumming his guitar. "Let's send this boring prude to hell, already. Hit it, baby. Show that hippie chick what you're made of." "Oh, I will," Jovia exclaimed with vile glee. Right as her body turned to water from everywhere below her neck and moved like a spinning top with sharp-looking edges jetting out in an asymmetrical way. "My water jigsaw will cut you into little pieces. No encore for you." In a mad dash, Jovia came towards Lucy with the intent to kill. Lucy flinched, knowing the attack was too fast for her to evade. She was afraid and instinctively held her arms up in defense, but to her surprise, sparkling red lights appeared her in the shape of flower petals forming into her right hand. They all combined together and solidified into one shape once they blinked out, forming what looked like a buckler shield shaped like a large flower. Jovia came into contact with the shield, but Lucy was able to hold up against her attack. Quickly gaining her footing, Lucy held back against the attack but surprisingly struggled only a little where she stood. In a quick move of her body's lower half, she moved aside and Jovia's momentum had her going until she nearly hit a wall. "Whoa! I was able to block that? I've never been that strong before," Lucy said in quiet amazement while looking at the armor piece in her hand, and finally took a moment to allow her to get a better look at it. It had red razor-looking petals with yellow trim and a centerpiece that looked like a blade 8-pronged wheel, with a Valentine heart design made from light green vines in the middle. "Wow, it's so pretty." "That's not all you have. Reach your hand into the shield, Lucy." "Reach my hand into the shield," Lucy repeated with confusion as her free hand tried doing what the voice said. Somehow her hand phased into the central-most part, making a ray of light surround her wrist where she touched the metal. At first, it was like there was an empty space within until Lucy felt something solid. A handle of some kind. When gripping it then pulling back, she was stunned and nearly speechless at what she brought out and was able to hold, a sword with a rose motif attached to the spiked handguard and at the bottom sides of a large wide blade. "Whoa! This is a huge sword. How in the world am I even able to lift something this massive? In this form, you and I share, your physical capabilities are greatly enhanced. What power you have is far beyond a peak-conditioned human. A weapon with this much weight is no problem for you to wield, even with just one hand." "What? You're kidding," Lucy said with shock and amazing, but as quickly turned her attention back to the battlefield when she noticed Jovia's looming shadow, jumping away from the water mage's attack with ease. The water mage was far from finished, trying to attack Lucy over and over, but each attempt was met with failure, surprising the both of them. "It's not just strength, my speed, my reaction time, my stamina, they're all much greater than before," Lucy thought as she continued to dodge and weave through Jovia's water whip strikes, making her smile with newfound confidence. "This strength, this power, I can do this. I can win." Moving to Jovia with her blade arched back, Lucy swiped at Jovia and hit her blade into Jovia's stomach. Despite being impaled, Jovia laughed it off as the area Lucy struck turned to water. "Stupid girl. That ain't gonna work. My body can't be damaged by ordinary stuff like dash." Her demeanor quickly turned to confusion when she felt something begin to stir in her stomach. If it weren't for the white complexion on her face brought about by Vidaldez's magic, Jovia might have become pale because thorn-covered vines were starting to grow and expand from inside her, coming out of Lucy's blade. "What the hell is this? My body. Plants need 3 things to grow," Lucy said as her magic continued spreading and absorbing Jovia's body as it turned more into water. "Proper sunlight, fertile soil, and clean water. With the plant magic I have in this form, I can find a way around your magic." "Hey, you poser!" Vidaldez shouted, stomping one foot while pointing at Lucy. "That's my thing. Find your own special talent and stop stealing other people's work. 'Cause nobody likes a wannabe. Are you gonna kill my succubus just to stop me? I didn't take you for the type wicked enough to stoop to my level." "I'm not killing her. Lucy said when turning her head back to the Trinity Raven member. I just need to keep her hindered long enough that I can deal with you. Juvia let out a scream of fear before being fully sucked into the vines coming out of Lucy's sword. Her friend now safely tucked away, Lucy turned to Vidaldez with a look of anger. And I'm going to make sure you pay for what you've done. While angry at first, Vidaldez quickly sneered when saying, all right, fine. I'll just make you my succubus too. Just as he was about to play his music again, Lucy thrust her sword into the ground. From several spots around Vidaldez, large vines covered in thorns shot out from under the ground and lashed out at him. His wrists, legs, waist, and torso were all constricted and lifted him into the air, making him reel back as he dropped his guitar. The spined restraints made him wail in pain as he writhed. Ow! Not cool. Knock it off. Standing again, Lucy readied her blade to strike until hearing another voice. It wasn't Gonzalez, but somebody else. Lucy. Can you hear me? Lucy gasped, quickly recognizing the voice as Juvia. I'm sorry. I couldn't control my actions. I didn't want to hurt you because I consider you a friend. And I hope that you think of me as one, too. I know that I've been a bit overzealous in my desire to reunite with Gray. A small grin came over Lucy, trying to think of giving a quiet set of words to try assuring Juvia that wasn't the case at all before Juvia continued speaking to her. But I really do like you. I've grown to like everyone I've met in Fairy Tale. They care about others. They like to have fun. They're so friendly and warm. Fairy tale wizards are like rays of sunshine that chase away the clouds on a gloomy day. Before I met all of you, I never knew that a guild could be such a happy place. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was making friends that I could honestly trust. Her words after were filled with anguish and regret. Even though she was more or less imprisoned in the viney magic within Lucy's sword at the moment, Lucy could see a sort of image of Juvia, shedding tears. But who would want to be friends with a girl that could bring them misfortune? The expression Lucy had turned to a sympathetic one. She's crying. Even though I've absorbed all her water, I can still feel the warmth of her tears. Turning her attention to Vidaldez, who was still writhing in pain and screaming to be let go of his bindings, Lucy gripped the handle of her blade more firmly. Someone like you, someone who would shed tears for their friends, will always be welcome in the Fairy Tale Guild. I know you're a good person. You are a good friend to me, Juvia. That's why I'll free you by stopping this guy. Juvia cried again within Lucy's mind, but this time it was different. These were not tears of sorrow but tears of heartfelt joy. Now take this. Charging at him with a mighty leap, Lucy drew her sword again and let out a battle cry before leaving a big hacking slash at Vidaldez with the blunt side of her sword. The impact had such force behind it that not only did Vidaldez have the wind knocked out of him, the wall behind him completely shattering from the sheer air pressure from Lucy's blow. Just as the wannabe rock star fell, his hair seemed to pop right off like a wig. He hit the ground hard, clearly unconscious just before Lucy landed meters away from him and stood back up. With a sigh of relief, she smiled at a job well done. With that finished, her blade was planted into the ground again. More vines came out from the ground, but this time forming into a wide spire shape that quickly grew a rose flower far bigger than Lucy herself. It blossomed quickly, and as the flower bud opened, out came Juvia in her true form. She looked asleep, but once the vines went back into the ground and Lucy's current form vanished into falling petals of light, the water mage blinked awake where she stood and got to her feet. She turned to Lucy with a smile before the two of them hugged each other excitedly. We won! Lucy exclaimed. And I'm not a groupie anymore. Juvia shouted in turn before Juvia whispered into Lucy's ear. Lucy, I can't begin to thank you enough. Is there anything I can do to repay you? Lucy was quick to shake her head. There's no need to do anything for me. Because I know you'd do the same. Juvia wanted to say more, but then, from the corner of her eye, Juvia noticed something. Say, Lucy. Isn't that your doll? Lucy turned to where Juvia looked in curiosity. Right there on the ground was indeed her Gonzalez doll. With the hug broken, she went to pick it up and looked at it. Yeah. I don't get it though. My doll was never magical. So how did it come alive the way it did and give me all those powers? She thought back to what the voice said. Gonzalez was alive because of me, and my parents. But I don't get it. What does that mean? She needed answers, that much was certain. But they had won, and for now, that was what truly mattered. Getting to her feet, Lucy smiled at Jovia. Come on, we gotta get moving if we're going to save Urza. Check the description for the links to the author.